Right then. Ooh, that's gone very dark. Boom. Done. Better. Cool. Right. Set the table. Set the table. Excellent. One little upgrade since last time. We've got. Seems like my streams are refreshing. Oh well. One little upgrade since last time. I've changed the F to have this nice brown background. Other than that, everything's kind of the same. Wait till there's a few more people in here before starting the giveaway. Still got a stack of promos and playmats to give away thanks to Card Goblin and Patriot Games. Big shout out to those guys for being supporters and just great all-round community members. We're starting off at... Oh, so many to go. Starting at Red Horizon set 15 out of apparently 70 sets. Eek. If you are here, just give me a shout. Let me know you're here. I'm excited to see Sugarfest. The thing is, I don't know all these guys, Cameron. I know a few of them, but like the champ promos, the King of Fighters, I don't know all of these. And like the ones I've come across in retro. Once we get to MHA, once we get to set 30-ish, I'm going to be fine. This is like, Brian, even if I did one a second, it would take more hours. There's 700 and odd to go. Mike did send me a list of characters I could cut, but it got lost in our chat, and then I was too lazy to go back and find it. Best way to put it. Oh, I could ramble about the first. I could make the entire tier list just about Dabby. But thanks for being here, Connor. Thanks for being here, Cameron. We're starting a bit later than last time, primarily because we were having furniture delivered. I was meant to start 2 hours ago, but the guy delivering the furniture was like, "I'll be with you at 1." I was like, "Cool, I'll delay till 2 just in case." I don't love retro. I think retro is really cool, but I don't know the characters. But anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves. I've got a cup of tea. I've not got as many snacks this time. I think the snacks kind of lured me into a false sense of security to not actually do the work. So. I wish I'd set up a separate list for Dabby. I'm trying to be impartial. If anyone wants to jump in and chat, I am just sat on a table in the UK versus Discord, so people are more than welcome to come in and chat with me. Tell me I'm wrong. If you would like me to move any of the characters around, you can, as it says at the top, you can gift subscription, you can gift memberships, as well as use super chats, and I will then move things around because I can be bought. Best way to put it. But anyway, let's get back into it. So, we did all of Legacy and some retro promos last time. This time we're going to be starting off with Red Horizon. This is one of Corey Nelson's all-time favourite sets. He's got a whole... Let me move the mic so it's not as echoey. Yeah, no, it's coming. I might still be streaming when you get off work, so feel free to jump in. But so we start off with Red Horizon. This is if I'm remembering this correctly, Cameron and Connor, feel free to jump in, have a go at me if I'm getting this wrong. This is the original IP that Jason and Jasco came up with to act as like a core set for universes, aka the Universal Fighting System at the time. It was designed to house reprints. It was designed to kind of be a place where they could have a bit more control and they could kind of have a core set, putting more cards in there, balancing everything out, as well as showcasing its own kind of story and universe. it's not something we're likely to see come back in the modern universes, but there's a very cool book being developed by Corey Nelson that is showcasing the story and moving forward with exclusive art. And yes, Pab, a lot of these will make sense. Connor, I'm going to YouTube at the minute because after speaking to some content creators in London when I went to the Grand Archive Grand Descent, it made sense that Twitch isn't pushing card games because that don't have their own category. I'm getting lost in a sea of just chatting, whereas if I put it to YouTube, I'm a lot more findable. I'm a lot more discoverable. Whereas I would love to stream to both. My internet can't handle it in the minute. My internet is very basic, despite me now living in a town centre kind of thing. We don't have full fibre, so I tried doing the dual streams, and YouTube was suffering from it. Twitch was starting to get choppy. So I thought, for now, I'll focus on YouTube, which is where I have the bigger platform. And then once we get full fibre, once I can do dual stream, I can then do both. So let's get into it. So there's a bit of my understanding of Red Horizon. The chat should only be on a 6-second delay now. So unlike last time where it was 20 seconds, and I had to wait a long time to get your guys' input, this should be a lot faster and there should be a bit more back and forth. But allowing me to still have a 6-second gap to try and get ahead. So the shorts video is just showing a blank thing. I'm not quite sure how I can fix with that one, but this is dual streaming to shorts and the main video at the time. I need to maybe figure out a way to have this show better on shorts, but it's been 6 minutes in. I haven't done anything. As Connor said, this should take me an hour. So with Reese, and I know there's a couple of people in Sheffield that will have a massive go at me if I did not put Reese high. Enhance discard one card, discard one punch card from your card pool, only playable during your turn, so you get to clear cards for discarding cards. And commit one foundation, after your punch attack deals damage, draw a card. So you have draw on face, and the best part of this is you can kind of filter through your hand. You are discarding a card to discard a punch, but there's a lot of synergies behind that. I think that's fairly good. Not overly powerful in my opinion, so I'm probably going to get some hate for that. But I'd put Reese as a solid C. Miska I think is one that we've done before, so I'm sure Mike's going to have a go at me for not taking the ones off he put me in the list. Miska, add one foundation you control that you can now play from your hand to your staging area ready, only playable once per turn as a form, and enhance commit one foundation, your ranged attack is +3 damage, only playable if you have an ally card in your card pool. Reese is mid as fuck. Miska seems really cool. Just as a form, you just get to add one foundation from your hand, so going second, you just get to slam one down. This can give you access to early resources to play, basically have a stronger early build. It is a 6 hand size for 26, which was good at the time, but isn't the best now. But being able to commit for 3 damage is really cool, but you need to have a ranged and ally, which is kind of achievable now, but you need to have both, which can be limiting to I if you can actually get the damage. I think this joins Reese in the C. Yeah, Cameron, that exists. It's called Magic the Gathering in the early 2000s. Don't come at me, Magic the Gathering fans. The Clash of Mythologies is what Magic the Gathering did for the first good long of its run with Pharaohs and Kamigawa, Shard. That was This is early retro. This is the beginning of retro. If it was just give your ranged attack +3 damage for commit a foundation, much better. But the fact you need an ally, not the best. Lily, first form, destroy one foundation. Your opponent must add one foundation from their staging area to their card pool. Commit 1 foundation, your attack gets plus X damage, X equals the number of foundation in your opponent's capital. This is really cool. You have Death, which has a good synergy with the destruction of foundations. You have Order, which is good for committing and controlling, and Water, which it thrives on stuffing the card pool as a symbol identity. So being able to utilize destroying a foundation for your own benefits under Death or Water, and then getting your opponent to add 1 foundation to their card pool, also then punishing them for blocking with foundations, and be able to go, yeah, I'm going to get +1 on my first one, and then if you block the foundations, all of them are going to get in +2, +3. You get more damage the more you string, and it forces your opponent to kind of get rid of attacks if they can't to use blocks because they're going to be like that. I think this is really solid. It punishes your opponent for just playing the game. I'm going to put this into... It's not overly broken, so I'm going to put them into B. I'm sure Mike's going to come in at some point and rip this list apart. Caden, your attacks with a printed blank text box get powerful 3. Okay, this is just a Ryukyu. Response: after you play an attack with a printed blank text box, that attack gains stun 1 or break 1. You may add 1 card from your hand to your momentum. You don't get to draw a card, which makes it worse for Ryukyu. But you're essentially getting a powerful 3 stun 1 on anything you play. And then you also get break 1 on defense. However, this only applies to attacks. It doesn't apply to foundations. If it applies to foundations to be a lot stronger, this goes into D. I like my attacks doing stuff. Original Ryukyu, yeah, it's original Ryukyu that doesn't draw cards. Thanks, yeah. But yeah, I think that's where Caden belongs. D tier. You don't get to draw a card. You are getting stun on everything, but there's better ways to do that. You're getting breaker 1, but you're having to use your attacks to do that. If it was just any blank card, absolute peak. I think that'd be really cool. But again, it would be original Ryukyu. This is Ryukyu at home. But if you see some of his blank, this is why I'm only doing it from here. If I could go back and do the kits, maybe at some point in the future, but off face, I kind of have to just go off that. Imagine he has got some high speed, high attacks, high damage attacks, which allow him to be able to have them blank. Eva, enhanced Show foundation attack gets +X +1 damage. X equals the difficulty of the sacrifice foundation. Reese is too low, Lily's too high, Caden's too low. I'm not sold on Caden. I imagine with his kit he's good, but on face, I mean, I gotta just be on her own. I'm just gonna do it on face. Difficulty foundation 718. Commit 1 foundation after your opponent's ready phase. Draw a card. I mean, so you're an 8-hander if you can commit a foundation. You get to do that. You get to do that fairly early. No, I'm a fan of that. Why? Oh yeah, that's right. Lily can go into B. I'm a big fan of drawing cards, and destroy foundations for the difficulty can be really interesting. You're at minimum always going to get +1 damage. Okay. Where's the rest of what? Okay. There it. Lily's her own FT. I like Lily. Yeah, that was 15 years ago, Mike. The game has changed a lot since then. Go make another post about my bad takes. Natalie, commit 1 foundation, discard one block. After your opponent plays an attack, choose 1 keyword on that attack. That ability cannot be played during this attack's enhanced step. Decent. It's not limited where you can just keep doing that, but you have to discard a card. Response: commit, discard 1 block. After you make a check, that check is +X. X equals discard block modifier. a 721 that I guess if you commit, you can't use the top enhance, so it's kind of you use that to get your kill. And Criminal Foundation, discard a block on Chaos, which has great draw, and Evil, which has great check hacking. To just say you don't get to use one of these abilities, yeah, no, I'm sold on that. What are you doing that for me for? I am sold on that. Hey. Like I said, it's just not for me. I like Lily more than I like Reese. Natalia, we like. Natalia's really cool. Being able to secure a check by discarding a card and going, here's +3/+4 to block modifier, very powerful. And just being able to go, okay, here's your big attack. Here's what you're trying to combo off with. So, no, you don't get to do this one thing you wanted to do. I'm sure Mike is very angry at this. Again, the table is up if you want to come shout at me. I'm welcoming the shouting at. But I'm happy with this list, and the delay should be shorter now, Mike. So you should be able to shout at me and me be able to respond to it a lot quicker. Okay, I'm going to move on to Tides of Vengeance. So this is the second Red Horizon set. Red Horizon Tides of Vengeance, which has a more stacked cast of characters, it seems. Let's go in with Gabrek. 626. Commit after this attack. After this attack deals less than its printed damage, commit up to 2 rival foundations. Commit up to 2 foundations. Commit up to 2 foundations in your opponent's staging area. Response: check a 4 or higher. After your opponent plays an enhanced ability during the attack, this attack gets +1 or -1 damage of your choice. The delay is not improved. I swear I did. That's maximum replay. It might be something on YouTube that I might have to fix it. I hope I don't have to fix it for every single stream. But I don't think I can change it now while I'm going. Stream. Closed captions, dual stream, yes. I don't know then. That's a weird one. I don't know then. The stream manager is, but I don't think it lets me do it while I'm streaming. I swear I changed it. On the stream manager. Anyway, I apologise. I'll try and sort it out for the next time, Mike. I'm going to try and stream a bit more. Gabrek, commit after this attack deals less than its printed damage. I mean, just being able to do you will burn through your deck quite quickly, but be able to DR on every single enhance your opponent does adds a lot of pressure, and then every time they try to deal with you, it's really weird. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing 20 seconds. I swear I changed it. And I think I'd have to stop the stream to fix it. Yeah, it doesn't let me do anything while I'm still streaming. I fixed it for the last time. None of your messages about Natalie got through. Yeah, I don't see any. You might get hit by the Google censor. But anyway, I apologize. 20 seconds is going to be how it have to go in here. Might slow us down a little bit, but that's a pain. But yeah, I like the ability to basically go, all your enhancers are going to close you down. This is before Blitz or attacks all had enhancers. And basically going... I haven't banned any words. And being able to commit this to essentially... after this attack deals less than printed damage, so even if I block, I get to... commit my opponent down. I think that's really solid. I'm going to put that in B. No, I'm going to put that in A because I like the DR. Well, apparently Trash isn't banned because you both said it. Serif, you may attach a Lara to this card as though she shared the same name as this character. Response: after you add a character to your staging area, turn one foundation in your opponent's staging area. So flip one opponent foundation. That card is considered your next control check gets +1. Okay. That's a bit weird. So essentially you can get 8 characters down. I guess there's ways to blow them up. I like the... Not bad seems good. Not bad seems good. Yeah, not bad seems definitely seems good. Your opponent's next check. Your next check gets +1. It's very powerful. Response to flip after adding a character to your staging. You can have access to a whole different character. Stacking engaging characters one. Okay, and it's a 4 cost. I'm going to put it in C just because it has that perpetual check hack, which means even if you're going to take this attack, you're applying additional pressure. This character may not be your starting character. You may attach a lower to some as those. But E, search your discard pile for a character that you could normally attach to this character, and then attach it. This attack gets +2 or -2 damage, and that's just any attack. But you can't have this as your start, so you need to get it out, which immediately puts it down. By the way, we're doing the list because it's not a good starting character. But being able to search, no, it's not. You can't have it as your starting character. Simple as. I don't even know why it has a hand size, and why does it have a hand size and a health total if it can't be your starting character? That's just weird. And yet I am doing. I'm not ranking them all together. I'm ranking every character individually. Just as the mechs will be ranked without Heidi. Which is going to be one of the easiest ones to do. This woof. You may attach to this card as though it shared the same, but you're lower. After you add a character to your staging area, you may gain 2 vitality, or your opponent loses 2 vitality. Your opponent's next control check gets -1. If that control check is failed, it does not end the combat phase. You get him out of an action card, but he doesn't need a health total and hand size. If he can't be your starting character, what's the point of him having a health total and hand size? Can you switch between the angels being being the active character? I don't get why he has a health total and hand size, in all honesty. Definition of that card is now a backup. Which would have a stamina total, I guess. I mean, negating my opponent's checks -1 constantly and burning or gaining health, very powerful, but I think they just go into see each other. I'm sure they were quite synergistic at the time. I mean, he attaches to your starting character. See, I can only go what it says on here. You may attach a awesome to this. Add this card. See, I didn't know that. How am I meant to? From reading this card does not explain this card. It's the best way I can put it. Reading that card does not explain the card. I didn't know he restarts the health total. The cards do not explain that resets the health total. Read Animate Fusion. Make me read things. Animate Fusion. Search all game sources for all copies of Omnil. Add them to your staging area. Then discard one copy of Omnil stuff from your staging area. If you cannot fill any pilots, you lose the game. Omnil comes into play with your current vitality. So it becomes your starting character, but you don't gain vitality because it comes in with your current vitality. So you don't gain vitality. They're all one character. That makes them worse, in my opinion. It makes it a very fun gimmick. But if I was a person first reading them, that makes no sense to me. The fact that I need to have 16 cards to make this one make sense is a bit weird. I'm happy with those on face. If I'm rating them all as 1, then they all go into C. Simple as that. He gets bumped up, but I'm not happy about it. I'm not researching the 10,000. Now, kind of goes off majority rule. If there's 2 in C, oh, fine, well, we'll split the difference, and they can all go in D. I'm sure they were broken, and I'm sure they did. Yeah, exactly. See, Pam's got my back. It's a very cool gimmick, and I would love to see this kind of thing come back for challengers or like have in a fun way. But it's a lot of hassle to be messing about like that. Oh no, I know the 7th Cross characters. I've got the whole like. People, when I announced to people, it's going to be great to see these 7 Cross characters and the whatnot. But Alice, response: after the combat phase begins, name a card. For the rest of the turn, first in the combat phase, your opponent must lose 5 vitality as an additional cost to play the named card. Okay, it's with open deck list. That seems really cool. Commit. Name a non-character card. Your opponent loses 1 vitality for each of the named card in the staging area. Only playable if you have dealt damage to your opponent's turn. So I can do that response going second, right? I can just go response, name a foundation, and go, if you play that foundation, you'll lose 5 health. I mean, that's a one world. Yeah, I mean, did you see Broberg's original Midnight list? That thing was a hassle in itself. I never claimed to be a good player. I claimed to be a decent player. And like that seems like a lot of hassle. Alice seems really dope because like just going first. If you can go, it seems like a lot of fun. You just go, okay, I'm going second. I'm gonna name X foundation. You're gonna burn 5 if you have them in your hand. With open deck lists, I now know what your plan's going to be. If I come across Sun Jinwoo, it's gonna be a case of cool. You're going first. Death Rattle. Do you want to burn 5 to play Death Rattles? Going up against Godzilla, you go, cool, City Rampage. Do you want to burn 5 and play City Rampage? Cool, and if the lower health they get, the worse it is because this can kill. No, I'm down for that. I think... I see. Mike's going to hurt me for this. The fact that you can just apply so much pressure to your opponent and then commit to burn them if they've got multiple copies in the stage, with how consistent and how good this game is for doing that, especially with the fact we now have up to 8, up to 10 copies of cards. I'm going to put Alice in S. Just the ability to put that much pressure on your opponent and force the mental load to go burn 5 or don't play the card seems absolutely solid to me. And the fact you just get to do it in your turn and your opponent's turn, so you just keep applying pressure. If you compare that with cards that let you look at your opponent's hand, so when you go back into their turn, you go, cool, I know you have these cards, because I think she has Spirit Glass values, symbols, maybe not. But yeah, with open deck lists and just being able to see what your opponent's getting, just knowing what their threat, what their kill cards are, that seems really solid to me. Mike's gonna. I said you're gonna be shouting at me. Zoe, add all face down foundations from your card pool to your hand. You cannot play attacks for the rest of the turn. Check a 5. After you play non-throw attack, after your non-throw attack deals damage, turn it face down. So you're choosing between momentum, but you get to stack everything back up. Oh, it's the emojis that are causing you to get through. I don't know what's happening to you, Mike. I don't know why you're getting censored. Being able to pick up all my attacks that have dealt damage basically means I like Alice. I've got the Alice playmat because I think she looks really cool. Zoe seems really decent. The fact that the forms lets you add everything back up, you don't need to do it, and response after your non-throw attack deals damage. I guess it doesn't matter for reversals on the form, but I think Zoe's really decent. I put Zoe into a solid B because you get to just pick everything back up. You are giving your opponent information, but if you've got some cool breaker attacks, you basically into your opponent, block this or deal with it again. That's really weird. I don't know why you're getting sensors for a single heart. I haven't set up a sensor list. There's nothing on my list to say that chat moderations should get caught. Everything on the Nightbot is disabled. I have no idea. Vincent Gray. Oh, that's a big war text. 626, 5 check. Your opponent must remove the top card of the deck from the game. This attack gets plus X damage. X equals the difficulty of the what? X equals the difficulty of the move attack. You make it with 1 foundation from your staging area to play its ability while committed. Commit. Your opponent makes a control check. After your opponent makes a control check to play an attack, that check gets -3. If that control check fails, the combat phase doesn't end. Oh, cool! We got Space Godzilla in Red Horizon. +5 check. So you get to basically say to one of your opponent's attacks, get wrecked. Being able to commit foundations to play this in your opponent's turn, you are increasing their damage, but you get to fuck about with their decks. I'm a big fan of Mill, and the art alone, 626 is fairly style for this guy. You get to mill your opponent for attacks. Multiple was a thing. I've got to remember that multiple was a thing for stuff like this. So I'm going to stick Vincent into A. The check hack doesn't end the turn, which, is more than fair. Don't get me wrong, it's more than fair. Similar to Space Godzilla. The mill for damage can be done both turns. I don't think it needs to commit 1 foundation for you to do it in your opponent's turn. That's my personal opinion. But I think Vincent is a strong A. If anyone knows me from when I played Magic and other things, Mill was one of my favourite things to do. I loved being able to mess about with my opponent's deck, and Vincent does that in spades. Especially on the symbols, being able to do more check hacking, you're just going to get to have a nice soul-crushing control deck. Vespera, lose 2 vitality. After you block with an attack, you may add one reversal card with difficulty 4 less from your hand to your discard pile. Enhances to high attack gets -1 speed. This mid attack gets -2 speed. This low attack gets -3 speed. 630. You don't need to remember multiple if you're ranking characters on face. This is true, but I'm not ranking them on their kit. I'm not ranking her on a kit. I'm ranking them on a keyword, which was a thing at the time. Was multiple not around when Vincent dropped? I don't know the timeline. I'm wibbly wobbly on the time here. I'm sure multiple was a thing at that time. Red moving the goalpost as usual. Look, I never claim to be consistent. I'm going off what I feel at the time. Vespera seems really cool. Losing 2 health to block an attack, pick up a reversal that you get to then play, as well as basically punishing your opponent to go absolutely down. Punish your opponent for every attack they play. Lows getting -3 when they are considered to be the joke of the game, whereas is really weird. But I respect lows enough to know they deserve -3. Vespera, I might get shouted at by Mike, but it's fine. Can go in A. I like Vespera. I'd be tempted to play Vespera. At some point, we're going to get Mike on to do a tier list, and then he can go through it and explain to me how I'm wrong. What we'll do is we'll get Mike to go through all 60 odd tier lists that are going to come through this and explain to me exactly why I'm wrong on each point. Super Skull 133. This is the big wall text. This character gets +1 hand size for each other copy of this card in play. So you start as a 532, but if you get more down, you can go up to being a 6, 7, 8. Because it's each other, so it's not itself. Form. Add 1 foundation from your staging area to the top of your deck once per turn. Add 1 foundation or asset from your opponent's staging area to the top of their deck. So you're securing their check, but you're getting a threat out of their stage at form speed. E. Commit 1 foundation. Choose 1 card in your card pool. It does not count towards progressive rest of the turn. So you're securing your check. You're securing your opponent's check to block. Sometimes it doesn't matter, especially if you can make them draw it, but you'd be drawing yours. I guess it doesn't say face up foundation, so you... Super Skullman can go into... That E-commit is not once per turn, so you can just keep giving things minus progressive. That form is... Oh, wait a minute. That form isn't once per turn. Holy sh... That form isn't one... Oh, he does count over Super Skullman. That form isn't once per turn. You can just de-build your opponent. You could just go... Get wrecked. Your entire board is gone. Good luck drawing more cards. And... What? So... That's nuts. Yeah, no, that's S. That's a fucking S. Go, yeah, cool. You got 10 foundations. I've got 10 foundations. You got 10 foundations. I'm going to stick all of them on there. You're going to draw 5 cards, all foundations. Your next 5, your next 5 checks are going to be 5s. But yeah, no, fucking S. Just nuking a stage for free every single turn. I'm down for it. You need to outbuild. You need to outbuild me, or I'm going to wreck your face. Yeah, no, S. Super Skull 133. That is absolutely. Why isn't this played in retro? Is this banned in retro? This could absolutely wreck someone's day. If you can throw a deck together that just consistently builds, it's got life. So you could just chuck... it's got life and good, so you could just chuck a bunch of free build foundations down there and just keep going, yeah, I'm going to outpace you. No, that's an S. That's an absolute S. Yeah, I'm not a good reader. Satoshi. What? Oh, once per turn. Okay. Why did they put the once per turn in the middle of the ability? I'm lazy. I'm not moving on. No, Reese didn't play Super Skull, man. Reese played. Did I play? I don't think I played it. Did I play against Reese? Reese played Razorhead, didn't he? Or was it someone else? No, it was Max. No, I didn't play against Reese. Oh. It's still solid ability. I like the ability to debuild, secure your next check, and just being able to become a double-digit hand sizer if you're against is really cool. I'm gonna leave it an S. Yeah, you can form or you can debuild yourself, I guess. So you can keep securing your check. Satoshi, you may choose to play the first enhance during every enhance step. Okay. First enhance, check 4. Choose one enhance ability printed on an asset foundation. That ability cannot be played during this attack's enhance step. Oh, you may choose to play the first enhance. Okay, cool. That's very powerful. Enhance your weapon attack gets plus X speed. X equals 4 minus the number of attacks in your card pool. So it's a Vax'ildan from the Challenger where you're getting +3 speed and it goes down as you go in. So you're going to be benefiting from clearing cards. First enhance, check a 4. Choose an enhance ability printed on asset foundation. It cannot be played. So you can just shut down a lot of abilities. Checking a 4 isn't that hard. A 7, 18. The 18 is a bit worrying. But getting to go first on every single enhance just means I get to go cool. First enhance, check a 4. Seal your massive mutant machine. Seal your cape. Seal whatever it is shenanigan-wise you're looking to. It's a shame it doesn't say backup as well, but it wasn't around for backups. It could probably do with an errata to say backup as well. But I like that. I think that's really cool. Oh, that is the wrong card. That is selected for me. Why have you done that? Don't shout at me, Mike. Eh? I didn't make it for Retro when he played it for the rest of the... Okay. Natalie, commit. Play one high or mid attack from your card pool following all restrictions and paying all costs. No control check required. So this is our current World's Retro Champion because Corey was playing it with Thermoblast. I believe Thermoblast is now banned. Is it banned in Retro? I think I think it was on the restriction list. Discard one card, reveal the top 4 cards of your deck. You may add one high or mid card this way. Discard the remaining playable only once per turn. Yeah, no, with Titan attacks, being able to play them for free, I know how powerful that is. S. Natalie, this Natalie being able to play any 4-check attack for free, being able to drop a Colossal Detonation for free, being able to drop any of these very powerful, very high attacks for free, very cool. I'm down for it. Intelligent F-Tier, only card in my time I refused. In my time I had to refuse lending that card out. I like Natalie. Natalie is a more consistent Mina 1, and everyone knows I love my Mina 1, Hero 2, and my Retro. I think this is very cool. And again, just being able to play even just like things like Giant Ice Wall and other things like that, just being able to drop them for free at the end of strings, very cool. Yeah, exactly. It wrecks the design space. It's a card that warps the meta. It deserves to be an S. Caden responds, check a 5. After your opponent increases the speed of damage of an attack commit, flip one foundation is considered black. So, check a 5 after your opponent increases speed or damage. They flip a foundation. Check a 5 after your attack deals damage, destroying face down the foundation in your opponent's staging area. So, that's really interesting. Let me know when you get to the best Hero 2 character. Let me know when you get to the best Hero 2. I can permanently run with Enduring Smash and Barrier Shield forever. Post rotation. Keep on the Siri! That's way too much, my friend. That is way too much. Come on, man. Jeez. Love you, mate. Love you, buddy. Looking forward to seeing you in Spain. We need to know which character you think is the best. Again, feel free to jump in and talk to me on the UK versus Discord table. I'd love to know which one which is the best Hero 2 and Retro character. Being able to permanently play Rejuvenating Smash and Barrier Shield forever. Who can keep picking stuff up? I'm sure we'll get there. Caden seems really cool. Having Ruin on face whenever your attack deals damage, it doesn't say non-throw, and be able to constantly flip your opponents whenever they do anything. So, for each instance they do it, so you can keep flipping with how much Ruin exists and how much we've got on there. Solid A. I want low A, just low A. I'm kind of glazing Red Horizon, so Corey doesn't come at me because I know he will watch these. So hi, Corey, because he's a big Red Horizon fan. I think this Caden's really cool. It synergizes well on face, and just being able to constantly block my opponent's board by going, okay, you've given it 1 speed, flip foundation. You've given it EX, flip foundation. Oh, yeah, I did. One of the best decks I ever played for Nats, where I got top 4, I was playing Midnight 1 with Rejuvenating Smash and Barrier Shield, and it was such an oppressive deck. I absolutely loved it because you go Barrier Shield, Rejuvenating Smash, block, draw, breaker 2, gain 2, draw 2, all the bears. I'm sure Mike is going to have a go at me. Natalie, Super Skullman, I want to see more of. I'm sure I have Super Skullman on display. I think he's in Platinum as well. But I think that's really cool. Let's move on to set 17, the King of Fighters. King of Fighters, this is one where I'm expecting to see more, where, again, characters have a lot of synergies, they work well together. We've just seen the King of Fighters challenges, where the characters have this kind of synergy and work well together. So let's move into Leona. 817 Mothra stats. At the beginning of your end phase, discard a card. Response after you commit any number of foundations to pass a control check to play an attack. That attack gets +2 speed, so we've got Hanj 1 vibes on there. Commit your fire and good attack gets 3 damage. Not a fan of that bottom enhance. The fact you're committing to get that is so specific just to get 3 damage. Being able to just give 2 speed for committing a foundation is really solid. Especially on the symbols where you have ways to re-ready foundations, where you get rewarded for stringing. And with being good on life and fire, you've got great ways to draw cards. Beginning of the end phase is not in the combat phase, so things like Fell Shriek won't trigger. Not too strong. I might be over glazing it because of the response, so I'm going to put Leona in a solid B. Clark, 534. Fire good order. Response on a 4 check. After you take damage, commit one of your opponent's foundations and draw a card. First enhance, commit 1 foundation. This attack gets +1 damage. Each card in your hand, maximum 4, playable while committed. Okay, so that's really so the damage goes down. I guess this is kind of one way you'd want to play reversals and mess about with them. But yeah, after you take damage, commit one of your opponent's foundations and draw a card. So you punish them for You punish reversals would let you draw cards. I guess you can kind of play out, but you're getting damage based on how many cards you have in hand, and your top response doesn't do anything for you in your turn. It's a bit of a mismatch synergy for me. I'm gonna put Clark in D and get a shout out. Terry, this is the Terry that got a reprint recently, I believe. Discard one card from your opponent's card pool. This attack gets plus X damage. X equals the card's discarded control. Only playable during your attack. Solid. Commit one foundation. After you block with foundational asset, add that card to your staging area. Committed and draw a card. Woo. Okay. That bottom response, solid. Yes, you're building and committed, but all Earth and Order, great ways to reduce speed, great ways to interact with attacks. Being able to build up your stage for your next turn, and then discarding cards to get damage, knowing that every time you block, you're going to be able to draw more. Yeah, Terry got. I'm going to put. I wish he had the speed reduction on face, but that might be overkill. Terry goes into S. I think just commit one foundation when we have so many foundations that now ready themselves back up to just go cool, build one in. Early on, that's going to be dangerous. You're essentially saying to your opponent, you can't poke me because I'm going to benefit from it. Joe, discard one card from your opponent's card pool. Change on its attack to any other zone. Ready one foundation that has not been readied this combat phase. Only playable during your attack. Response, commit. After attack deals damage, draw a card. Ugh. We've just seen Reese doing this for cheaper. I think that discard a card from your opponent's card pool is really cool. The fact you get to ready a foundation, change zones, does carry a lot of weight there. You don't get to do it in your first attack, but you are making your opponent's progressive difficulty to block lower. Joe goes into C. As in, I see what it's trying to do, but it's not the best. Andy, this is not the Andy that Mike hates. 627. Response, commit, discard the first card in your opponent's card pool after your opponent plays an attack, not as a block. Reduce that attack's damage to 1. Okay. Can I play this on my opponent's... Can I just play this on my opponent's attack? I guess it's still in the transit zone, because they don't... When you play the card, you can go into the card pool, because you can't just commit, discard the attack, because that would be nuts. Enhance discard one card from your opponent's card pool. Draw a card. This attack gets plus X speed. X equals the number of cards discard from your opponent's combat phase this turn. Ooh. This combat phase only playable during your attack. So you're getting rewarded for stringing. You're getting to put ridiculous speed on attacks. Earth has some decent damage output, so that all is very good. Already having a lot of speed, so you're going to be making sure your stuff hits. I can see where this is trying to go. Being able to just basically say one of your attacks is doing absolutely nothing, and you're punishing them for momentum. Being able to clear schemes. So this would be really good against Equipment Heist if it was allowed. Equipment Heist in Retro, City Rampage in Retro. Just being able to go, you're not going to utilize those abilities. You are cutting your opponent's progressive down, which isn't great. I think goes into C with Joe. Ash 627, commit, add up to 2 mid attacks from your card pool to your momentum. Only playable once per turn. That does not say your turn. Cool. That would include multiple chat. Let's wait 20 seconds to get an answer. And how does this guy momentum? Your attack is +1 speed and +1 damage for each enhance your opponent has played this. Your attack is +1 speed and +1 damage for each enhance your opponent has played. This enhances them playable while committed. Okay. Pop off. Oh. That is sweet. You can't. So you can just clear their first attack. You can just go get wrecked. Your first attack doesn't count. It says clear the first card in their card pool. So can you just clear that card and go, yeah, your first attack doesn't exist. The damage reduction doesn't matter. Am I misunderstanding that? Yeah, no, I'm just reading that bottom enhance. You need a momentum, but you know, it's not hard to do, especially when you can commit to add 2 mid attacks from your card pool to your momentum. Oh, that's so good. But is it? She's a 627. She has no defense on face other than committing to reduce ones down. She's a beast for reversal. But your opponent can just not do anything, which is a good thing to do. There's also lots of responses. I'm going to put Ash in A. I want to put her in S, and I could easily be talked into putting her in S, but I think she's an A. Vice, 627. While you're at Desperation, your opponent must discard 1 momentum as additional cost to play action cards. Interesting. Okay. Nice. Okay, yeah, no. Which one was that? I think that gets bumped up then. Yeah, you can get bumped up to B because you just get to Genkai's their first. You're forcing them to essentially play something. You're essentially forcing them. Ash is a he? Okay, sorry, my bad. They can go into A. That's my bad. I apologize to the King of Fighters fans. But yeah, Andy can go up into B then because being able to clear my opponent's first attack, force them to play with additional progressive or messing about with their actions or other things that they want to play with first. Seems decent. Vice. While Desperation, your opponent must pay one additional momentum to play actions. First form, add the top card of your deck to your momentum. Only playable if there's at least 3 attacks in your discard pile. Easily done, especially with reviewing. Desperation E4+. Your Chaos and Evil attack gets +2 speed, +2 damage. Believe it or not, I'm not reading those, but fair enough. I apologize to King of Fighters fans. I could have read the gender. I just chose to ignore that blue box. My excuse is I don't want to be here till midnight again, and I started 2 hours later than last time. That is my excuse. The fact you can't do anything until you get to 13 health is not great. Yeah, you're getting to build up momentum, but you essentially your first one build momentum and your blank character. I'm sorry, Vice. Down you go. F. I don't like Vice. Mature. Now, I fell in love. This is a card I am familiar with because I got one in a random bunch of cards I got from eBay. 627. While you're in Desperation, cards that will be added to your opponent's momentum during the combat phase are added during the end phase instead. Very powerful. First form, lose to vitality until the end of this combat phase. Your control checks to play mid attacks get +2. Desperation E, your mid attack gets +3 damage. Now, what I'm surprised is with the change of retro matching standard rules, Why wasn't Mature unbanned? I think we're in a place now where Mature can be unbanned. Gotta get this. I think we're in a place now where Mature can be unbanned in Retro. We can be mature about this. Rules have changed. Your opponent gets a turn to set up defense. We're in a place where we don't have that many powerful mid attacks that we can put Mature back into Retro. I think it'll be fine. That said, Mature, even with the changes to Retro, goes into S. Just, yeah. 2 health for +2 check on all my mid attacks. And then once I get to 13 health, all my mid attacks get +3. It's like, cool, yeah. I've got a string out. I'm happy to do it. Come on. It's the mature thing to do. I also, they probably just don't want that many jokes. Iori, Liori, whatever. While you're desperation, there's so many desperation cards. While desperation, your opponent must discard 1 momentum as additional cost to play an ability that would commit a card in your. So you can't stun unless you have momentum. Yeah, you have to be 10. You have to be below 10 health, but damn. Lose 2 vitality if this attack deals damage. Remove it from the game, and that's on your opponents as well. Lose 1 vitality. Your desperation attack gets +2. Now, that's just a desperation attack, an attack with desperation. So you don't even have to be at desperation to do it. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. That is so very cool. So they can't commit you down. You just get to turn off stun once you get to 10. You're on a check hacking symbol as is. Oh, that is. If they try to play like any ability that goes, you need to commit as an additional cost to block this. Go, no, you can't. You need to spend momentum to that. I might just be overviewing how good that is, but Iori goes into A. Yuri, 626, enhance this attack gain. If this attack deals damage, gain 1 vitality and gain 1 resource symbol of your choice. What? If your attack deals damage, gain 1 vitality and gain 1 resource symbol of your choice till the next turn. Okay. After your opponent plays their second non-foundation this turn, search your deck for 1 card that shares 3 resource symbols with you. Oh! Okay! Okay, pop off! So, you let them hit you, you gain a health, and you add a resource symbol. They play their second attack, and you just tutor your deck for any card as long as it shares 3 resource symbols. Okay. Pop off. I'm down for this. Oh, that's so cool. No, tutoring at will and be able to add resource symbols to get additional abilities. S. You get to tutor for any card. You get to add any resource symbol. You get to play cards that have that silly. If it has this symbol and this symbol, you get. Oh, there's so many fun things you can do with that. I love that card. That is. I need to go through my King of Fighters stuff and see if I've got one of those. That looks absolutely insane. Especially with symbol chaining and whatnot. Being able to just go, okay, because this was back when you could play cards that didn't, you could add cards to your deck that didn't share a main symbol with your character. So being able to just go, cool, I'll add the void symbol and now I can play these foundations that have the void symbol. No, fuck it, yeah, no, I'm down, that's cool. I guess you couldn't because of symbol chaining. Yeah, but I'm sure I'm going to get some shit for Yuri, but no, I like Yuri. I think that's really cool. May 627. After an attack would deal 4 or more damage, gain 2 vitality, playable while committed. So we've got Grog at home because this is just gain 2 instead of deal. After your attack deals 4 more damage, gain 2 vitality. Oh hell yes, that's cool. Commit, your attack gets +3 damage and +3 speed. So if any attack you have deals 4 more damage, you gain 2, and you can also commit this to give damage. May, I like that. I like that, but it's very clunky. All they need to do is block. I guess throws exist, but B tier for me. I'm sure, again, King is back. We've just got a brand new King. Well, other people did. I didn't get to get the King because I didn't have points. First form, gain 1 vitality. If you are at maximum vitality, increase your maximum vitality by 1. Interesting. I like that. Commit, your attack gets +1 damage for each card in your opponent's card pool. Very interesting. So you may, after you play a kick attack, you may Naz block. Your opponent adds 1 card from their discard pile to the card. So you just run a kick package and get to pop off and commit. Your attack gets +1 damage. So again, you have to commit just to pump 1 attack. But going second, we get to become a 7/20, and if you can block everything, it's a risky strategy. But being able to increase your maximum vitality is really cool. I'm a big fan of that. Let's. It's still very clunky though. I'm going to chuck King in C and get hurt. Ralph. Put foundation, reveal 1 block card in your hand. For the rest of this turn, you may play an attack that shares at least 2 resource symbols with your character. It gets +X damage. X equals 4 minus the printed block modifier of the revealed card. Only playable once per turn. First in hands, commit. Your opponent discards their entire hand and draws up to their printed hand size -1. Okay, that first E is really weird. It's a great anti-sculptor. Don't waste your time hitting Ralph. It's a great anti-sculptor. It's a great source of damage. I feel like Mike is hinting I should put Ralph into F. But I gotta respect the shenanigans of going get rid of your entire hand by putting them into D. But they would just letting my opponent draw their entire hand size back up, considering there's 8 handers in this level, which means you're just giving your opponent 7 cards at some point. Yeah, no, I would happily go down to like 2 cards and go, yeah, you want to let me draw more cards? Let's go. I'm putting D because it sounds fun, but really we all know he's an F. Now we get to do something really fun. The first lot of champ promos. So we're here with the first lot of champ promos. Now, champ promos were not limited to just worlds back in the day. Pre-blue card. Well, not even pre-blue card, I guess, because we've got some 2020. Pre-pandemic, Nationals also gave you champion cards, similar to what we had with the Wish Tournament. So there's a lot of champ cards out there outside the 20 World Champ cards that we've kind of got. We're less than 20. We've also got a lot of national cards, and there's a lot of people who have their face on multiple cards. We're going to see Garrett Brett a lot throughout this stream. Oh, Phil Birch, where you going to have such tiny writing? Phil Birch, 626. Once per turn, you may play a card whose control matches the control of the card immediately preceding it in your card pool. Add one attack from your discard pile to your hand, only playable once per turn. Okay, so after you play a card. Okay, so once per turn after you play a card. Yeah. So I play Foundation. So if I'm going second, I play Foundation, check an attack, play no Foundation. They both share a check. I get to pick that attack up. Seems fairly decent, and yeah, like if you're going to be stringing out attacks, if you play 2 attacks, you get to pick up your third. Again, seems really decent. And this also includes during the block step. So if my opponent attacks and I block with Foundation, then I block with an asset or another Foundation, I get to pick up. So he's not really a 6-hander, he's a fake 8-hander. E4, enhance, checker 4, name a card type. Your opponent reveals the top card of the deck. If the revealed card is the same as the card type mentioned, this tag gets +2 damage. Good ways to sell that. No, that yeah. A 8/26 in no uncertain terms is S tier. Simple as. Now I was told we didn't have any live action cards. I was told in no uncertain terms, if we ever had a live action card, some people would quit the game. I'm not reading. Only playable during your turn. Even a 7 hand size, a 7 hand size that picks up attacks, still S tier, like you said. You may not play attacks during the first turn of the game. That's okay. We can't anymore. Good job, Paul. Response: discard one card after you make a control check to play a card on your turn. That check gets +2. Only playable twice per turn. Playable while committed. It's the anti-Mark Turner. Oh, this is the anti-Mark Turner. Commit, name a foundation. All copies of that foundation are considered to have a blank text box until the end of this turn. You just get to seal your opponent's. You get to seal all copies of one opponent foundation for the entirety of the turn. The fuck? Not only do we have anti-Mark Turner here, letting you increase your checks by 2 twice per turn, so you get to do it offensively and defensively for discarding a card. But you also just get to go, that foundation that you need to win the game is blank S tier. Fucking get out of here. Nasty, that's a nasty card. Is that that's not playable? It is playable. I mean, you can do it during your first turn. You can, if you think you're gonna fail foundation, you can pitch the attacks that you can't play because of the rules, and essentially get free reviews. Get into S tier. Fucking, that's nuts. Kingdom Meadows 7/19. Choose one non-foundation card in your stage, in your card pool. That card does not count towards progressive difficulty for the rest of the turn. Only playable once per turn. So you can do it to actions. You can do it to assets. You can essentially get a decent attack going and go, yeah, and that doesn't count towards progressive. Response: commit after you completely block an attack. Remove the card you blocked with from the game. Then search your deck for a copy of the removed card and add it to your hand. Interesting. That you have to run 4 rows of everything you're playing to utilize it. Minus progression. Keelan is a solid B. As I said, being like Phil Birch being a solid one, but if you check the copies, there are going to be times where you play a card and you just don't have any more copies, and that sucks. Tim Keefe. Now, if Cameron is here, he's going to have some big feelings about Tim Keefe. 7/20. After the raise step, add 1 momentum to your hand. Then add one card from your hand to your momentum. First E, destroy one foundation. This attack gets 1 speed, 1 damage. Choose Choose 3 of your opponent's foundations. Those cards may not be committed. Those cards may not be committed to in order to pass the check. Only play. Well, yeah, it can only be played when you're. Oh, it's a first E. Ah, that's so nasty. Is this a ratted or my banned in retro? Why does it seem more retro play? Destroy a foundation. It's Tim Keefe too. Either way, this Destroy a foundation, you just get to say these 3 foundations can't be committed. Hello, All for One. Yeah, exactly. You get to do the cool All for One thing at the start of your turn, setting up momentum. I could see a very good Tim Keefe ultimate combination retro deck that could do some really fun things. Because again, you just get to go. Good luck finding one. Retro isn't a real format. I'm sure we could get away with proxies. I'm sure we could get Tim Keefe to pose for some imagery, and we could get some brand new. Tim Keefe. This one goes into A, just because. It's such a risky strategy for 7-hander. But I think Tim Keefe 1 is definitely an A. Would you believe I told you this saw almost... No, I would not. I would not believe that for 1 second. Unless there wasn't any kind of support for what he's trying to do, I would not believe that. That's nuts. Garrett Brett doing his best Simon Pegg impersonation here. 627. This is a fuckload of text. Discard 1 card, check a 4. Once per turn, after a player plays a non-attack card, add 1 foundation with difficulty 3 or less that shares a resource symbol with your character from your hand to your staging area committed. Okay, so you just get to build. I guess you have to discard a card and to do it, but after you discard a card, draw a card. If you've played this ability twice, commit your character. So when you discard the card to build a foundation from your hand, you get to draw a card. Filtering seems good. Discard 1 non-character card. Your attack gets plus X speed. X equals the difficulty of the card discarded to pay this cost. So you discard a card to build in 1 foundation committed, which you then get to draw a card for. You discard a card to give you attack X speed, which you then get to draw a card for. If you play this ability at least, I like the fact it says if you play this ability at least twice per turn, because we know there's ways to ready characters. So yeah. No, yeah, Garrett Brett, you get to go into S tier where you belong, buddy. I should have given Garrett Brett his own section and done all 6 of Garrett's in one go. That might be a good separate segment when we get Garrett Brett on to go through the tier list of Garrett Brett's. Jack Lamborn. This is kind of a very cool Ajin JoJo kind of esque art. 628 response. After your throw attack deals damage, add 1 damage, add 1 throw card with difficulty X or less from your discard pile to your hand. X equals the damage dealt, only playable twice per turn. Check a 5, your attack gets X damage, X equals the number of throw cards in your disc. The fuck? Maximum 4, okay. But if you're adding 4 damage to a 3 damage throw, I didn't know Jack had a beard. Every time I see the last guy. Every time I see the last guy, bro, I think it. Pab, at some point you need to go to Worlds, or we'll get Garrett Brett to fly out to an EU event. He is such a lovely guy. The friendliest and nicest Bret in the game, and the best Bret at there. I'm not even the second best Bret in this game. You got Bret Hillman, who does better than me. When I went to Albuquerque, I was talking with Garrett Bret, saying I wish Bret Hillman was here so we could join teams as the team of Brets. Yeah, Garrett Bret is an absolute amazing player. I really hope the Spanish community get to meet him, because that's going to be such a lovely moment. The art's inspired by Venom. That's pretty cool. It's the hairline. I guess we do have a similar hairline. I don't mind being compared to Garrett Bret. He's a lovely guy. Just being able, I guess you have to check the X to do it. So if your throw does too much damage, you don't get to respond. So you're kind of banking on them blocking. You need to. But again, Jack goes into A. Being able to constantly cycle throws and forcing your opponent into a position where they have to block. I think I can do some Jack. Hey! Mike's just gonna quickly leave the chat. Mike Hardeman 719. Back where his hair was shorter and he didn't have a beard. Commit one foundation. Just gonna blank out that. It doesn't annoy me. Commit one foundation in each play staging area. For each of those cards do not ready during their owner's next ready step. If you have played this ability twice a turn, commit this character only playable during your attack. Commit and discard one momentum. After your opponent's ready phase, they lose 2 vitality, only playable if they have 2 or more committed foundations instead. So that's not tenacious, so you can't. Yeah. So that's not playable while committed, so you can't utilize your ability twice and then also burn them, which seems really weird. What's the point of? Can I ask what's the point of committing the momentum, Mike? Was committing a momentum a thing? I think that it's really cool. But commit and discard one momentum. Did you need to commit the momentum? I'm a big fan of Winter Orb, but I'm not going to put you in F, Mike. The anti-synergy alone, because if you use your oh no, it's commit the character. Okay, I was gonna commit discard one momentum. I was like, oh, you have to commit the momentum. So yeah, if you use the ability twice, you commit your character, but the character needs to be ready, and they have to have 2 committed foundations in their ready step. I get there's other ways to do it, but that feels so anti-synergistic on face. If it was at least 3 times, so you're just trying to like cut them down. I'm gonna put you in D. Don't be mad at me. I think it's really cool what you're trying to do, but the anti-synergy kind of hurt me a little bit there. And the last character that we have of the first run of champion cards, Ben Shoemaker. Destroy one foundation, your opponent discards 1 card, just as a general enhance on death. Sure. The card got a hit a lot in play testings, works with response, committal, and reversals. Yeah, okay. Reversals are cool. D's too high. I like when foundations get ready. You know I like Lock, and this feels really cool in terms of what Lock could be able to do and the freeze strategy. And yeah, so I'm going to put you in D. Exactly as Pam said, there's freeze. 5 response and a 5 check. After your opponent discards 1 or more cards due to your effect, Add the top card of your discard pile to your momentum, only playable during your attack. Okay! This fucks. On death, when you've got lots of ways to keep building back in, just forcing your opponent to discard their hand, it seems really powerful. Be able to get free momentum when your opponent is forced to discard from your ability, and basically cutting down. Ben, you can go into A. You're not really giving damage, but you are doing very silly things. Ben goes into A. Well, there's a lot of freeze now, Mike, and there's some cool cards that interact with freeze. We could see a Mike Hardiman revival in retro if anyone can just find the cards. Toothless. What's a Toothless? I like Ben Schumacher. Got a little alligator on his head, bee on his shirt. It's really cool. A 7 hand size that punishes my opponents. I like that. Getting good synergy on face and just get wrecked to the entire hand. I think that's really cool. I'm not moving Mike up or down. Mike can. You're still at the bottom of this section. That might make you happy. Toothless is the crocodile in Ben's head. That's cool. If anyone wants to make a joke about Mike being a bottom, it's there and ready to go. Let's move on to King of Fighters, Rulers of Time. Now, this isn't the impossible one to find, right? Toothless is an admiral. Yeah, but so's Ford. And I'm still going to make jokes about Ford. Yeah, so that's what you get. Cooler. I swear we've done this one before. If you block an attack, your block gets breaker 1 on a 5 check. Decent. Add 1 ready foundation from your staging area to your hand after your opponent plays an enhanced ability on a non-character card. Cancel its effects. This attack gets +2 speed if your opponent plays an ability. If you play this ability while wants to commit this card. Okay. Neomax is next, and that's the impossible one to find. So you get to add a mini foundation to your staging area to your hand and cancel an opponent's enhanced ability. And if you do it twice, you commit the card. Ready foundation, but all your blocks getting breaker 1 seems decent. Just especially with Evil having its check hacks, Water having its card pool stuffing. Cooler is definitely the only bad character in Team K. I like her. She is going in C for CK. Cool card. Card spelled with a K. K. If you both attack on a 4 check. Oh, actually, I see why this one is the bad one. Because that's on a 5. Yes. I see why this is on a 4. If you block this attack, your block gets breaker 1. Immediately, there's my comeuppance. Add 2 foundations from your staging area to your hand. Add 1 combo attack with a printed difficulty of 5 or less from your discard pile to your hand. Your next combo attack gets -3 difficulty or -3 to its block modifier. Okay, that 627 that just goes, 1 cheaper, my block gets breaker 1, and I will pick up these 2 committed foundations, because it doesn't say ready, to add 1 combo attack with printed difficulty 5 or less to my hand, and then, my next block modifier gets -3, or my next attack gets +3. -3 difficulty. I like K. K goes to S because I like my fake 600s and just be able to go, My block, also being able to block is very easy. Can go to S. Has nothing to do with. I think this is the one that Apple really loves, and Apple and Squire would hurt me at the next event, and I'm planning to actually go to a couple of events in the next few weeks. Shen, if your attack is blocked, your opponent removes 2 cards in this gap out from the game. Mill. Commit 1 foundation. After your opponent removes 1 card from their card pool. After your opponent removes 1 or more cards from the game, add 1 card from your card pool to your hand. Only playable So my attack gets blocked. My opponent removes top 2 cards of this card from the game. I commit a foundation. I pick the attack back up. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah. No notes. That's really solid. He was about to 1%. Okay, that's fair. Shen, no, I have no notes for Shen. That's if this attack you just got, yeah, cool. If my attack gets blocked, books on reversal as well. It's a mill strategy, and you just get to pick an attack back up after your opponent removes cards. So you play the reversal. You go, if you block it, I'm going to remove the top 2 cards of your deck. They go, cool, they block it, they move to you, pick the reversal back up, and you go, do it again. I have the reversal back. They go, okay, yeah, no. I'm going to put you in S, because that sounds like a lot of fun and a lot of pain for my opponents. Elizabeth, I do believe I have this card. Elizabeth, first form, discard momentum, add 1 card from your discard pile to your hand. We have our fake 6. Why do we have so many momentum abilities with no chaos? Commit, after you play an attack, not as a block, your opponent discards the top 8 card. And this has gut punch symbols. There we go. Cameron is on my Cameron. I'm 20 seconds behind you, but yeah, this has gut punch. Why did I play? I can't remember. Why did I? Whenever we played Old Dogs back at Nats before set 2 rotated, I played. I cannot remember his name, but he basically. I just didn't run low blocks because I could change things to mid or high. Elizabeth is cracked. I'll discard a momentum, which I can get for free with lots of abilities, to pick up a gut punch, and then I'll play the gut punch, and you will mill. Is it competitive? No. Does it not belong to be as high as where I'm going to put this? Absolutely. But she's going in A. Because... Oh, there's Duo. That's who I played. Because milling my opponent for 16 consistently makes her an A. So she goes in A. Playing this with Breaking. Exactly. Playing this with Breaking. Going, mill 8. Already my character. Let's do this again. Oh! Yes, Pam. I like this. I think I found my new retro character. Oh, that's... how many of the Godzilla cards that say ready your character have got these symbols? I think we can build a substantial mill deck. Oh, we can do some silly things with this. Absolutely, we can do some silly... I love this. I love this a lot. Cameron at some point sent me a message. Exile the mill. She just exactly. She just gets to chew to her discard to pick up. Absolutely belongs to be an A. I could be convinced to put an S quite easily, but Duo. Checker 4. Reveal the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck. Your opponent removes all non-attack cards removed this way from the game. Returns all attacks to the top of the deck face down. Your opponent may shuffle their deck, only playable during your attack. Yeah, she gets to grab Breaking a Gut Punch, exactly. She gets to grab Warp Gate Paul. Pab, that's the real tech. She gets to grab Warp Gate Paul. Yes, you're running a 1-check, but who cares when you get to grab it every single turn? Only playable during your attack, and then change this attack's zone to high or mid. This attack gets +1 speed. Now, I ran this in New Dog's old tricks because I had things like Barrier Shield, and then you'd run things like Showdown and mid-block breakers, and you just get to mess with your opponent. I think the entire deck, despite being illegal and me not realizing it was illegal, and yeah, I just being able to mill all my opponent's foundations consistently, and then also have this guaranteed ability to block if I was running lots of speed hate, which Void, All, and Death have an abundance of. I really like Dio. Sidebar, she also gets to unteam your Meshi to duplicate that first form. Yes, she does. Duo, I absolutely love Duo. The ability to score, I don't need lows. Duo goes in A. I was able to beat a Goro with Duo. I can't put him below an A. If Goro is an S and Duo had the ability to beat Goro, Goro is an A. Minimum. Billy, 627 response 4-check. After you have to attack deals 2 or less damage, your opponent adds 1 foundation from the staging area to their hand. Interesting. Enhanced commitment foundation. After you attack with printed damage deals 2 or less, it gains multiple 1. So you just chuck a bunch of. This is the one time I probably play Patchwork Babies and never increase the damage. You just put a load of low damage attacks in there, and you just death by 1,000 cuts them and multiple it. I can feel Mike over my shoulder going, "Shut the fuck up! It's a bad card." Okay, yeah, shut. Billy, welcome to F. It's a fun strategy. And in sealed and other things, if I was building a cube, Billy would go in my cube. But perpetuating is a ability based on low damage attacks just leads to long games. Billy is silly. Thank you, exactly, Cameron. Psyche. 719. First of all, lose 2 vitality, add 1 air or death asset from your discard pile to your staging area committed. Interesting. E, add 1 asset from your staging area to your momentum. Your attack is +2 damage. So they work well together. I like that a lot. Just first of all, get a committed foundation asset. Now, I'm sure there's a bunch of really cool assets that do some cool stuff committed that is really cool for her to have. Also, just being able to add assets to your staging area committed. On the symbols, like Chaos, which has got the AOT Dangerous Gambit, which lets you build them in from your staging area. Being able to just build Cape in this committed is really cool. I could see this slapping. She goes infinite in retro. Okay, you're gonna have to explain that to me at some point, Mike. But I'm gonna put. Dude used an asset clog that put clog 2 for both players whenever it left the stage. Oh, okay. I was gonna put her in A, but we respect the going infinite in this house, so she can go into S because she can go infinite, and characters like Bridget that can go infinite get to go in there. And I'm sure when we get to the latest set of Godzilla, and on Sunday when we talk about it again, Cameron, we'll have a conversation about other things that can go infinite. Kyo. Commit foundation after you check an attack, add that checked attack to your momentum. Decent symbols for that. But you have to commit on top of committing the foundations to pass the check. Dramatic slash military airship. Ooh, yeah. Commit after you make a control check to play an attack. That attack gets plus X. X equals. After you make it, commit after you make a control check to play an attack. That attack gets plus X. X equals. Gets plus X. Oh, gets plus X and X damage. X equals the number of cards in your momentum. Okay. I mean, we've got the new TMNT cards that count, that have foundations that count as assets that she could build in. So, I guess we have to find one on her symbols. But yeah, I can see her doing silly things. You need momentum to pop off that second ability, and you're having to do a bad check in order to. I guess you can respond, commit one foundation, add it to your momentum, commit, get +1 damage, +1. I don't like it. D. I see what he's trying to do. Not a fan of it. D. This isn't the 4-handed Mortal Kombat. Go! 5 hand, 35 health. Before you take damage from an unblocked attack, reduce that attack damage by 1. It's bad grog. Response after your attack is blocked. Your next attack's turn gets +6 damage and +6 to its control. To X equals the printed block modifier of the opponent +1. If you have more momentum than your opponent, draw a card. Ooh, okay, okay. So we got Gentle Criminal here, but only for your block. You don't get speed, you get damage, which is decent. And if you're putting this on throws, I don't like the fact that if you're taking damage, you take 1 less, because you're still trying to give your opponent momentum. But I can see a decent Goro throw deck, and that response is really cool. But is it though? No, yeah. Gentle Groglow. Grog at home. Goro can go in B because it requires your opponent to block, and your opponent can just kind of just go, ha! No, I'm not going to block. You're a 5-hander. I will happily go into a trading of blows with you. Benimaru has not changed much over the years. Jeez. I mean, this is Benimaru now, and that's Benimaru then. He has not changed much. 720, you're taking stun 1 or +1 to its stun rating first turn. Oh, okay, so he's always been a manipulator of stun ratings. Mike's aggressively chatting to. Sorry, Psyche. He, not her. I do apologize. I'm just gonna refer to I'm just gonna go to gender neutral pronouns. It's easier. Benimaru, commit if your attack deals damage. Your next control check gets to play an attack gets +X. X equals the attack stun rate. Ugh, no. Look, if you want the Benimaru, I've said just what's off. I want stuff from the world's prize table, prize wall. I'll happily give you that for some stuff from there. I don't want the Benimaru. You're more than welcome to the Benimaru. I also have a Chun-Li Alt-Art and a Superfly Chrome I need to get rid of. We can sort it out at the Godzilla pre-release, because I should be coming up for the Godzilla pre-release. Let's get some additional lighting. Boop. There we go. I don't like the fact you have to commit and you can only get +1. I know your worlds next week. If you're winning worlds, you can just send one of the. You can just send. You can just send Kai or someone else to do it for you. You can send Kai or Rocco to go playing the prize, do the prize stuff for you. Whoever's not doing well. I don't like the fact you have to commit just to get one, and stun 1 on everything is decent. +1 to its stun rating, so you could get a +3 to one of your checks. It's very risky, and it has to deal damage, so you incentivize your opponent to block your high stun ratings. Benny Mario can go in C. When it's doing its stuff, it's going to be very powerful, but there's going to be times where it just doesn't do anything. Raiden looking very different with his Mexican wrestling outlet outside rather than his usual hat. 627, reveal 1 random card from your hand. Your non-powerful attack with printed difficulty 4 gains throw for the rest of the turn. Your non-powerful, so all non-powerful attacks. No. Reveal 1 card in your hand. Your non-powerful attack with printed damage equal gains throw for the rest of the turn. I guess you can do it on all of them anyway. Enhance commit your throw. Your throw attack gets +1 damage each of a throw. So you're just rewarded for playing throw difficulty 4 cards that you can give throw to every single one as long as you've got a card in your hand. That's fairly decent, but you have to commit, so it's the last throw you do to give it all the damage. You can go into D. You're not giving damage to everything. You are giving cool things throw. Check out the Team Kim the card Team Kim. It gives real power with some of these guys. Okay. This is why I got someone here to consult me, but that was asking a lot of people. Team Kim responds after your opponent adds an attack as your opponent plays an attack not as a combat, you gain 3 vitality. It makes sense. Response after you reveal 1 more card from your hand to pay the cost. Reveal top card of your deck. If it's an attack with a printed 4 difficult. Okay. So Team Kim makes that a lot easier to pop off. There's Kim. So you basically get to kind of secure your next check as well as keep adding them to your hand. I did say I was doing off face. I wasn't in 2 minds. I'll bump up to a C. Kim 628. Reveal 1 card in your hand. Your kick attack gets +X damage. X equals 4 minus the printed control of the revealed card. X equals 4 minus the printed. So you're rewarded for playing low control cards. So if you reveal an attack, you get +1 damage. If you reveal a foundation, you get minus. You get not. Yeah. You get -1 damage. And so you want to have a 1 control or 2 control in your hand just to get that's clunky. Commit 1 foundation, discard 1 card after you play a combo attack. Add 1 kick card from your card pool to your hand. Okay. So you play the combo attack. I guess you might break the combo because it's a response. That just seems That just seems really clunky. I'm going to have to put that in F. I don't know why that just seems so very clunky. I thought, yeah, that's what my assumption was, that he had 2 at 1 checks. He kind of boxed into playing their kit. Not a fan of that. Hua. Reveal 1 card in your hand. Change the zone of this attack to any other zone. If it is blocked, if the block zone of the reveal card matches the block zone of this attack, it gains 2 speed. So you're benefiting from basically just changing it to the same zone as the one you revealed. If your combo attack deals damage, add 1 other combo attack from your card pool to your hand. Only playable if you've changed the zone. Okay. he may very well be. But like I said, I'm not taking into account their kits. I will take into account keywords and other abilities that exist. But Kim is clunky as fuck. Hoa, you seem fun. You require silly combo stuff. You can go in D. Maxim. Now, this is one I do know I have because I've got a couple copies of him. 627 on a 5 check. If you block this attack, your block gets break 1. So similar to what we've seen with the other guys and girls. Add 1 foundation from your staging area to your hand. This attack gets +2 and -2 damage, your choice. Discard 1 foundation. If your non-for attack deals damage, draw 2 cards. Okay, so if that second enhance was speed, I'd be a lot more down for this. But essentially, you're urging your opponent to block this card. I don't like it. I like the breaker. I like just be able to check 5, get breaker. Adding a foundation to my hand to then discard, very good synergy. But you need to deal damage with a non-throw, which is a big issue. Discarding cards from my hand to hopefully draw cards. You're playing a net sum game here. I'm not a big fan of that. C. A fair amount. I think there's at least been 3 that give breaker. So I know Kay did it, I know Elizabeth did it, and I know Maxim did it. There might have been a couple of others, but I guess it was like kind of like their team mechanic that they do that. That's pretty cool. So yeah, rules of time. Kirishima was a bad Maxim, and Kirishima got nerfed into the ground. Oh damn! I'm in trouble for putting him in C, I guess. But not a fan of that. Not a fan of that at all. Yeah. Oh, it's Killer, Maxim, and K. Cool. Neomax. The impossible box to get hold of. As far as I'm aware, this was put into distribution, put into stores, and then whatever didn't sell was destroyed. They weren't able to keep it. They weren't able to like resell it. They weren't able to put it at discount. Whatever didn't sell was destroyed. I think there's rumors there's one sealed box that exists out there somewhere, but this is a product that is impossible to get hold of. Now that Universes is working with King of Fighters again, maybe we might be able to see a reprint of this because that would be really cool and great retro support. But as that's what I'm aware of, that this was all destroyed. Let's have a look at CI. First form, add 1 card from your hand to your staging area face down. That card is considered a foundation blank text. Oh, it's Kirishima. This is a cool Kirishima. Destroy 1 face down foundation. Your opponent discards 1 card. Your opponent may lose 3 vitality to cancel this effect. Only playable once per turn. Decent. Your attack gets +2 speed. Your opponent may discard 1. So, you're giving your opponent a lot of choice here. You're letting your opponent discard a lot of cards to interact with what you're trying to do. And if your opponent has a bad hand, if your opponent knows that this is your last attack, and or can at least figure out this is going to be your last attack, or wants to get rid of cards that don't do anything at the moment, or is even just stuck with a handful of grey, you're giving your opponent the chance to filter, to get rid of cards in their hand, and that's always risky. At the same time, you can also, if your opponent's trying to sculpt into the perfect hand, you can apply a lot of pressure to get rid of that. It's a very risky card that can often come down to RNG. Being able to just build the top card of your deck face down with overhaul symbols seems really strong. Being able to destroy it face down and get out of deadlock at form speed, so at the end of your turn you can destroy when you're committed face downs and just go, yeah, cool. still seems decent. I'm going to put them into B just because I think there's some cool synergistic stuff there, but not the biggest fan of it. Chin, this is the one that Cameron said to look out for. Chin, this before the game begins at the top. Before the game begins, add the top 2 cards of your deck to your staging area, face down, committed. They are considered to be foundations. So you start with 2 foundations. The fuck? First of all, destroy 1 face down foundation. For the rest of the turn, your attacks get +2 speed, and your opponent commits 1 foundation. And your opponent pays 1 foundation as an additional cost to play any enhance or response. The fuck is this card? So, first form, I block foundation. You want to break me, you want to reversal me, you want to interact with anything I'm doing in my turn, you pay a foundation. On top of that, starting with 2 face down foundations is immediately nuts. Yeah, that's an S. That is an absolute S. I can see why they're banned, and they hopefully are banned in retro. There's a reason Chain is banned. It's the reason value. Whoa. Yeah, Pam, that is an annoying character. Well, also welcome Nick. Thanks for joining us. Let's move on to Athena. First form, add the top card of your deck to your staging area face down. It is considered to be a foundation. Yeah, cool. Destroy 1 face down foundation as an E. Add 1 foundation that can normally be played from your hand to your staging area. You may play an additional hands before passing priority to your opponent. Playable only once per turn. So not only can I use a committed face down to this, I can just play a foundation from my hand, and then I get an additional enhance on top of this. So it's essentially, that's kind of cool. On life as well, be able to go, okay, I'll destroy a face down foundation to play new training method, building another foundation, committed. Cool. Be able to drop a surprise, manly passionate guys, or desperate plea, going, cool, I'm going to be able to block this and pull in a new one. That is so nasty. I really like that. I don't think it's busted, but I think it's deserving of A tier. Takuma, all order E, check of 5. Your face attack, okay, multiple, yeah, duh. Your face attack gets +2 damage for each air and order card attacking your card pool. Doesn't say face up air and order attacking your card pool, so that does count multiple. Because they come in as copies, so I imagine they still have the same resource symbols. They've got blank text box. I'm happy for someone to correct me on that. Commit 2 foundations, draw 1 card, only playable if you've dealt damage this turn. There's an Athena, reason Athena won Worlds. Yeah, she's good. Although, if you look at other Worlds winners and their placements, my opinions are not always consistent. Form creature foundations, draw 1 card. Not once per turn. Only playable if you've dealt damage. This is a Deku. This is a Zuko Midoriya for your hand. You can just keep committing foundations to draw cards. Yes, you'd have no defense, but you'd have a full hand, which seems decent. But yeah, so if you drop this and then got a multiple, you could play your next card. You could play your next face attack and get a ridiculous amount of damage. And it also doesn't say non-throw. It's a bit clunky, so I'm going to put it into B. But that... no worries, Cameron. I've counted a bit. I'm going to move to A. I was going to put B, but then just... on the symbols that I know of, there's ways to re-ready. There's ways to mess about with that. And be able to just get a massive attack that can ignore face downs or do some other silly things. I can see them going as an A. Rio, or if you listen to my rant about the redemption star, Roy, because I don't know how to read. 628 air fire order. Your punch attack is plus damage for each attack in your card pool. You may discard one card to give it plus 1 speed for each attack as well. Decent. First E, if your punch attack is completely blocked, your opponent loses vitality equal to its printed damage, only playable if you have no cards in hand. Okay. So that could kill, which is really cool. So if you can get your opponent low enough, it can kill. And you can discard cards to kind of get. So on your third attack, you can kind of go, this is dealing printed. But you're sacrificing all your defense to do that. No cards in hand. You are just going in with a slugfest. I'm going to hit you, you're going to hit me, and one of us is going down. Yes, you can. Yeah, I know there's ways to draw cards and stuff like that. Let's see. It's cool and it's synergistic on face with what you're trying to do. I'm just not a big fan of. And despite how my playstyle, at some Worlds events that you can still go and look at, might show me. I'm not a big fan of just playing every single card in my hand going, if you got it, you've got it, despite how I have played in the past. It's more I'm more doing that for entertainment than actually thinking it's going to be a viable strategy. Robert, 629, 4 check, enhance. Your attack gets plus 1 speed for each attack preceding it in the card pool, so it doesn't count itself. Enhance your kick attack gets powerful X. X equals the number of face-up attacks in your card pool. You may discard 2 cards from your hand in addition to paying for this attack's powerful cost. Okay. So if you place your third attack, you get powerful 2s. Your fourth attack, you get powerful 3. And you may discard 2 cards to get plus, to do the powerful twice. And then you're also going to get plus 3 speed for checking a 4. It's synergistic. I like it. If you can get some low cost attacks going off, it can pop off really well. Yeah, let's pop that into B. Again, I'm not a big fan of discarding anything out. I like the synergy of it, which we should put it above like Rio. Let's jump in with Ash. They are Air, Death, Void. Response: after you play an enhance, after you pass an enhance, your attack gets plus 1 damage. Oh, it's Avalor. Cool. Destroy one asset. This attack gets plus 2 or minus 2 speed, your choice. You may play 3 more. The fuck? Destroy one asset. This attack is plus 2 or minus 2 speed. You may play 3 more enhances before your opponent gets priority back. I'm sorry, what? So not only am I reducing your speed, I can mess with it more, or I can just get 3 damage. So in my opponent's turn, I just get to go minus 2 speed, reduce my speed more, make you discard cards. You don't get to interact with these enhances. Cool. Or I go into my turn and I get to go, I'm going to blow up an asset, plus 2 speed, and then I'm going to pass 3 times for 3 damage. And it's on symbols that TMNT has foundations that count as assets, as well as backups that count as assets. Yeah, no, Ash seems really good. They can pop up into A, into S. Is it an S? I need to be more selective with my S's. I don't want to get shouted at. Yeah, the fact that you're forcing you can play an attack and just go, cool. Are you going to do anything about it? No, cool. You can walk away with just 1 damage sometimes, I guess, but at the same time, you can just blow up an asset and get 3 damage and go, yeah. Terry, 627. Your non-throw attack is +1 speed, +3 damage. Only playable if the preceding attack is a non-attack card in your card pool. So for I guess multiples still count as attacks, but if you echo, that's not an attack. That's a face down card now. Commit 1 foundation. Draw 2 cards. Hey, it's the All Might 3 effect. That's cool. So you get the All Might 3 effect of being able to draw 2 cards, and your non-throw attack gets +1 speed, +3 damage. If you can play attacks, if you can play foundations or actions that don't count as progressive, you just get to really pop off. If you can play cards that clear themselves, that can really pop off. If you play echo attacks, it can really pop off. And then once you're done, or when your opponent launches their first card, you commit 1 foundation to draw 2 cards. We've seen with All Might 3, that's a very powerful ability. A. Terry can go into A. May is discard 1 card, add 2 cards from your hand to your card pool face down. Your opponent chooses one of those cards and turns it face up. If the chosen card is an attack, you may play it as a with -3. You play it at -3 difficulty, following all restrictions and all costs. That attack is +3 speed. Discard all non-attack cards from your card pool. That's really interesting. So it gets rid of the other card that was in there because it's face down. And if you need to get rid of other face downs, if you need to get rid of some card pool clogging, you can do that. Commit, draw 2 cards. Only playable if you've discarded at least 1 card from your card pool. This combat phase, your combat phase ends. Okay, so you do that at the end. I just need to blow my nose. There you go. Mic's back on. Okay, so technically a 9-hander because you get to draw 2 cards if you've been able to play them. I guess when you could attack going during the first turn, this was a lot more powerful. Going second, you don't really get to form as much because you still have the, I guess, discard all non-attacks from your card pool. You can't form in your set. You can't form going second at all. You discard all of your foundations, and then you would essentially draw 2 cards. So you're going down 3 cards to draw 2. A lot more powerful, I guess, back when you could attack going first, and you could just play some really big attack. I think it's still very good. Even without that loss of synergy. So I think a solid B for me. I'm sure Chris Smith is going to have a go at me for that. I think he's a big May fan. That's fine. Chris doesn't watch your UVS content anyway. Kyo. During your turn, your opponent's cards get +1 difficulty and +1 to the block modifier for each face-up attack in your card pool. Interesting. Discard 1 momentum. Your attack gets +1. Your Chaos Fire attack gets +2 speed, +2 damage. So you need momentum for it, which is okay for Chaos and Fire. Also has some good ways to do it. But during your turn, your opponent's reversals and blocks get 1 heart of each face-up attack in your card pool. So blocking with attacks, card pool stuffing yourself with attacks directly affects your opponents. I like this. Yeah, no. Yeah, it doesn't count. Yes, it doesn't count some of the other silly things you can do, but basically just +1 difficulty and +1 to the block modifier is immediately solid. I'm going to put that in A just for that one ability up there. Just be able to go in my turn. If you want to stop me, all my attacks essentially have 1 speed. That's an absolute minimum threat. which is and because it's plus one to the block modifier, it's kind of uninteractable. I think that's really solid. Moving on to K, Death Evil Void. Your attack gets -1 speed. Your attack gets -1 speed. The next attack you play, this turn gets +3 speed. Only playable during your attack. So you reduce the speed of the first attack to give the next one +3. Very cool. I think we've seen this before. I think we've seen this in a more recent character, which negates one. It does something to your current to increase the next. If your combo attack deals damage, both players destroy one of their foundations. I like that. Basically, yeah, you need to block, but yeah, it's going to keep getting harder. Yeah, you are blocking your own stuff, but with Void and Death, there are good ways to mitigate it. And because you're the one building the deck, you can build it with ways to build more foundations quickly. As well as just going, yeah, my next attack is going to get +3. And because that's not a cost, you can... I only play with during your attack, that's fine. Yeah, that's a solid A. Iori. Your non-for attack deal... After your non-for attack deals damage, remove it from the game. Your opponent loses vitality equal to half the difficulty of the attack. Rounded up, only playable once per turn. Lose X vitality. Your attack gets +X speed. X equals this attack's control. If you have played this ability twice per turn, draw 2 cards, then discard a card. So you're burning a lot of health, but you're going to be able to give speed, and then once you've played it twice, you're going to start drawing cards, discarding cards. You're always going to be upper hand size. It's feeling very pony-esque. Because also, if you can get them to deal, if you get your non-throw attack to deal damage, your opponent's going to, you get to move the game, and then your opponent's going to lose vitality equal to half its difficulty for one of them. But all of your attacks are going to be coming in with this high speed, and I think that's really cool. It's very evil fire coded. The chaos just seems to be there to help the string, but I'm going to put it into B because I'm not a big fan of like losing 4 health every attack. I'm not a big fan, or even if you are getting 4 speed. Ash, they're back again. Choose one attack or action in your opponent's discard pile. Play 1 card from your hand into your card. Play 1 card from your hand into your card pool face down as a copy of the chosen card with a resource symbol of your choice, following all of the restrictions and paying all costs. Only playable once per turn. Your attack gets +X damage. X equals the number of enhances your opponent has played. So we've got that enhancement damage. We don't get the speed this time, which is a bit of a drag. But being able to just choose any action or attack in our opponent's discard and utilize a card in our hand that isn't going to be doing anything and turning it into an attack. I am a big fan of this ability. I know there's a My Hero Academia era card that does something very similar, and I'm a big fan of that card in general, of that card as well. Just being able to do that to anything, being able to essentially play a card as a sweeping deck, but copy everything. I'm down for that. I think that's very cool, very powerful. I don't think it's enough to get it into S. But I can. Is it? Once per turn, it is only the once, and then all your attacks get plus equal to them. The second enhance is very risky because your opponent might just be waiting until you pass, and then you do have this threat, so you are kind of taxing their mental load. But I think they go into a solid A. So this is Neomax. Don't expect to encounter many of these characters at Retro. They're very hard to come by. I would absolutely love to get my hands on some of these cards. I don't think I have ever seen these cards in person. I'm sure people like Nick Reagan and others have them, but they seem really cool. I really hope we do somehow see more of these cards. It's a shame Rob isn't here because we're moving into Mega Man, and I know Rob is a big Mega Man fan. As we move into cards, I'm going to start to know a lot more of. Okay, we are going at a much faster pace. We've gone through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sets in 2 hours. I'm down for that, but compared to like the 3 hours it took us to get through the 107 last time, but then again, we probably haven't done 107 in the 2 hours. But we've got a long way to go. However, I'm confident we can get there. Mega Man, how many characters do you have? Not a lot, let's go. Alec Man, commit 1 foundation, your attack gets +1 speed, +3 damage. Commit if there are 2 or more attacks. If there are 2 different attack zones in your capital that do not match, discard 2 cards from your capital and draw 3 cards. So you're essentially clearing your capital, drawing 3 cards, and being rewarded for playing cards of a different card zone. Now, it doesn't say printed, so if you've got ways to to change zones, that's really cool. Be able to commit foundations for +1 speed, +1 damage, +3 speed is absolutely awesome. And yeah, there are times that this is not going to be able to fire, unfortunately. So I'm not going. It's not an S because it's not consistent. But I think Alec Man is a solid B. Cutman, that is a lot of text. 7 for 19. After 1 or more cards are removed from your momentum due to your opponent's during your opponent's turn, add the top card of your deck to your staging area face down. Not committed. That's really important. Destroy 1 foundation. Your attack gets +1. Destroy 1 foundation. Your attack gets +X damage. X equal your next control check. Your next control check to block gets +X. X equals 3 minus the printed difficulty of the destroyed foundation. So minimum of 0. So if it's release, but without this stipulation, so if I can destroy a face down foundation which has 0, I get 3. +3 for destroying face foundations. Really cool. Being able to destroy a foundation, that's a free cost. Yeah, and being able to destroy a free cost foundation to get 3 damage, also very cool. That's Cutman seems really decent. There's no committal for the removal, so every time I spend a momentum in my opponent's turn, I get to build 1 face down, and then I can sack the face downs to get +3 to my check to block on a 7-19. That's A. Just gotta find a way to consistently get momentum, which on those symbols isn't that hard. There's a lot more cards these days that can chuck momentum, especially if we look at the Ibarra cards on water that can just chuck low cards into momentum. You can really pop off a little bit there. Bombman, 629. Discard 2 cards. Your unblocked face-up attack gets +3 damage. Your unblocked face-up attacks get +3 damage for the rest of the turn. So you're forcing your opponent to block or take additional damage. Love that. If your attack is partially blocked, your opponent destroys 1 of their foundations. That's just an E. That is... Yeah, no, that is just an E. No once per turn, no limits, just going cool. If you don't block it, you take 3 more. If you partially block it, you lose a foundation. If you choose to take everything unblocked, you're just taking damage. And if you don't, you have to block everything, and you have to have perfect zone. So essentially, you're saying to your opponent, perfect block this, or don't block this at all. I think Bombman can go into a solid A. Proto Man, the starter character. One of the characters I learned to play watching. Discard one card from your card pool, only playable once per turn as an enhance, and a commit. Discard one, spend momentum. If this attack is blocked, it deals no damage. A 7/20 that has an Omni block on face for momentum, and ability to clear card pool. Very good learning tool, very decent ability. C. It's another all for one that says if it's blocked, deals no damage. I like that. Especially on a 7-hander, and just be able to clear from card pool. A very cool basic ability. See, the other starting character, Mega Man, commit. Your range attack gets +4 damage. Discard one card, commit one of your opponent's foundations as an E. Not as fun. Committing to give your ranged attack being keyword locked for damage is still decent, but I discard a card to commit one to choice commit one of my foundation. That definitely goes into D. Now, sticking with my non-consistency, this one goes into C just for the art. And anyone who want to fight me on that, I will happily take that fight. Mega Man has the exact same abilities, but the art is much cooler to look at, so it goes into C. This is my tier list. I'll do what I want. Iceman. Commit, discard all multiple copies from your card pool, and then add the top card of your deck to momentum for each card discard. Ooh. Okay, pop off. Response after you check 2 or less, draw 1 card. Now I like this because this takes into account Breaker as well as natural checks. Now I believe at the time Breaker affected the difficulty, not the check. But now Breaker affects your check. So if you checked a 2 after being if you checked a 3 after being breakered 1, you checked a 2, you get to draw a card. That's really cool. It encourages you to play 2 checks. And as your form. Oh, is it got a different symbol as well? Ooh. Yes, thank you for pointing out. That is a very cool, good symbol. That's tasty. Thank you for pointing that out, Nick. Still going to stick it in C. You only get 1 buff for art. It wouldn't trigger off Breaker even now, but it's after you check a 2 and Breaker reduces your check. It doesn't say a printed 2. I thought if you only said if you check a printed 2, because Breaker reduces your check, so you'd still check a 2 or lower. Well, I can be wrong. I am not a judge. Either way, this is a very limiting card. I'm going to put you in F just because you require playing multiple cards. I'm sure you were powerful at your time. Require playing 2 checks, which hampers builds. I'm not the biggest fan of 2 checks, even though you will get rewarded for it. The game event doesn't change. Okay, so that takes another. I'm sure I'll get shouted out for that one. But yeah, Gutsman, a 5/32 response after you check an attack. Add it to your hand. Only playable once per turn. So that is playable during your opponent's turn as well, which is really cool. First E, add 1 foundation from your staging area to your card pool face down. Your non-throw attacks with a damage of 4 or more. Your non-throw attacks with damage 4 or more get +3 damage and stun 2. I'm sure Squire won't. Gutsman seems decent though. So you play a bunch of low diff attacks that. So this is your first in hand, so you have to have the attack be at 4 damage at the start. But having a bunch of non-throw attacks be with, that's really cool. I don't. I like Gutsman, and I'm sure I'm going to get in trouble. Gutsman can go in B. I could be talked to putting Gutsman into A, but Gutsman goes into B. I like Iceman. I think what Iceman's doing is kind of cool, but he's very limited into playing multiple. Fireman 627. Your attack gets plus X damage. X equals half the printed damage of the preceding attack in your capital rounded up. Commit a foundation after you block with an attack card. Your opponent's next check this turn gets minus X damage. X equals half the printed block damage of the blocked attack. That's really cool. So you have to block to your committing foundations, but you have to punish your opponent for stringing. Your attack gets plus X damage. X equals half the attack. So you essentially punishing them for resources. Going cool. My first attack is coming in at printed. My next attack is coming in with half the printed damage on my first attack. Rounded up means that if you have a 3, you're going to be coming in with a 4. This could be a very cool 4-check deck, where you go knock down, blow, plus 2 damage and plus 2 to my check to play my next shift attack, drop a shift like female type attacks or smart type attacks, and you go, cool, plus 2 to the check, plus 2 damage, and then plus 4 damage on top of that. I can see it. On top of that, it just has very cool synergies. With the DR aspect, I can see Fireman going into A or B. You do have to commit a foundation to get the minus damage. But if they're playing high damage attacks as base, which we do see I'm going to put Fireman into A. I'm really torn between A and B. I'm going to put him into A unceremoniously. I could easily be talked into putting him into B. Best way to put that. I think Mega Man is a very cool set. But let's get into Darkstalkers. Now, this is one where I know there are powerful characters. I've heard people talking about powerful characters in Dark Souls. In Darkstalkers, not Dark Souls. There's powerful characters in Dark Souls, but we don't account for that yet. I mean, at all. This red dot starts appearing. So we have Hutzil 1, 627. Discard 1 character card from your hand or staging area. After the ready phase, draw 2 cards. So this is a character stacker. After the block step of your attack, discard the top 4 cards of your deck. Your attack gets plus X damage. X equals the difference between the highest and lowest control among the cards discarded this way. Okay, it's the third one. So, if you discard a character, if you mill a character and an attack, an average attack of 3, you're going to be getting plus 3 damage on every attack. That seems really decent. Sometimes you're going to walk away with nothing, and sometimes you can walk away with 3, 4, 5 damage. Yeah, depending on what you're checking. I like the fact you get rewarded for drawing your characters if you don't want them. Because the idea, I guess, is to mill your characters to get damage. So be able to discard a character in my opening hand to draw 2 additional cards means I start off the game as a 9-hander. And discard 1 card from your hand after the red. Wording's very weird for me. Does this include my opponent's ready phase? If I have 2 characters in my opening hand, I discard 1 during my. Can I discard 1 in my? I guess turn 1 they don't have a ready phase, they skip it. But turn 2 I discard 1, drop to my hand size plus 2 plus 1 for going second, and then. Yeah, you'd be 8, I guess, at that point. But I digress. If I once I pass to my opponent, can I discard a character and draw 2 cards at their ready phase? Because that changes this from like a CB character to an AS character. Okay, yeah, no, that's S. You just chock this full of Haizus, and you can. Not knowing how many versions of this character there is, I'll go a reluctant A. If there are, say, more than 4 dots of this character, you can go into S. Because you just chuck 20 of this in, and you're just going to be drawing a butt ton of 0 mid-block cards that check a 6 that seem really cool. I will put them in A, but I think they could easily be an S. 627 Donovan, your weapon or range attack gets +1 damage for each other card in your card pool with a printed range or weapon keyword. Now we have weapon foundations and assets and actions. That could be really cool. First form, choose 2 of your opponent's foundations or assets. Your opponent chooses 1 of your foundation assets. Abilities on those children cannot be played until the start of your next turn. Oh yeah, you discard any character. I guess you could just build a deck of characters. Okay, yeah, no. Boop, up there you go. That was... I've forgotten the goddamn name of the guy that got banned ridiculously times that could copy characters. I don't know if that would work with them. I guess we'll find out when we get to Mortal Kombat in like... Ugh. We can't be that far from Mortal Kombat, right? MK, okay, we're not that far off it. We're like 9 sets off. Whew. Okay. You'll probably be able to shut down one of your pieces, but you getting to shut down 2 of theirs for 2 turns. It seems decent, especially since you get to build in more pieces, but your opponent's stuck with what they got there. And your the damage increasing but not speed is what hurts it there. Donovan can go into A. Anna Kararis. 626 after attack speed or damage is modified due to an opponent's effect. Ready this character. Cool. E, commit game 1 vitality. E, commit sculpture a card by draw a card, discard a card. E, commit ready 1 foundation that has not been ready since enhance them. So you do your first enhance, you use an accuracy and go, cool. Mess with my attack, see what happens. You can only, I guess they reduce the speed, you ready up, you commit to draw a card, discard a card. Then they reduce the damage, you go, cool, I'll commit, I'll ready, commit, gain a vitality. That's a static, so it just keeps going. It's not once per enhance or anything like that. You just get to keep doing it, which is kind of cool. I guess your opponent can just kind of hope not to mess with it any further, but you have enhancers to do it. Solid B. It's interesting, but it's reliant on your opponent doing stuff. And sometimes your opponent's game plan just goes, yeah, no, let's do it. There are only 2 hues illegal and retro at once. And I had Mildex seems really cool. A good place for them. Morrigan. Death Evil Live 626. Discard one attack. Your attacks get +2 damage and +2 speed. If the attack's blocked, add the discarded attack to your hand. Ooh. Nice little point of diminishing turn for your opponent. Ooh. Ass. If you discard Wish adds fire, so you don't get to do it. But if this had fire, Wish Hand would be an absolute beast to discard. Hello, Greg. Hello, Rob. You're back. Commit. After your opponent makes a control check to play a non-foundation, it gets -2. Failing would not end that combat phase. Your next control check gets +2. Oh, okay. So you get to do a cheeky little -2, not in the face. Nicely, fairly done. But your next one gets +2 is really interesting. So if it's an attack you're really worried about, you go, cool, overcommit to play it, and then my check's also going to get easier regardless. I like that. No, I think this is really decent. Go, yeah, if you don't block this, if you pair this with attacks, let's say if this attack's not blocked, you get to do stuff. You can really apply some pressure. I think Morrigan goes into A. At some point, I might go back and redo the first legacy stuff. I think it was very harsh to the legacy stuff. Look, 719. Add one face-up attack that's dealt 3 or less damage from your capital to your hand. Only playable once per turn. Interesting. Again, if I block with an attack, can I pick? I guess he says attack, not attack card. But it's just like, yeah, add one face-up attack that dealt less than 3 less damage from your capital to your hand. If I block with an attack, can I pick it up? Because it has dealt 3 less damage. Doesn't say your turn. Enhance name a card. Your attack gets +X speed. X equals the number of copies of the name card in your staging area +1. Okay. Okay. You share Mechazoid symbols. This is fun. Face downs don't share a name, unfortunately. Characters share a name, which could be really powerful. Solid B, until I know if I can pick up in my opponent's turn. I'm a big fan of picking up stuff in my opponent's turn. Victor. E, your attack gains stun 2. Only playable if your attack's printed difficulty is greater than the printed difficulty of the attack preceding it in the card pool. Okay. Oh. Okay. Your attack gets +1 damage for each opponent. Your opponent's committed this enhanced step. So you can get 2 damage on everything if you stun 2, which is cool. However, it suffers from the stun baton thrust issue of if your opponent's committed out, you don't get any damage because they haven't committed. And essentially you need to play a 4, 5, 6, 7 in order to get the stun 2. So you're only going to be able to play 1 or 2 attacks, and that's really awkward that you have to play a printed difficulty card higher than the other. Exactly. That's what I'm asking. A block doesn't deal damage. So how if 0 is less than 3, an attack card in my card pool that's dealt 0 damage because it was played as a block dealt 3 or less damage. It dealt 0. I know I can't pick up on my opponent's turn unless it's a reversal, but that wording is a bit ambiguous for if I block with an attack, because it's an attack in my card pool that dealt 3 or less damage. It dealt 0. It wasn't played as an attack. Let me be pedantic, Mike. Victor goes into a solid C. Feet. I do. That's why she went into A. Your attack with printed difficulty 5 or more gets +1 damage and +2 speed. Hey, it's Godzilla -1. It is just. Is it just? Commit destroy 1. Oh, I thought it was just gonna be Godzilla -1. That'd be really cool. Commit destroy 1 rival. What? Commit, destroy 1 committed foundation. After your opponent's ready step, commit 2 rival foundations. Oh, that's really cool. You can go and see, and I'm going to read what the hell Nick just told me to do. Redo Roy 1 from the 0.6 promos done during the last stream. After you read Roy 2 from Tri-Sword promos and see how he can do when stacked. Okay, yeah, Sasquatch's Death Arms. Okay, so I'll go back to. So I won't get to the next one. I'll go back, but thank you, Nick, for the donation. You didn't have to do $10. The $2 is more than enough to do this. So if you've got another one you want to move around, let me know, and I'll happily move another one around as well. Queen Bee or QB 720. Your attack gets plus X damage. X equals your opponent's momentum maximum 3. Okay, that's pretty cool. Add one card from your opponent's discard pile to their momentum, only playable once per turn. With multiple and powerful and all this silly stuff people can do, I'm not a fan of just adding stuff to my opponent's momentum for damage. There's no synergy there to utilize it defensively. You're just giving your opponent a resource, and I hate giving my opponents resources like that. F. Okay, so that's Darkstalkers. So let's check out Roy 2 in the Tri-Slots promos, and then go back to 6-point promos and reassess Roy 1. Okay, we've got a fair decent amount in here. Satoshi, once per turn, your next weapon attack is plus 3 speed. After it resolves, discard it from your card pool and draw a card. Okay, I can see that doing some silly things. You have to discard momentum. Your opponent discards X cards. X equals the number of cards in their hand minus 2. So discard all but 2. They just discard all but 2 cards in their hand. And it's not once per turn, so if they try to draw up, if they try to get around it, that's nasty. This is why Queen Bee doesn't give momentum. I'm so glad we went from QB to this. If you're watching on YouTube, I'm sorry, because I'm going to cut these up to make essentially like 2 years worth of content. But discarding 1 momentum to get rid of essentially all but 2 of my opponent's cards is insanity. I love that so much. Oh, that is so cool. I don't want to put it into S. A. I'm gonna put it into A, and I'll take the links. But so cool. Go redo each one. Do you realize it's just Mikasa? Okay, that's fair. Reach 1. I'll put him up to A. You can go in the tally. Reach 2. Commit after you play a weapon attack. Draw 1 card. If it does damage, draw 1 card. That's a commit card. Commit once per turn. I like it because if you ready it. Commit 1 foundation. Your punch attack is +1 speed, +1 damage. For each face attack in your card pool, play 1 commit. There's not many weapon punch attacks that I'm aware of. We have a resource for this, Brett. What are you doing? Weapon punch. Exact match. Oh wow. Okay. Reese gets quite a bit stronger in Godzilla. Surprisingly. There's like 4 attacks. There's 3 attacks he gets from Godzilla, which are weapon punches. Okay, no, never mind. Fuck me. There's 23. Are they on his symbol? That is the question. There's 23 base. I'm an idiot. On his symbols, there's 20. Never mind. There is a good crossover between weapons and punches. And the commit for the character only applies to 1 weapon. So you're going to be primarily punches. That's really cool. You get to commit 1 foundation for +1, and then you get to essentially go play one weapon, play a weapon attack card, draw a card for it, and then say, yeah, this is the one you need to deal with. You can force your opponent to deal with it or not have you do it. Yeah, you can go into A as well. That's really cool. So we just did 2 Reese's back to back. Because we just moved him. Caden. First E, once per turn, X check. If your non-throw attack is completely blocked, your opponent loses X vitality, X equals the attack's printed damage. Commit. After your opponent plays an attack, reduce its speed to 0. If you block that attack, add the card you block with to your hand. So you get to recycle your attack. You are responsible when they play the attack, reducing it to 0. So you still get to use silly enhances. But if you've got breakers or showdowns or ways to interact, that's a great way of utilizing the cards in your hand, essentially making you a 6-hander block. And if the first E incentivize playing low printed damage non-throw attacks, so you can get the little bits of chip damage in. But there are going to be times you can just drop a 6 and go, yeah, I'm going to try and check a 6 or 7 or 8 and reduce your vitality even on a full block. And it's not a commit to do that. I like this Caden. Not as much as Reese and the other ones. I'm probably going to put this one into B. But yeah, that's a solid ability to just blow to lose vitality and be able to juggle a block. I could see putting in A, but I could also just be losing it because I think this is about the same time I lost it last time, where I'll just quickly snap judging everything based off like off face. When I played with Ready Foundations during the ready step, they choose already half of this. Oh, I know this one. They choose half the Ready Foundations they would do instead, rounded up instead. Your turn. Commit 1 foundation. Your punch attack gets stun free. You may change on its attack. So this is Winter Orb in Universes. I really want to play this. When I played Magic, there is an artifact called Winter Orb, and that says when you would ready up your land at the start of your turn, you only ready up 1. And I've been taught, because of my love of Winter Orb, it's the one Magic card I will always remember. People have told me about Roy for a long time. Is he good? Probably not. He punishes himself as much as opponents, and I think that's absolutely hilarious. Does it deserve to go in F? More than likely. Am I going to put it into C? Absolutely, because I want to see what Roy could do. I think this is such a cool card. Oh, yeah, now I go back to Roy 1, yes. Yeah, I think this Roy could do absolutely silly things. And now I go back to 6-point promos. Oh, where is Roy? Characters called Roy. I put all cards that's going to have a lot of destroy because of Roy. Roy 1 was number 15. Okay. Roy 1. Commit 1 non-character card in your opponent's staging area. That card is not ready up during your opponent's next phase. So that doesn't count towards Roy 2 because it's only the ones you would ready. After your opponent's comment. Oh, okay. So with Roy 2, you could be drawing 5 or 6 cards easily. This is more along the lines of like the lot of clock silly stuff. Yeah, no, if you take into account Roy 2. It was late. I think I did these. This is one of the last ones. This was like getting close to midnight. I was just, yeah. This was like almost midnight time. I slammed through them. I probably should never have put him into F to begin with. It's very lock clock coded. You got to draw 15 cards at one point. Yeah, no, I will take into account Roy 2, thanks to your generous donations, and I will slap that bad boy up into S. Just, if you attach Roy 2 to them, and then you go, yeah, not only are you not readying up most of your stage, I'm going to keep that down with freeze also included. Absolutely, yeah. That's a great use of the readjustment system. Eva 719. After you deal damage, draw a card. Okay, that doesn't count for. Move the top 8 cards of your deck from the game. Oh, it's you! It's you, Nick. Now, if I was in it for the money, I'd put them into F just to see if you'd spend a couple of dollars to knock her up. To move her up. That was a very bad choice of wording. Yeah, move the top 8 cards of your deck to get 2 speed to damage. And if you if you are dealt damage, draw a card, which means you're probably looking to run a lot of damage reduction. I mean, if you get hit, drawing a card seems really good, especially with partial blocks being a thing. The amount of damage reduction you can get on these symbols, and removing top 8 cards of your deck from the game. Again, with these symbols, with what you can now do with cards that get removed from the game. 2 speed, 2 damage, and then be able to use Polite and Well Spoken, be able to use the Team in T attack that says if it gets removed, you can play it, just utilizing hand size. This is the first character I should have won a character with, but got DQ. Ooh, that's rough. I'm not going to put her in S. I'm going to put her into A. She's really cool. They do a lot of nice stuff. But I'll put her into A. I imagine I'm going to come across her again because these are the promos. Scorpion 628. Oh, we got rid of all the stats. We just have the symbols now. First form, destroy 1 foundation. You are considered to be at desperation for the rest of the combat phase. If your opponent does not attempt to block your attack, this attack gets multiple 1. So block my if you don't block my attack, I'm just going to duplicate it. That's really cool. I like that. If they don't block it, they sort of like summon a copy of the attack to punch you in the face with. That's really cool. And I'm not taking into account kits, but I know there's a lot of cards that care about being at desperation, and if you can destroy 1 foundation on these symbols, which have great utility for destruction of foundations, to then be considered at desperation. It's not great if you're coming with someone who cares about your opponent being at desperation. And just to put respect on Scorpion's name, I'm going to put him in B because I'm not considering kits. I'm just going off face. But that just think of punch, teleport to the other side, punch again with multiple. Love that. That's very Mortal Kombat coded. And I've not played many fighting games, but I know a bit of that. Roy 2 again. We just had this Roy. This is just a different promo, Roy, right? Yeah. Where did I put Roy? I put him into C, yeah. That's really weird that we got more. Yeah, cool. Full art. You know what? Fuck it. We respect the full art here. Into B. The full art goes into B. We give art buffs here. Yeah, just these are just full arts now. Yeah, they are. Oh, no. Whoop. That is. I should have double checked. I do not want to lose that green monetization symbol. Fuck me, what is that card? Who? Yeah, I gotta remember, this game used to be 18 plus. This game used to be 18 plus. This game used to be 18 plus. The fuck was that card? I tried not to look at the cards when I was setting it all up because I didn't want to be spoiled, but I should have had someone go through them. Fuck me, what was that? Caden, yeah, I'm not gonna bother. Let's get the Ryu. Discard a momentum, draw a card, really cool. Add one card from your hand to the top of your deck. Your attack gets plus X damage. X is 6 minus the number of cards in your hand. Oh! It was 16 plus. 16 plus, okay. Your attack gets X damage. So less cards you have in hand, the more you get damage. I think these are just promos of cards we've already seen, I think. Or we're going to see. You secure your next check. Your next attack gets plus X damage. So you get in plus 2 minimum from the first one. You can essentially get 6 on your third attack, but have nothing. I'm not a big fan of having no cards in hand. You can go in D. I don't like that. Super Skullman we've done before. Absolutely cracked. Up into S you go. Maylene. Once per turn, discard X cards, draw cards. Reveal 2 cards from your hand. If you reveal 2 cards of the same name, this non-foil attack gets 5 damage. That view is busted. I'm just not a fan. Never check bad, but have no defense. You need to have momentum to have defense. I'm not a big. Fine, Nick. I will let you choose where that Ryu goes, and that's your last one. Is the way I'll put it. And then Maylin, I'm partial mulligan, really cool. Reveal 2 cards of the same name. You are only a 5-hander. You've got some decent symbol support though. You can go up into A. All symbols draw more cards. Okay, I assume you want Ryu up in S then. You're not even the full art SSS tier. Sebastian, once per turn after you play a combo ability, add 1 card from your card pool to your momentum. Commit, discard your hand, and then draw a number of cards equal to the number of cards discarded this way. See, the once per turn lets you add 1 from your card pool to your momentum, so you get to reduce difficulty. Form commit. That's a form. That's a form mulligan. Oh damn! I mean, it's not as. It's less interactable, but at form speed means your opponent is going to be less likely to be able to mess about with it, and you need to dig for combos. I'm a big fan of the partial mulligans. I put a lot of stock in drawing cards. Ooh. Wait, okay. But yeah. So, no worries, Nick. I should still be around. Thanks for coming and chatting. Like I said, I'm sat on a table in the UK versus Discord. If you want to come in and shout at me over cards, I've got a long way to go and a fair few amount of hours to do it. Progressing quite fast now. when I mean more in abilities and things I can more relate to. But I appreciate you being here. Mega Man, Rise of the Masters. Magnet Man. E check 720 E checker 4. Your attack is +1 damage for each unique attack zone printed on cards in your card pool. So this is Ojiro 2 Light. After your attack is completely blocked, your opponent commits 1 foundation. So your first attack gets +1 damage, your second attack gets +2 damage, your third attack gets +3 damage. If you have all the zones, you're telegraphing to your opponent that they can hold at least one of each zone to block with, and they commit a foundation on each block, I guess. So there's lots of ways to play around it, and you're not gaining as much as you probably like. Gemini Man, after you block with a card named Gemini Man, add it to your card staging area and draw a card. A decent start. Your attack gets +1 speed and +1 damage. Your attack gets +1 speed, your attack gets +1 damage and +1 speed for each character in your staging area. So it starts off with as a 2 speed, 1 damage buff. Just as is. And then as you block and as you play more Gemini Men, it goes up to a 3-2, a 4-2, a 5-2. It's decent. Wish it did something defensively. B. I could put Gemini in B just because the fact it builds in on blocks, so you can reduce progressive difficulty, and there are ways to utilize characters. But I shouldn't really take them into account. Dr. Wily. Now, Murray, I know Murray loves one of these Dr. Wileys, and I need to be careful because I will get shouted at by the dobbers. 626, Criminal Foundation, your attack is +1 damage for each foundation that has been destroyed this turn, maximum 5. Oof! Once per turn, after you destroy a foundation, add the top card. What? So you can commit a foundation to get damage for ones that want to be destroyed, and once per turn you can destroy a foundation on symbols that can utilize that very well. No, I'm down for that. That's really cool. Let's slam that into A. Dr. Cossack. 531. That is really low for a 31. After you check a foundation to play an attack, it gets 2 damage. Nice. Okay, here we go. Twice per turn, you may add 1 foundation from your discard pile to the top of your deck. Ready one non-unique foundation that has not been ready this turn. Remove the next check played this turn from the game. Okay, so guaranteeing my check 4 times in a turn cycle, very powerful. Utilizing that with cards on these symbols that like to be removed, also very powerful. On all, being able to add Supersonic Flight to the top on my deck, guaranteed the 5, and then when I check it, remove it and get to draw a card. Very cool. After you check a foundation, which is what you want to be doing, it gets 2 damage. It got a solid defense. I'm not the happiest with the stats being a 531 and not having draw on face. All has got a lot of draw, so it's good. It's very defensive shot. Let's move on to A. I talked myself out of it. Crashman. 629, first form. Choose a block zone. Blocks with the chosen zone get +2 to the block modifier for the rest of the turn. Oh, it's Shiro. Enhance 4 check. If your attack gets partially blocked, it gets +4 damage. So again, you have to fully block this or not block it to not take additional damage. And first of all, choose a block zone. So if you're coming, basically you gain +2 speed on all attacks of that block zone. And you probably going to be choosing mid. check out mid and going, yeah, you need to pay more or partially block and take more. Solid A. I like that. I'm a big fan of Shinzo anyway, so I think. Man, Critical Foundation, this tag is +3 or -2 speed. Immediately high. Fuck, that's good. Response. After your opponent plays an ability on a non-character card that modifies the speed of an attack, cancel it. Yep, nope. Mike's not been talking in a while. S. Commit any foundation for +3 or -2 speed. Fucking A. Turn my face downs into -2 speed. Let's go. And then also, yeah, you want to turn my speed to 0? You want to mess about? Nope. You get to do nothing here. Absolutely love that. Sniper Joe. After you are dealt damage, ready this character. All block modifiers get +2. Oh, so bad. Commit after you attempt to block attack. Oh, well, never mind. Okay. Commit after you attempt to block an attack, your block modifier gets -5. So you're guaranteeing blocking 1. Essentially, you're trading blows. You'd want to run a lot of damage reduction. You want to learn a lot of ways to take less. And essentially, you're saying all everyone's attacks are getting +2 speed, but I have a way to give one of mine -5, and then if you hit me, I get to ready up, and I get to take less damage. And again, if you go for the partial block to this, you get -5, so you take less damage, and then because you're dealt damage, you ready up, and because it's a static, you get to keep doing it. I was initially going to just chuck this down low, but no. A. Now, we did this one before, and we'll do this one again because Platinum's on here, and I forgot to delete Platinum from the list. I could skip Platinum, but I'm sure Steve would have words with me for skipping Platinum. Time Man, 627 on a 4 check. Your attack gets +X speed. X equals half its printed damage rounded down. Seems decent. Discard momentum. After the ready phase, all checks get -1 for the rest of the turn. All checks. Yours and your opponent's. You mix that in with his attack, which is why it's in the card pool. All your opponent's checks get -1 regardless. And you're having a lot of fun. Back when you could attack first turn, being able to go in your opponent's first, like on the opponent's second turn, yeah, all your checks get -1. I think he's got a bit weaker with the new rules, but with evil and being able to reduce all checks by 1, I can't. Time Man, I love you, and I really want to try Time Man in retro. So I'm going to put him in B. That's because I want to play him. That's the Brett tier for this one. Yeah. Oil Man. 627. After you're ready phase, name a card. First to turn, whoever plays a copy of the name card adds the top card of the deck to the card. Flick ready 1 foundation. Your mid or low attacks get +2 damage. That's decent. But that response. After the ready phase, name attack. For the rest of the turn, whoever plays a copy of the name attack adds the top card of their deck to the card pool face down. So if you know your opponent's holding something, if your opponent is knowledge-wise, this is cool. But it's so clunky. That is such a clunky boy. F. Yellow Devil. Commit. After you commit 1 or more foundations to pass a check, to pass the check to place an attack, ready them. Woo! 4 check deck, maybe? Commit. Enhance 3. Your attack gets +2 damage and stun X. X equals the number of foundations in your card pool playable while committed. Okay. Okay. So the idea behind this would be really cool with things like Singularity from the King of Fighters. You just stuff your card pool with 5 foundations. You drop 1 attack. You commit out. You commit this character. Ready all those foundations up, and go. This attack has stun 2. It has plus damage, stun 5. Commit your board. Oh, also because of the blitz, this has got 5/5 on top of everything else. I see what it's trying to do here. I can see why this is a 27 healther. Yellow Devil, you're going B. Snake Man, 627. Your low attacks get +1 damage for the rest of the turn. That's just progressive. You start off with what? You start off with 1 and you get progressive more and more and more. This is a good multiple counter. Once per turn, after your low attack deals damage, add 1 momentum to your hand. You may add 1 card for your momentum to your hand. Ooh. This is a good Ibarra deck. Yeah, you just chuck a bunch of lows in there, and you don't have to play lows to utilize it. You can chuck other cards in there and then just drop 1 massive low at the end, going, you've wasted all your resources, or you can kind of throw your opponent off. I like this. B. B is for me where they're good things, but they're silly things. Skullman. Your opponent check for your opponent discards a card at random and draws a card. E. I get to discard 1 card, draw 2 cards, and discard 1 card. So we're both looting, but mine is not. I don't have to check for it. I discard a card as cost, draw 2 cards, then discard a card. So I'm getting to do silly looting on symbols that love to discard cards thanks to death. And then I can check a 4 to make my opponent randomly discard a card, draw a card, which got Mop Strike banned because of the random nature of it. Be able to do it on every attack. Absolutely solid. I'm going to put that into S. Being able to loot 2 cards every single attack. Every single attack. Being able to loot 2 cards. And even, as long as I can... Yeah. If I have 1 card in hand, I get to discard that card, draw 2, discard 1. So I get to have another 1 in hand. I get to choose what I discard. Being able to loot that hard absolutely warrants S. And no one's here to tell me off, so it's fine. Ringman. While this card is ready, your second attack this turn gets -3 difficulty, +3 damage, and +1 speed. After your opponent plays their second attack of the turn, draw a card. So it's a conditional 7-hander for 27. My second attack of the turn, whether my turn or my opponent's turn, gets -3 difficulty. So reversals become very easy to play. And it's on decent symbols for card pool clearing, utilizing block synergies. And it just has a very funny name. Ringman, welcome to A. I'm sure this is what happens when I'm not supervised. I just get to really pop off with oof, there's a lot of characters here. Quickman, 626, commit. After the attack is played, it gains flash. Oh, you can do that to your opponent. That's decent. That's immediately decent. That is. That is immediately good. First form, destroy 1 foundation. For the rest of the turn, your flash attacks gain +2 speed, and whenever one of your flash attacks with printed difficulty 4 or more deals damage, your opponent adds 1 foundation to their hand. I'm sorry, what? That's so good. there's got to be at least 100 flash attacks, not including the one that you can just pop. Good, and chaos. I know chaos has some decent flash attacks. Flash, search. Oh, not with the name Roy. There are 44 cards that can be played from here. And after they deal damage, you get to force your opponent to pick stuff up. And there's some fun ones in here that your opponent is not going to want. Gently Theft is one that your opponent's going to have to block, but it deals damage. Rebound Sidekick is an absolute beast of one to throw in there. And hits the 4 damage. Difficulty 4. 4 or more as well. Delaware Smash is an absolute beast of one. Time Stopper. Oh, there is some Quick Slam. Being a 4 mid 4. Oh, Quickman looks like it. Oh, I cannot be true. I could just sit here and build retro decks for this. I need to sort out all my retro cards. All right, dude. So the reason why the stream was late today is because I had to help sort out the table. I need to sort out my retro cards. That might be the next thing I do, is just sit there and sort out retro cards. It's gonna be, my streams are just going to be primarily me going through cards and people having got me for not retroing. I like Quickman. Quickman debuilds, but has to hit and can't really interact. So A. Protoman, ultra rare character. Let's go. Quickman Foundation. After your block step resolves, discard. After your blocked attack resolves, discard it from your card pool. Your opponent loses 1 vitality. Commit your attack gets plus X damage and plus X speed. X equals the number of cards that you've discarded from your card pool this turn. Okay. I see the synergy. I see the vision. If your opponent doesn't block, you don't get to do anything. You're a blank character, so you need to have attacks that are impactful enough to force them to block. You go down foundations as you do it, so you can't string up as much. See. That one might get me some trouble. Pharaoh Man, 719. Your opponent, check your opponent makes during the attacks get -1 during the attack, so making check abilities harder, makes actions harder, and makes blocks harder. Oh yeah, blocks are during attacks. Duh. Your opponent makes a check against difficulty of 5. If it fails, this attack gets +2 damage. Ooh. No chaos, so there's not evil. What? This is such a chaos evil coded character. Pharaoh Man, you're a beast. Has got fire, so you can utilize some of the dabby cards that would love to use this. Can't use Fortune's Favor, which is makes me sad. Pharaoh Man, just because of the check silliness. Yeah, it's got a decent military. I'm going to put it into C. Metal Man, you're known for attack. If you're known for attack deals damage, add it to your staging area face down during the end phase. That's all of them. Discard 1 card, add 1 face down. Discard 1 card, add 1 face down foundation to your hand. Your attack. This attack deals damage. It goes to my face. It goes face down. I discard a card for I get Spirit Glassed. Oh, you can't play this card. Cool. Discard 1, pick 1 per face down. Only my attacks get damage from it, which is cool. So I can do it during my opponent's turn to pick up the perfect block modifier. I can turn things face down because it's all face down foundations. Metal Man's an S. Being able to just discard a card to pick up a face down foundation and having a way to play foundations if they hit is real. Yeah, you're debuilding yourself, but you're alive. Last one, Mega Man. After you play an attack, choose Breaker 2, Powerful 2, Stun 2. That the card gets the chosen keyword if it does not already have it. Commit 1 foundation, your attack gets +1 damage for each keyword on it. That's decent in general for a second over there. Be able to Breaker 2 all attack cards, as well as Stun 2 all attack cards. I feel like this got reprinted. Is there another character that does this? I think Momo 2 is similar. I swear there's another card that does this in recent times. Either way, Breaker 2, but you have to block with an attack, I guess. But Stun 2 on everything, Breaker 2 on all your attacks, and then just be able to get a series damage. Goes to A. Mega Man Rise of the Masters was a very good set, it seems. One more and then I'll start a giveaway. Seems fair. More light. I need to rearrange what's in here because I've got the Godzilla posters I need to put up, but I need to have space for Godzilla when I eventually get them. Darkstalkers Warrior. What is the last part of that name? Oh, sorry. Darkstalkers. Oh my god, I'm still so far away. Warrior of the Night. Still so far away. But, I mean, 3.5 hours, I've gone through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Not the worst, but not the best. Oh. Heisen Co. Form Commitment Foundation. Choose one non-unique Chaos, Earth, or Good Foundation in your discard pile. If there are no other copies of that card in your staging area, add it to your staging area. Interesting. Twice per turn, commit one momentum. Hey, Blake. So yeah, twice per turn, commit 1 momentum. Add the top card of either player's discard pile to the top of their deck. So you can mess about your opponent's check, or you can secure your next check, but you commit momentum. So you need momentum, but you're not spending momentum. The momentum's still there. That's such a wild ability. Because of your first form and the way the rules currently work, the rules now work, you have to have those symbols. So you get to add it to your staging area by committing one foundation, so you get to just repeat it. It doesn't even get added commit. I don't see any downsides to this character. If you can get momentum, which Chaos is very good at, I'm going to put them in an A. That just seems solid. You get to commit 1 foundation to build a foundation as your first form. As long as it has no other copies, I guess. But if you got face downs, if you're doing flipping stuff, yeah, no, that seems really decent. Felicia 720. Add your attack to your momentum during the end phase. Okay, so even if it gets blocked, it goes to momentum. Your kick, punch, or slam attack gets +3 speed if you have 2 momentum. If it deals damage, your next check gets +2. Oh, interesting. This is a cool Godzilla card, I guess. You chuck City Rampage in here. Kick, punch, or slam throws, or even high speed. If you can chuck some high speed, low damage, high speed attacks in there. No, I think Felicia's pretty decent. She's 720, so she gets a lot of stuff quickly. Spending momentum for things like powerful and EX. Being able to add your attacks and even reversals, just being able to add them in so you can set yourself up early. Solid A. Dimitri, first of all, gain 2 vitality or flip one of your opponent's foundations. Ow. Once per turn, check a 5. Add 1 card from your discard pile to your card pool. It does not count towards progressive difficulty for the rest of the turn. Interesting. I imagine this is the kind of card that had a brutal combo that you could do with it. I mean, on its symbols, I can immediately think of some foundations like Reborn Human that I would add in to, and I would be able to gain health when I dealt damage. If I have a way to build or utilize cards in my card pool during either player's turn, I can see this doing some silly things, but without context what those silly things are, I'm going to have to put Dimitri into B and suffer the wrath of the Darkstalkers fans. Bishamon, 630. When committing to pass a check, you may commit 1 asset as though it's a foundation. Mimic. First form, name X minimal 1 keyword abilities. If your weapon attack has those abilities, it loses them and gains X plus 1 damage. Okay. So it needs to have all of those abilities. You can't just, if your keyword ability has those abilities, it doesn't say all of those abilities. See, this is where the wording is really weird. If I name multiple echo, reversal, gauge, can I name every single keyword ability? And does my attack have to have all of those abilities, or just one of those abilities to lose it? Now, I imagine it needs to have all of the ones on the list, so you go powerful EX, and then you could trade powerful and EX for +3 damage. It's clunky, and being able to check assets is very cool. Not sure. I imagine there's assets on these symbols that did break it. Until I know, I imagine they wouldn't make something that broken. Even if he was, they would have quickly fixed him. D. Stop trying to get up to C. D. BB Herd. Whenever one of your opponent's attacks would receive a speed or damage bonus, that bonus gets -1 to a minimum of 1. So +2 speed becomes +1 speed. This attack gets +1 damage if it. This attack gets +1 damage if it deals at least double its printed damage. Draw 1 card. -1 to everything they tried to enhance it with is solid. Giving all your attacks +1, but having to deal double printed is a bit awkward. C tier, because I see what you're trying to do. Pyron. Destroy my foundation after you make a check, it gets +2. Oh, it's Rapper. Commit 2 foundations. If this attack is not blocked, your opponent loses. Okay, so you're forcing your opponent to block. This is not this is not a character your opponent cannot have cards in hand against. If you can find an opponent's weak spot, if you can find a way to push an opponent, this is really cool. I like this. B tier, because you're forcing your opponent to play your game. Riku, your slam attack gets +3 speed if there's a ranged attack in your card pool preceding it in your card pool. So you don't get on your first one, and you need to have slam ranged. Discard 1 momentum. After you play a ranged attack, it gets +4 damage. If the discard momentum was a slam attack, add it to your hand. Okay. So you need to be running ranged and slams, which I don't think mesh too well. But we can always find out. Ranged and slam. Match exactly. 13. There are in 20 years, well, in 15 years-ish of the game, there's 13 attacks, and not all of them share symbols. Share the same symbols. I guess now we can look at momentum. This is a lot stronger. I guess now you just need but you need to have a ranged preceding it in the capital in order to get the slam plus free speed. So you need to be running all slam ranged attacks. Going to C tier, you know what you did. Lord Raptor. After you view an attack card, your non-attack cards get -1 difficulty and -1 to the bottom for the rest of the turn. Sorry, till the start of next turn. After you review a non-attack card, your attacks get +1 damage and +1 speed until the start of your next turn. This is Edge Shot. Simple as. A 3v3 with Lord Raptor and a 3v3 deck with Lord Raptor and Edge Shot would be absolutely hilarious. Lord Raptor, A. Absolutely solid piece of tech. I think Edge Shot is an A, and I think Clinton has done a great job highlighting how powerful and strong Edge Shot actually is. Jeddah. Your attack. Remove 1 attack in your discard pile from the game. Your opponent adds 1 foundation from the discard pile to the capital. Interesting. Before your end phase, add 1 reversal attack from your capital to your hand. So you're always going to have a reversal attack to play. And during your attack, you can remove an attack from a discard pile from the game. And make my attacks harder to block. B. I think there's better ways to do it. I'm not sure if they exist, but I imagine there's better ways to do it. If this is your first attack of the turn, it gets +2 speed, +2 damage. Commit. After your kick, punch, or slam attack deals damage, draw 2 cards. So if they block your first attack, you're just in trouble. No, not a fan of that. D. That's if you can get it to hit. If you can get a punch, kick, or slam throw, you can get to draw the 2 cards. But in all, I'd rather be running Ryu and go, if you completely block this, I get to draw 2 cards and then stack my next check. That seems like a better use of a punch card. That's Darkstalkers down. Now we on to the champ promos number 2. There's only I needed to really double check these. I just did it quickly based on what UVS Ultra said. There's 2 cards in this section. This is a really short video. Jeremy Ray, 5 hand, 33 health. First of all, reveal the top card of your deck. You may add it to the bottom of your deck. If you do not, and it's an asset or foundation, you may play it. So fake 5-hander, but you need to be able to have that foundation. It's kind of a cool Dolores kind of thing. You're securing your next check, or you're getting rid of a bad check, or you're getting a foundation or asset that you get to play. Once per turn, commit 1 foundation. After attack deals damage, add 1 non-action card from your card pool to your hand. Yeah, I mean, Darkstalkers, I've done 2 Darkstalkers since then. We've had Darkstalkers 21 a while back, and we've had Darkstalker Felicia, I think, was literally the second character out there. She went into A tier because she does cool momentum things. Add 1. Commit 1 foundation. After an attack deals damage, add 1 non-action card from your capital. So you just get to pick up the attack. Once per turn, commit 1 foundation. After an attack deals damage, add 1 non-action card from your card pool to your hand. So you pick up the attack, and defensively, this is a fake 5-hander. I love Jeremy Ray. This is a really cool character. Pseudo 6 hand size, but you have to take a little bit of damage. B. Chilean. We had a nationals in Chile. We had a nationals in Chile. When? What? I need to know the story of this. Chilean national champion. Basilio San Juan. Basilio San Juan. We had a Chilean national. Can you imagine that? First of all, draw 2 cards and then discard 2 cards. You may attempt to play 1 attack from your discard pile. If you do, it gets 2 speed. We've got Elder to Go vibes. I love it. And you're able to essentially you get rid of cards you don't want in your hand. You get to do aggressive filtering. Once per turn, after your attack deals damage, choose one of your opponent's foundations. It does not ready up during. So it's not. You draw 2 cards, discard 1 card, so you go down to being a 4-hand size when you use the form, but you get to play any attack in your discard, and you can commit 1. I imagine you're never going to see this. You're never going to see San Juan, but I mean, congrats on a Chilean nationals. That's really cool. I would love to know the story of a Chilean national. That's absolutely solid. I'm gonna leave the overhead off for now. Let's go to the world of indies. Runekeeper. 627. Okay, there's 627. First form, search your deck for 1 copy of a Battle Fist. Search for 1 Battle Fist and attach it to your character. What the hell? Okay, I can hear Cameron going, this is why research is important. Yeah. What the hell is a Battle Fist? If your starting character is Runekeeper, you may attach this card to your character when it's added to your staging area. You may play abilities on this card while it's in the attachment zone. Your turn, remove ready 2 foundations that have not been ready in this combat phase. Okay! So you first of all search your deck for these, not your discard or anything like that, but imagine there's ways to recycle them. Commit after you attach your Battle Fist to your character, add 1 of either player's assets or foundations to the top of their deck. It's a commit, so that's funny. I guess you can also build them in to do that. And E, checker 4, your attack is +1 damage for each copy of Battle Fist attached to your character. Now, unfortunately, you don't get to do this because it's not playable or committed, which is a shame. But yeah, just be able to take care of a piece of tech your opponent's running, which is going to be causing issues, seems really cool. I am down for that. It feels very clunky, and it's only one of the decks. If you check them, you're going to be running out. It's not all zones. Runekeeper, you go into D. It's very fun, but no. Eligor, whatever. 627. If your opponent's attack deals damage, your first attack next turn gets +2 speed, +2 damage. That stacks. That's pretty cool. It's a masochistic Deku. Commit after your opponent's unblocked attack resolves, play 1 reversal. I imagine this means... Oh, unblocked. So you get to play reversal without blocking. And if your opponent's attack does damage, your first attack next turn. So you don't get it on that attack unless your opponent's played some reversals, which can be really nasty. You're rewarded for using your health as a resource, which is very good for players to learn. You get to commit in your opponent's turn to drop a resource. However, if you commit to play the reversal, you don't get to keep stacking the +2/+2. If your opponent plays 3 attacks and you are able to mitigate the damage, if you're able to take 1 or 2 from each of those attacks, and then you can go, cool, my next attack's coming in, my first attack next turn is coming in with 6/6. Your opponent's going to be in trouble. I think it's very cool. I wish it was the enhanced playable commit in C. Tatsumi, 1 ability, 720. First E, destroy one foundation. This attack gets +1 speed, +1 damage. Choose one of your opponent's committed foundation. That foundation is not ready during the next ready step. Okay. So you can commit your opponent's stage down, forget +1 speed, +1 damage, meaning that their next turn is going to be harder to play, but you are 720. That requires you to debuild just to slow them down. Not a fan of that. F. Shakuta, 719 destroy foundation. Your next mid attack this turn is -1 difficulty and +2 damage. Commit. Your mid attack gets +1 speed for each attack in your card pool. The speed of this attack cannot be reduced. The speed of this attack cannot be reduced by effects. So this is really cool because I destroy one foundation. My next mid attack gets +2 damage and -1 difficulty. So if I can Colossal Titan attacks, it's a 10 diff. I can blow up 5 foundations to keep it as like essentially a 10 diff, but give it a bunch of damage. If I can utilize other check hacking abilities for chaos, I can have a lot of fun there, and I can play high and low attacks to build into one big mid attack. But still, D, that's really, really clunky. Cherry, destroy 626. Destroy a foundation, change the zone of your attack to any other zone. Not a fan of that. Once per turn, after your opponent plays the foundation, look at their hand and discard 1 card. Your opponent draws a card. That works going second. That's nasty going second. And it works on defense as well. So they block, they play foundation, you go, cool, show me your hand, get rid of that. Get rid of that big threat, get rid of that issue I've got in there. You get to draw a card, but I've now seen your hand. I now know what you're doing. I now know what your block zones are. Your opponent can't use foundations to get around Breaker. Your opponent can't. Yeah, no. I may be overreading it, but you're going to be. And I'm sure someone's going to shout at me for that, because everyone likes to shout at me for that. Cardiff. Once per turn, enhance. This attack gets +3 damage. No more enhances can be played during this enhanced step. Why not just end the enhanced step? But okay, power off king. Response: once per turn, destroy a foundation. After your opponent plays a foundation, discard it. On death and life, which have great foundation utility, just being able to go, yeah, no, I don't like that foundation. Get wrecked. You can go into C as well. Cadenza, your foundation cannot be committed by opponent effects. No stun works for you. Cool. 6+ check. After your opponent plays a non-attack card, okay. I can see this is a 530. Just check a 6 and force your opponent to discard a card. I'd be happy to just put a bunch of characters and 6 checks in here, and just when they're going first, okay, I'll play a foundation. Cool, discard a card. I'll play another. Cool, discard a card. Oh no, he's like, yeah, let's go. You're building 3 maximum, and you're getting rid of anything else that's in there. That's hilarious, but it's a D. Okay, Hikaru, let's have a look. 717. Awful start. Each ability on this character is only playable once per turn. Your air attack gets +2 speed. Your earth attack gets +2 damage. Your fire attack gets stun 1. And your water attack gets +1 to all its keyword ratings. Why are you a thing? I hate to end this way, but Hikaru F. It's cool you're a forcible character. You have no defensive prospects. And each of your abilities are only triggerable once per turn and are locked behind a symbol. You expect them to be warping at that aspect. Get into F. That's terrible. That's so terrible I need to walk away for a second and turn the light on. Oh. Okay. I've been going like 4 hours and I've not done one yet. So let's do a giveaway for a Regionals Death playmat. So these are the playmats that were available on the prize wall at Regionals, and this is the Death symbol playmat. I'm gonna put it over here. I'm just gonna put the word Death. That seems good. Let's go to here. Go to giveaways. Start keyword. Yeah, anyone can enter, that's absolutely fine. And it's going to be just the word Death. Cool. So, if you want to enter the giveaway to win the Death playmat, all you got to do is put the word Death in chat. There's not too many people here, so it's not going to be too bad. I'm going to probably win this for a long time, though. I don't have as many goodies as I had before. But yeah, if you're interested in a Regionals Death playmat, all you got to do is put in the chat Death. Start chat. Let's go on to champs number 3. 4 characters this time. Dave Wagner. 719. Your attack gets +1 speed, +1 damage. Decent. Once per turn, reveal 1 Death, Chaos, and Fire card. Death, Evil, Fire card. Double check that's. Yeah, you're in. Death, Evil, Fire asset card in your hand. If there are no copies of the asset in your staging area, add it to your staging area. Interesting. I imagine this was built for a specific asset. Fire, Death, Evil, asset, match all symbols. Soul Edge and the Power of Remembrance. There's 2. And one's... Was this... So this was just built for the Tower of Remembrance. It has to have been. Reveal 1... Oh, Fire, Death, Evil, Awe. Okay, whew. Let's read that. Okay, Fire, Evil, Awe, Death, asset. Okay, so there's only one that has all 3 of the symbols. Sorry, Dave, I don't think that's as good as it could be. Yeah, I don't... +1/+1 saves you from the F tier. Mention back in the Strongman Foundation, after an attack is played, it gets +1 speed, +2 damage. Twice per turn, discard a card. After an attack deals damage, draw a card. That's decent, and it looks like we've got a Toofus upgrade with Becca Toofus, looking very FNAFy there. Solid C for that. Garrett Brett, number 3. Did we miss number 2? Once per turn, commit one card in your staging area. Your non-throw attack gets +3 speed and powerful 3. Twice per turn, after you commit a card, your next check gets +1 playable while committed. Okay, so you commit a card in your staging area, your non-throw attack gets +3 speed and powerful 3, and then you respond to commit. Say my next check gets +1. Also works defensively, where you can just go, cool, I'll commit to pass the block, my next check gets +1. Or if you get stunned, you go, cool, my check to block so you get +1. That's a solid character from Garrett Brett, but I'm going to stick that up into A. Garrett Brett number 2, there he is. Must have won these very closely together for them to all be here. 7-17, twice per turn, lose 1 vitality, your attack gets 3 damage. Twice per turn, after you lose vitality, gain 1 vitality. Why not just say this attack gains 3 damage? Because there's synergies with gaining health and losing health. Twice per turn after you lose vitality. As much as I want to put all Garrett's cards in B, I'm not a fan of this one. I'm going to have to put Garrett Brett 2 into D. And I'm sure Garrett will never forgive me for this. Mega Man Battle of Power. I'm going to get off my water because I'm going to have a nice swig of Coke. Okay. Battle of Power. Mega Man, your character cards get -3 difficulty. Mega Man being a 3 difficulty means that's 0 difficulty. Cool. Form, once per turn, discard the top 4 cards of your deck. You may add 1 attack discard this way with a printed difficulty of X or less to your hand. X equals +2 the number of character cards in your staging area. So if you only have Mega Man, you can have a 3 difficulty. If you have 2, you can have a 4. If you have 3, you can have a 5. If you have 4, you can have a 6. That's pretty cool. I say cool. I do not say good. F. Nightman. Fighter of the day, man. Once per turn, your slam or weapon attack gets +X damage. X equals the highest printed difficulty on a card in your opponent's card pool. Ooh, that could be fun. Commit your foundation after you block an attack. That attack does not clear from the card pool during your opponent's entry. So you're adding +1 progressive for committing a foundation to your opponent during your next turn. And that works on reversal as well, which could be very cool. And if your opponent blocks with an attack or blocks with something high, you can once per turn form, give your next weapon or slam attack +X damage. I like the response more than I like the enhance, and the response is going to bump it up to a C. Gyro Man. Once per turn, add 1 card from your hand to your card pool face down, draw 2 cards. Your turn. It's an enhance, not a form, so you can't do it going second. You're adding 1 card from your card pool face down. There's ways to utilize that, I imagine. You get to draw 2 cards, so you can just go face down. It is a cost, so you have to do it. D. Dr. Wily, 627. Destroy 1 foundation, your attack gets +2 speed. If it deals damage, your opponent destroys 1 ready foundation. After the ready step, reveal your momentum and add 1 ally card from your momentum. What? So, if my attack deals damage, my opponent destroys ready foundations, and then I add those to momentum, and then I get those back. You need a lot of you need a lot of foundations to keep utilizing that. If your opponent commits out, they're going to be taking damage, but there's nothing to destroy. A. It's a fake 8-hander if it can get momentum. Bass. After your safe attack deals gets a damage penalty, it gets +3 damage. Decent. Discard one safe card from your card pool. Your opponent adds one card from their hand to their card pool once per turn. So that's on block or on offense. You also can't be reversal from playing a safe. Pretty decent. C for Bass. I'll put a little bit of respect on Bass's name. Yamato Man. Ready one of your opponent's foundations. Your attack is +1 damage and +3 speed. If your opponent has no committed foundations, commit one of their foundations. Okay. That's interesting, especially if you're doing your opponent's turn. You're kind of hoping they don't check badly on their first attack, so you can get rid of all their key pieces. And in your turn, you're readying up your opponent's stuff for +3 speed, making it harder for them to block with, and you're getting 1 damage. Solid beta. Turbo Man. First of all, both players add 1 foundation from that they could normally play from their hand to their staging area. So you're hoping your opponent hasn't got any. Is what I'm seeing here. You're hoping your opponent just doesn't have any, especially early game. Commit 1 foundation. If the committed foundation was added to your staging area this turn, your attack gets +2 speed, +2 damage. Now there are ways you can utilize that. I can think of a few ways you can do that, and that's really cool. But that is so hard. Yeah. Yamato Man is A tier. I mean, yeah, he's. I can see it. I'm gonna stick with B. Also, yeah, I can definitely see it. But I think I'm gonna keep him in I'm gonna keep him in B. Just from. Yeah, he. Love that combo. It's a pretty decent combination play. I imagine there are ways to you mess about a lot, especially with the Deku stuff that came out for the Deku that likes to ready stuff up as well. Turbo Man, if it wasn't for the fact that it has to be played this turn, it's very limiting. Tomahawk Man. Now, Tomahawk Man, I know I need to be careful with. I know I need to be careful with Tomahawk Man. First form, if you have fewer foundations than your opponent, your checks to play cards get +1 for the rest of the turn. Okay. So if you're going second, this is really cool. Before your opponent makes a check to play a mid-block, before your opponent makes a check to play a mid-block, the difficulty of that check becomes 7. No matter what! Okay! Just punish your opponent for playing the most commonly played block in the game? What? Before your opponent play a mid block, so not a card with a mid block, because that'd be nuts. But that difficult. So you can play low speed mid attacks. Tomahawk's an A, and Tomahawk's an S. That's nuts. No matter what, it's always a 7 difficulty to block your mids, no matter what. I can run the lowest speed attacks in the world, and if you want to completely block my mids, it's going to cost you a 7 every single time. Guaranteeing 1 or 2 foundations have to be committed every single time. I'm down for that. That seems fun. Tengu Man! 627 commit. Your attack gets +X damage and +X speed. X equals 4 minus the control of the card. Minus the lowest control of a card in your discard pile. Okay, so if you got a 1 check, you're getting +3 speed, +3 damage. and it's a commit cost. Discard one card after you check a 1. That check gets +2 playable while committed. Okay, so you want to be playing 1 checks to get +3 speed, +3 damage on 1 attack. F. As powerful as 1 checks are, that just feels bad. Sword Man. Oh man, I mean, swords in general are cool. After a card in your opponent's staging area is committed due to your effect, ready this character. Well, hey, we're a stun character on order. This is good. Commit. Discard 1 non-character card. Your non-for attack gets +X damage. X equals the discarded card's difficulty. If the discarded card was a weapon card, draw a card. We like swords. Interesting. I like this. There's a fair few number of weapons that have stun. And be able to commit this to discard a weapon card, because it's all weapon cards, so weapon foundations, assets work as well. And then being able to give it X damage, drawing another card, then going stun and readying it back up. It seems really cool. But you're not giving speed, and you have to have weapon cards to draw more, and I don't know how many foundations on these symbols are going to be utilizing it. B. Slashman. After the ready phase, seal 1 rival foundation. Excellent. Both place turns. Oh yeah, well, AOT definitely has some high difficulty weapon cards for sure. So you're gonna be able to get some decent damage, but if you don't have the speed to kind of get through it at the same time, so it's double-edged sword. But you're definitely right there, Kyle. Yeah. AOT has some very high difficulty weapon attacks. Once per if an attack, if this attack has no abilities, add the top card of your deck to your momentum, and your opponent discards momentum. That's only once per turn, though. Not a big fan of you, Splashman. F. Napalm Man. First form, destroy one of your opponent's foundations or assets. Okay, Napalm Man, pop off. E, your turn. If a foundation has been destroyed this turn, your opponent loses 2 vitality. So you first form, you destroy their foundation, and every enhance you make, so every attack you throw, you burn them for 2, no matter what. Okay, I see why you're Napalm. That is absolutely disgusting. S. Not only do I debuild you 1 on symbols that I can access more debuild, but every attack I throw, including multiples and echoes, are just going to keep burning you for 2 that you don't get to interact with. Yeah, Napalm Man, hit the 2. Hit S. Let's go. Let's move on to Red Horizon. How many Red Horizons are there? I didn't realize there was this many. Red Horizon Blood. I'm sure it has a much longer name than that. Blood Omens. Oh, I think this is the one I've opened. He's insane, that's so good. Yeah, Carl. Yes, he is. Yeah, we've also got a giveaway going for the Deaf regional playmat. If you put the word Deaf in chat, you'll be entered into it. There's not too many people about at the minute, so you've got a good shout. This is going to be a fun one. So we're basing them all off their own individual strengths. This is a 1 health, 1 hand size character. If Heidi has 5 different characters named Krieger in their stage, they win the game. Enhanced attack gets +1 speed, +1 damage as a 1 hand size, 1 health character. F. This is gonna be the silliest more thing I probably do all stream. Krieger der Bergen. Oh, good. If this attack is discarded if this card is discarded to your character's effect, add it to the top card of your deck. Enhanced, check a 5. Your opponent's block modifier to block attack gets +1 for each card in Krieger that's is then attached to your character. You're 1 hand size, 1 health character. I doubt you're going to be doing that well. F. Heidi. Characters with Krieger in the name can be attached to Heidi as though they share the same name as this character. 721. After you take damage, discard 1 card with Krieger in its name attached to this character. First of all, add 1 card with Krieger in its name from your hand to your staging area. So, the idea here is you run a defensive pillar fort deck, which you don't take any damage whatsoever, and you get all 5 out. You assemble Exodia. So while the 5 Kriegers are probably all going to end up in F, Heidi deserves a minimum. She's playing Exodia. She rewards a different kind of playstyle. I love a good alternate win condition, and just being able to utilize great checks by having so many different cards in there. And I think I owe Greg this much because Greg, this is one that Richard, who used to be on the podcast, really likes as well. Gabrek. Commit 1 foundation. Your attack. If your attack is not blocked, it gets +3 damage. After your throw attack deals less damage than printed, gain 2 vitality. So you want to be playing lots of throws. Want to be. What do I mean by what, Blake? Hello, Jeremy. This is one of the funnest areas you've had to rate. It's a high stage area, so it's hard to. Yeah, this is a really hard one. We've had it with Roy. Nick Reagan made me go back and change Roy by donating. I'm looking forward to getting to 7th Cross in like a few hours because damn, there's a lot of cards to go here. Because there's a lot of synergies. I like Gabrek. You get rewarded for playing throws. You commit a foundation to say block this, or it's going to get +3 damage. Solid A, because it's kind of like force your opponent to go. If you need to block this, if you can't, get wrecked. Balikar. Your turn. Your opponent's checks get E. Your opponent's checks get -1 for the rest of the turn in your turn. Commit. Your charge or slam attack gets +5 damage. Okay, pop off. I wish it wasn't a commit cost for the charge or slam to get 5, because there's lots of characters that kind of do the same thing over a wider period. But my opponent's checks get -1 for the entirety of the turn. At least puts it into B. Alice, gorgeous Alice art. I think this is the playmat I've got somewhere. 3 Red Horizon sets. Yeah, this is. I've done the other 2 already. Once per turn, this attack gains weapon until the end of the turn. E. Name a card type. If your opponent blocks your weapon attack with the. If your opponent blocks with the card type, draw 1 card and your opponent loses 2 vitality. Interesting. A bit harder now because we have backups and other things as well. But we don't have characters. I guess backups will kind of replace the slot characters would be in this situation. Although in Retro they can still have characters. But you name a card type, most time you're going to name foundation. If they block it with a foundation, they burn 2, and you get to draw a card. That's really cool, and you get to turn any attack once per turn into a weapon. That's I like that a lot. I'm going to put that into A. If she did more than just give weapon, if she could give a little bit of stats, put it into S. Or if she could do it more than once per turn, or had like a cost to keep doing it, like Chimera Foundation, I'd put it into S. But I think A is fine for her. Natalie, first form, add 1 card from your hand to your momentum. Response, discard momentum after your opponent plays responsibility, cancel its effects. Okay, 7-18, not the best started. Especially since you're going down a hand size to add a card to your momentum to cancel the responsibility. C. It's a shame. I like Natalia's. This is the lowest I think Natalia's have gone. Sebastian, commit, discard your hand, draw a card equal to the same amount of cards discarded. We love a form mulligan. Or however, you have to discard everything rather than just choosing. Once per turn, after you play a combo ability, add 1 card from. Oh, I think we've seen this one before. Solid C. If that's different than before, come at me. Satoshi, once per turn, your weapon attack, your next weapon attack is +3 speed. After it resolves, kick it from your card pool and draw a card. We have seen this one before. Your turn, discard momentum. Your opponent discards X cards. Yeah, this one we've seen before. A. Absolute beast of a character. Reese 2, we have seen Reese 2 before. Commit 1 foundation, your punch attack gets +1 speed +1 damage for each attack in your card pool. Commit your weapon attack, after you play weapon attack, draw 1 card. If it deals damage, draw a card. So yeah, we've seen this one before as well. I didn't know how many punch weapons they were, and Godzilla brings in a bunch more that they can play. That's really cool, especially in pair it with Reese 1 with the punch aspect. I think this is an absolutely solid character. I think I put them A before. If not, I'll put them A this. Oh, I think I put them A before. If not, they go in A now. Zoe, commit, add 1 attack from your card pool to your staging area face down. Add 1 ranged attack from your card pool to your hand. E, once per turn, your ranged attack gets +2 speed. So you essentially get to build 1 down, add 1 to your card pool, and then get to, after you've given 1 2 speed. You haven't got any defensive options here, but you have essentially increased your hand size by 2 if you have 2 attacks and one of which is ranged. Which ranged isn't that hard to come by, especially on these symbols. However, you're not really a true fake 8-hander, and that 2 speed is only once B. Bastion Turn 1 were 2 of the best for the Mega area. It's not obvious on the service. Yeah, that's one of the big things that, like, when Mike and other people have been saying in the chat. I'm not an expert on retro. I came in with MHA Crimson Rampage kind of era. So I can only judge them going off what I know, which is why Legacy took me so long, because those cards were really crazy to kind of assess, especially for the time. I'm trying not to take into account kits, because that would require me looking through loads, and that's going to take loads of time to do. But I am trying to remember things like Gauge and Desperation, Multiple, when I'm taking into account these cards, because some of them have got some really cool synergies with those abilities. Vincent Gray, 5-hand, 30 health character. Check a 5, remove the top card of your opponent's deck from the game. If it's an attack, this attack is +3 or -3 damage. If it was a non-attack, add the top card of your deck to your staging area commit. So either you get a foundation or they get -3 damage. Hey, fucking eat. That's nuts. Especially in the era where people are able to attack for going for your first turn. Yolik, enhance once per turn, add 1 card from your hand to your momentum. Your next check to play a combo gets +2. Discard momentum, your opponent must discard 1 card as additional cost to pay their first enhance. Only the first, but you have to discard a card as cost. B. I might also just be making snap judgments because I want to try and get it done today, and I've just realised it's like 6:15. I've got so many more to go. Sasha first form. Add a face-up foundation from your staging area to your card pool. Your check to play Fury attacks get +1 for the rest of the combat phase. Interesting. If you can find a foundation that doesn't count towards progressive, that could be really good. Discard one for. Oh, there we go. Discard one foundation from your card pool. Your Fury attack gets +2 speed. Never mind. So good breaker baiting. Your opponent really can't break you because you can just play foundation, discard it for speed, and you add a face-up foundation from your stage to your card pool. Play your first attack, kick it for +1 speed, and you get to kind of pop off with your Fury attacks, all having +1 to the check, making them easier to play. That's really cool, especially in 7-18. So you're going to be seeing a lot. I'm going to put that. You don't give stats outside speed and you need foundations in card pool B. Morathi. First E, remove the top card of your deck. Your attack gets +X damage. X equals the printed difficulty of the removed card. Cool. 1%. If your printed 6 difficulty attack deals damage, if your printed 6 damage difficulty attack is at least double its printed damage, draw 2 cards. So this incentivizes you to play low damage cards. I wish this had symbols with true 100% because that'd be absolutely insane with this. But yes, you can kind of pop it off by going, double its draw 2 cards, becoming if you can get up there. It has to be your attack, so you can't do it in your opponent's turn unless you're playing some crazy 6-cost reversal. And first E, just removing top card to get damage can be really cool. C, because you're looking at getting 0 damage sometimes, and sometimes you're looking at getting 6. It's very RNG based. Miska. First of all, reveal 1 ally card from your hand. Your opponent discards a card. Okay, so you're running an ally deck. +5 check response. After your flash attack resolves, commit one of your opponent's foundations. Already one foundation that's up. Oh, okay, interesting. You're rewarded for playing flash. You discard a card from your opponent's hand. From your opponent's hand, and you get to ready up. Yeah, I can definitely see that, Jeremy. Just be able to play an attack a second time and also build in a foundation, claiming 2 progressive. Really, really, really cool. I'm just putting them into B. Just essentially just on vibes, essentially increasing your hand size by 1 and knowing it's an attack is absolutely solid. I guess I can move it to A for that. I don't think she's an S tier. S tier is for like the stuff that seems really, really stupid. But I think Miska can take her space in B. My friend, reveal 2 foundations. Your turn E. Reveal 2 foundations from your hand. Draw a card. Powerful. Once per turn, reveal 2 attacks from your hand. This attack gets +X. X equals this attack's printed damage. So you get to double up your attack's printed damage. You are 527 health. That needs to have 2 foundations in hand, and it's an E, which means it doesn't help you much early game. I feel like there's going to be games where you're just going to get screwed on that. But solid B just from the potential. If you like, yeah, if you can hold two foundations and just keep drawing. So if you can play it in your turn, like once you get established, she seems really solid because you can just play three attacks, show the two foundations, draw three cards, play three foundations, hold the two foundations, and then just keep drawing cards. But it's essentially an aspect of I've reduced my hand size by 2 to constantly hold these foundations. That's what makes me want to put into B. Lily, 627. After you play a ranged attack, your opponent adds one of their face-up foundations to their card pool, and adds the top card of the deck to the staging area face down. So you're basically just forcing them face down with how much ruin we now have. This seems really cool. This could be absolutely amazing for you, but I guess there's not too many ranged ruin cards. But again, just turning off your opponent's resources, force them into having face downs or force them into deadlock, seems really solid. But again, just basically allow my opponent to say ready. Yeah, force my opponent to be able to utilize changing their blank 0 diff foundations that are committed into blank face down foundations. Not a big fan of that. This Lily can go into D. Krieger des Waldes. If this card is discarded from your character, gain 2 vitality. After your tech or weapon attack deals damage, your opponent loses 1 vitality. You gain 1 vitality. Really solid, but it's a 1 hand size character. Into F you go. Krieger der Sonne. Sonny, I guess. If this is discarded from your character, remove 1 card from your opponent's discard pile. Once per turn, your tech attack gets -1 difficulty. Once per turn, your tech attacks get -1 difficulty for the rest of this combat phase. You know what? Check hacking, it seems really powerful on all of them. I'm going to put you in D because how long it's going to take you to set up? Being able to check hack all your tech seems really good. Once per turn, discard 1 card. Before you would take damage from a normal attack, you would take 3 less damage. Before you would take 3 or less damage, reduce its damage to 0. Okay, so this can keep you alive, but it's only if they take 3 or less damage. As a 1 hand size character, you need to stay alive, and you've got defense on face. You know what? You can go into D as well. Just to really annoy anyone that we're expecting them all to be F. You never see one coming with this. Having -3 on face will keep you alive, but you've got to have that card in hand. So if we can get set up, we can stay alive, and Air has some good clear and draw capability. I can see it. But either way, I think none of these 1 health hand size characters are ever going to be played as primary character. It'd be hilarious if they were, though. That's going to come back to bite me. Okay, so that's Blood. Let's move on to Street Fighter before we get to the 4th set of champ cards. We're almost to the MHA demos. And I feel like I messed up at some point. I think I bought a Sword Might in there, and I took All Might 7 out of League of Villains. But, so. Oh my god, this Street Fighter has so many characters. What have I done? Chun-Li, 720. Your kick attack is +1 speed. If it deals damage, gain 1 vitality. Commit, discard 1 kick or ranged card from your card pool. Your kick or ranged attack gets +2 speed. Oh, cool. You don't get to draw cards, but you get 1 progressive, you get 2 speed, and all your kicks I guess it's not playable or commit, so you don't get to do it after you get rid of the progressive. It's just kind of your last card, like your last kick you're wanting to do this with. And if it does damage, you gain to it. C. It keeps you alive, but doesn't really kill. Where's Rob? Rob would absolutely love these characters. Cammy. Change the this attack to any other zone. Playable while committed. See, playable while committed. Easy. Commit. Combine. Which one was that one for, Jeremy? Combined Younger Toguro and Eren. Yeah, Younger Toguro and Eren is a decent way to put it. I do like the Erens. I did play Eren 1 or Eren. I think I played Battle for Humanity Eren at Worlds. Can we commit after your attack resolves? Reveal the top card of your deck and keep that revealed. Keep that card revealed. You may attempt to play that card as your next form, ignoring progressive difficulty. Huh. Okay, so you're becoming a cheeky little 8-hander. Your attack doesn't have to deal damage, which is cool. Yeah, so the attack doesn't have to deal damage. As long as it's not a kind of like action enhanced kind of thing, you can just play it, and it ignores progressive difficulty, which means if you save this for later down the line or utilizing life to play Merciless Master, you add the top card of your... You add a card from your momentum to the top of your deck, and then you can use Cammy to just play it. Sorry, it was Eren. But again, they also did... Younger also gave a lot of stats while doing that. I mean, I'm a big fan of being able to play the top card of my deck. I think this is a really cool ability, and because I've played Mina in Retro and Hero 2, I know cards like Merciless Master exist, which allow this to become a much more sustainable ability. Blanca. I've seen Blanca in so many places. When we were at the Glasgow Regional, there was a massive mural of Blanca at the pub we were at. 626. Once per turn, destroy one foundation, add a charge or slam attack from your card pool to your momentum. Cool. Your attack, your opponent discards the top 2 cards of their deck. Your charge or slam attack gets +1 speed and +1 damage for each non-attack card discarded this way. Okay. Your opponent discards the top 2 cards of the deck. Your charge slam gets +1 speed. So your maximum walking away is 2/2. And you're essentially pushing your opponent's checks away. It's your attack, so you can do it during reversal, so you can mess about with people like Krista, I guess. Not too big of a fan. C tier with Chun-Li. That might come back to bite me. Okay, I'll drop them a message in a second. Balrog. Your charge attack gets -1 speed, +1 damage. Your combo attack gets that is -1. Yeah, this is just a straight up punching fight. Not punching fight. This is just a simple trading of blows. So you're going. My attack is easier to block, but if you can't block it, you're taking more. If you have a charge punch combo like double jab pummel, which is on this symbol's character, you get to just put. Oh my god, double jab pummel is so good in this. Here's my -1 for 8. If you block it, I get to draw 2, discard 2. Okay, now I've just sold myself on a bad character. lose 2 vitality. Your next check to play a punch card gets +2. Yeah. So this is a long string kind of punchy character. If you can reset the speed, you can do some very, very funny things here. It's not even a cost. So if you can utilize ways that speed can't be changed, you're fine. But I mean, I'm not a big fan of going down one to go down the other. I can understand where it's going to be played, where it played. I put it into B because I know on those symbols there's some very funny punches that can get, and charge cards and combo cards that can do some very funny things with that. Akuma, commit. Your opponent discards 1 momentum. If it's your turn, they also discard 1 card. Nice. E, destroy 1 foundation. Your opponent's next check to play card gets -2 for. Okay, that's 1. That's not limited. 2. The symbols warrant foundations that can rebuild themselves and have good check hacking already. I can understand why this is a 25 health character. I really can. Destroy 1 foundation. Your opponent's next check gets -2. It has to be played during an attack play. It's not a response, so it's not Mark Tyner-esque. But this can just end a string. If you go, cool, I'll destroy a foundation, -2 to your check, break a 2, you've got -4 to your check. How badly do you want to play that next card? If it was response speed, I would absolutely slam this into S. But I am down for putting this into A. Joey, discard 1 card. Your kick attack gets +3 damage. Once per game. If you've played your 5th... After you play your 5th card this turn, you may discard 4 cards from your card pool. Your opponent discards 2 cards. This ability cannot be cancelled. Oh, I'm getting Toga 1 flashbacks. This is not a good card, especially since you have to discard cards to get damage, but you need 5 cards in your card pool in order to clear them. And even if you try to cheese it with foundations, they don't build, they get cleared. You'd have to play around with cards that cared about clearing. This would be very good with Mirko support. D. Zangief. Now, me and Zangief have a bit of a solid past. I have rated him quite low for everything apart from 1, I believe. Let's see how he does this time. First E, your opponent's face attack gets -2 damage. Okay, instant grog vibes, but multiple does wreck him. Your turn, commit 1 foundation. Your next throw attack gets +3 damage. Ooh. So you get a lot of throw utilization there, and you're taking a lot less damage outside of multiple. You are 532, which was fairly statted for the time. Now we see 6-handers with better abilities and more hand size and more health. Solid B. Vega. While you're at desperation, your attacks get While you're at desperation, your attacks get -1 difficulty and +1 speed. Your opponent's attacks get +1 difficulty and -1 speed. Response commit. After your opponent makes a check, that check gets -1. If they pass that check, ready this character. I know this one. This is my first retro character. I went through a box of stuff I got from eBay. I saw this. I was like, this is cool. I get to 9 health and my opponents just cry. Evil Death Air. Playing this with things like Castle Maze, Vile Seizing, Time Slow, just anything that messed with my opponent's checks was so beautiful. I got annihilated by Miles Tyner on Ken. I got annihilated by the Dark One, who we later found out was not playing with the errata. I went toe-to-toe with a lot of the meta characters with this evil Vega, whose entire personality was just your checks get worse, and it was such a weird deck I put together, and I really want to remake it with more meta staple cards. I love this Vega. I think this Vega is really cool. I'm putting this Vega in A for nostalgia reasons alone. I haven't played Vega in such a long time, but my god, I love Vega. Just the pure hatred of going second, and my opponent goes on a free, checks a free, you go, nope. And they go, okay, I'll play out the rest. It's like, yeah, you can play out the rest. But I got one. It kind of explains why I like Mark Tyner so much, because you just get to go, yeah, you're not playing this game the same way as everybody else. T-Hog, commit one foundation. After your slam or throw attack is blocked, your opponent discards a card, and your opponent may flip. Yeah, your opponent may flip 2 foundations to cancel this effect. So go down resources or go down a hand size. Solid. Commit your next slam or throw attack is turning ignores progressive difficulties. So this is it's a case of kind of going, if your opponent has nothing in hand, you're kind of building up to this ultimate attack. I like this. It's a 535, which is really good stats. On symbols like Void, good draw power. Earth has good throws. Life has good utility. I'm down for that. T-Hawk can go into... I'm going to put him in A. Because it's commit, it's not destroy. I was going to put him in A. But it's commit, so you get it back. You're not going down the resource. And you don't need to commit to ignore progressive difficulty unless you want to. I'm going to put him in S, just because you force your opponent to discard a card or use all the resources. Unless you're playing against a Kuma, or a Selkie or a Cementos, you're kind of happy with this. Sakura, after you play an attack, gain 1 vitality, playable while committed. This is good, especially the 719. Discard 1 card. If your opponent attempts to block your attack, that block modifier gets +2. Interesting. Discard 1 card. Your block modifier to block an attack gets -2, minimum of 0. So you got filtering on face. You got ways to get rid of all grey hands if you're just stuck in a situation where your opponent goes, okay, I'm just going to throw 1 attack because I know you got a handful of grey and I'm just going to keep setting up. You go, cool. I'm going to discard 1 to make my block modifier -2. They go, oh, okay. And then you can keep gaining health back. I think that's really decent. Solid B. Sagat, 626. Your attack. Add the top card of your deck to your card pool. Face down. Commit one of your opponent's foundations. That's your attack. Interesting. Commit. Discard up to 2. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. You commit, discard 2 cards from your card pool. On reversal, this seems really interesting. You get to commit down your opponent's biggest threats, and then after you play your second attack, you essentially kick both of them out. So you're playing with the same progressive. It's just one of them is pseudo increased by 1. It does leave you vulnerable for that second attack. If you can add more, that's really cool, but not a big fan of that saga. You go into F. Ryu, your attack set +1 speed, +1 damage. If it's blocked, your next check gets +1. Once per turn, after you completely block an attack, draw 1 card. So a defensive draw from Ryu, and your attack gets +1 speed, +1 damage. And if it's blocked, your check essentially ignores the blocked attack and went for progressive, meaning you can launch 2 free attacks quite cheaply. That's a solid B. Bison, commit, lose 2 vitality after your opponent plays an ability on a non-character card in their stage, cancel its effects and destroy it. Oh, hello. If your opponent completely blocks your attack, they lose vitality and your next they lose 1 vitality and your next charge, fury or kick attack gets +2 damage. Okay. Okay, yes. You have cancel on face for silly things, and you burn them for blocking as well as pumping your next attack. Sure. Ken, discard one card, your attack gains stun 2. Commit a foundation. If your attack is not blocked, draw a card. A. You immediately make it harder for me to block by discarding a card to gain stun 2. And then eventually you get to the point where cards cannot be blocked because you can just pump them with silly speed and you get to refill your hand. Guile, 627, destroy 1 committed foundation. Ooh, committed foundation. Your attack gets +3 damage and stun 1. Commit 1 foundation after you play a charge attack. Add 2 foundations from your card pool to your staging area. Okay. So you play 2 foundations. Then you play the attack. You build the 2 foundations in because it's not once per turn. You blow up the 1 committed foundation that you use to build in the 2 foundations from the charge attack to gain stun 1 and +3 damage. If you can play low enough difficulty attacks, this gets very silly. It's a lot of work and you need to draw quite well, so I'm going to put it in B, but that's a funky guile. Feilong. Feilong 817, once per turn, change each combo requirement of your next attack to combo. So it needs a combo. Okay. Your face-up attack with printed damage 3 or less gets +1 damage for each attack in your card pool. Can do some very fun combo things, especially if you can get just basically once per turn, ignore the combo requirements. But having to play a bunch of attacks with printed damage 3 or less to get +1, +2, +3, I'd rather just play big attacks that have big damage. F. E Honda, once per turn, this is a 534. Once per turn, after your opponent plays a card as a block, seal it, or seal 1 non-character card in the staging area and draw a card, courtesy, says our 6 hand size. If your opponent blocks your printed difficulty 5 attack, they must remove the top 4 cards of the attack lane. So you're immediately above F because you're a mill strategy. Simple as. Once per turn, after your opponent plays a card as a block, so if you use reversal, you get to do it again. You can seal the block, so you don't have to worry about breaker, showdown, any of these silly shenanigans they want to try and get through. Or you can seal a card in the staging area and shut down defensive capability, and then also draw a card. Solid C. Takes a little bit of setup, but I think that's really cool. Dalsim, each ability on this card can only play once per turn. Your attack gets +2 speed, +2 damage. This attack gets -2 speed, -2 damage. After your range attack deals damage, your opponent loses 2 vitality. So you only get to use each of those once. If you have a ranged reversal, that's really cool. And I guess -2 speed, -2 damage to your opponent's reversal. B. DJ, our last Street Fighter from this one here. If your attack is blocked, your next attack is +2 speed. If your attack is not blocked, your next attack is +2 damage. Commit after you play an attack, draw 1 card for each charge attack in your card. But ooh, I feel like we've seen that ability before. I think it's on a Deku. I think that's just an enhanced commit. So you just get to go, cool, if you block it, my next one gets +2 speed. If you don't block it, my next one gets 2 damage, meaning you have to block the next one. And regardless, I'm going to commit and draw a bunch of cards if I can string out. That's really solid, and I think that's a solid A character, because you can't just go into, you're putting a lot of pressure on your opponent's mental load. Okay. So that's Street Fighter out of the way. Let's get into the fourth set of champ promos. You have 5 champion cards from nationals and other events from around the world. Starting off with Grant Padley, absolutely amazing player. I like to call him a friend. I'm not quite sure if he feels the same, but he is beloved by a lot of the old heads and is an all-round absolutely amazing guy. Kicked my absolute butt the first time I met him in Bristol, and he's kicked my butt ever since. 627 form, discard 1 card, reveal the top 3 cards of your deck, add 1 of the reveal cards to your hand, discard the rest. Commit, this attack gets plus X speed, plus X damage, X equals half this attack's printed difficulty rounded up. Hey, it's Smiling Titan! And this is unerrated Smiling Titans. This is better than the current Smiling Titan we have. So you can form, discard a card, go get a 4-check attack, 1 of the Titan attacks, and you can just commit this to give. I guess you don't get to ready it like you do Smiling Titan, which is a shame. But you get to do silly Smiling Titan things with Grant Padley, and given 4-check attacks are still a thing. Grant Padley goes into A. Garrett Brett 4. 627 response. Add 1 card from your hand to the bottom of your deck. Before your draw step, commit 1 of your opponent's foundations. If it does, before your draw step, commit 1 of your rival's foundations. It does not ready during the next ready step. Okay, so this is before the draw step. So you're reviewing by putting a card to the bottom instead, and locking them out. Commit after an attack is played. Add the bottom card of your deck to your hand. Of course, Garrett Brett has a sneaky way of getting that card back. After this attack is played, add the bottom card. After an attack is played, add the bottom card of your deck to your hand. So you're essentially not letting your opponent know what this card is. You're tucking it away in case you need it. Yes, you can give your opponent's attack 2 damage from this, or you can just pick up something you need because your first response is already utilized. That's excellent synergy from Garrett Brett. That's an A. Phil Birch 2. Commit discard 2 momentum after your opponent plays an attack. Discard it from their card pool. Okay. That's just a Genkai Zone face. They don't get anything from it. That's just them gone. Destroy a foundation. This attack gets +1 speed or +1 damage for each foundation that's been destroyed this turn. Maximum of 5. That's solid. That's just a solid card in general. Yeah, I can't argue with that. That's an S tier. You can destroy foundations. It utilizes a lot of very cool cards very well. Phil Birch, S tier. Kevin Broberg, number 1. Number 2, not out yet. Maybe number 3, I don't know. Got a lot of cards to go through. After this attack resolves, if it did not deal damage, add it to the top card. Add the top card you deck to momentum. If it's your opponent's turn, commit 2 of your foundations. Okay, so you want to use that in your opponent's turn. Block, deal some damage, get a momentum. If it's my opponent's turn, I commit 2 foundations to it. Yeah, if it's my opponent's turn. So you want to be using this in your turn and hoping your opponent blocks. So, yeah, I can see. Discard momentum. If the next card you play is not an attack, commit 1 of your opponent's foundations. This is not ready. Oh! So in my opponent's turn, I commit 2 foundations to get the momentum. I discard the momentum and say, the next card I'm going to play is not an attack card. I'm going to throw down a block, a action, a backup, a asset, a foundation, and I'm going to commit 1 of your foundations, and it's not ending your turn a bit sooner, and you're not going to get it back in your next turn. Pass it back over to me, and I'm going to get the rest of your board. That's really decent. A. Keith Disbro. Flip 1 foundation. Add 1 card from your momentum to your hand. Cool. We love good momentum synergy. Discard momentum. Add one card from your discard pile to your momentum. That's an E in your opponent's turn. Twice per turn, your attack gets +1 damage. Your next check gets +1. So, has Chaos, can stuff a bunch of foundations into my momentum, or top card of my deck, utilizing a lot of A or T cards and other cards that have come out. And I can essentially do a kind of Mitchell Samino. I can first form, flip foundation, and now we can look at our momentum. I can find the best momentum. On the other side of that, I can discard as an E. I can discard attacks for momentum to add foundations to momentum for an ultimate combination, which can pop off. I mean, it's a B, but it's a B I'd like to play. Oh. Okay. Now we're moving on to Platinum. It's a good thing Mike isn't here. So Platinum is a reprint set. So we're going to see, I might be seeing some of these for the first time, which will impact my future decisions. But a lot of these are reprints of cards we've already seen. So this is going to go by fairly quickly. However, my decision may have changed. The reason I keep stuff like this in is because as I see more cards, as I become more engrossed in retro, my opinions on cards' power levels changes, which is why I kind of like would love to go back to the start and redo it, because I was really harsh with a lot of cards, but towards the end I was a lot more lenient. Hytzel 2. Once per turn, if your attack is blocked, add it to your hand after it resolves. Your opponent discards 1 momentum. If your attack is completely blocked, it still deals damage half rounded up as just an enhance. After your attack deals damage, your opponent discards a card. What? So once per turn, after my attack is blocked, I get to add it to my hand. But if it's completely blocked, it still deals half, even if it's similar as if it was half blocked. And if it deals damage, my opponent discards a card. So one attack can force my opponent to discard 2 cards. Yes, you're a 4-hander, but you have 38 health. S. Just S. What? Any damage my attack does, if you can get set up, if you play a bunch of attacks that draw cards, you can do silly things with this. Gemini Man. You may if you bought with Gemini card, you get a Gemini Man. You get to build it. If your attack shares at least 2 printed resources, Gemini Man 2. Your attack that shares at least 2 resource symbols with your character gains multiple 1. You can only use character cards in your staging area to pay for this attack's multiple costs. So you discard copies of Gemini Man to use the multiple, which is really cool. Don't get me wrong, that's really cool. And if you block with Gemini, so you get to essentially double 1 of your attacks, and you get to give any attack multiple 1. Fairly decent, but B. Drillman, you cannot play attack cards during the first turn of the game. Not an issue anymore. We're good. The first card you attempt to play on your turn passes, no check necessary. Okay, pop off, King. Fuck, that's good. After an attack deals 4 more damage, add 1 card from your opponent's discard pile to the top of their deck. Your opponent must reveal a random card from their hand. What? So the first card I play passes regardless, committed or uncommitted. Cool. After any attack deals damage, I add any card from my opponent's discard pile to the top of their deck, and they must show a card in their hand. So I just get to stack freeze after taking a little bit of damage. A. Drillman gets an A. Drillman does silly things. I already like Hadir. And this does hit you on crack. Dimitri, each ability can only be played once per turn. Choose one card in your capital. It does not count towards aggressive for the rest of the turn. That's pretty decent on both players' turn. Your opponent's next attack this turn gets +1 difficulty. Okay, you can use that in your turn, I guess. E, gain 2 vitality. So you're gaining 4 a turn, and you're ignoring progressive, and you're saying your opponent, you can add some additional pressure to your opponent. B. A. Actually, A. If you're getting 4 a turn, that's really good. Bubble Man, once per turn, commit 2 foundations, add the top card. Wow, that's bad. Committing 2 to get 1 momentum. This attack gets +X damage. X equals the highest multiple rating of cards in your capital. F. That's terrible. Woodman, 628. Once per turn, add 1 foundation to your hand. Add 1 foundation to your hand, and the top card of your deck to your staging area committed. Your next check to play a card this turn gets +1, and then commit this attack gets +3 damage. So it's cute, it's basic. You get to double up on foundations because you're essentially always going to have an additional foundation, and that's once per turn, not in your turn. So you can pick up a perfect block and know that you're going to have the foundations to pass it. It's only B. Stoneman. After an attack gets Stoneman 534. After an attack gets a speed or damage bonus, reduce this attack. That attack gets -2 speed or -2 damage. If you're against a Bakugo 4, does that just resolve infinitely? Okay, I'll give my attack -1 +3. Actually, you get an additional -2, and then when you get the +3, you get an additional -2, which triggers the +3, which gives you triggers the -2, which triggers the +3, which triggers the -2, which triggers the +3. Yeah, no, that that's a little bit nutty. However, you are just giving your opponent essentially +1 repeatedly. Actually, yes, you could. Yeah, +2 speed or damage. You get to choose. So, I guess that's a good way of doing it. But anyway, commit. Yeah, commit 2. Commit 2 of your opponent's non-character cards. Deadlock E. Your attack gains stun free. I like that. That rhymes. I think that's pretty cool. It gives -2 to everything your opponent's trying to do, and you get to choose if you want to make something hit you less or deal less damage. But I think it goes. I think B. Splash Woman. At the start of each combat phase, an 8/18 that loses 1 health at the beginning of each combat phase, including the starting turn. You may only play up to 4 cards from your hand each turn. Discard 2 cards, gain 2 vitality. But what if my opponent attacks me 5 times? What if I have actions I want to play? I don't like that. No, F. The Watto cards can stay together. Twice per turn, discard a card, draw a card. Decent. 627. Discard 1 card. After you play an attack with the reversal keyword, add the top card of your deck to your momentum. Interesting. I'm going to put it into C just because the looting is enough to keep it out, but that second ability, you need ways to utilize the momentum. And I don't know, out of the reversals I've played, and I've not played that many, they don't really utilize reverse. Out there, you can tell this is kind of like a skull barrier situation where you're trying to set up the Genkai's aspect. Sheepman. Your breaker, charge, and stun attacks get +2 speed and +2 damage. Only playable if there are no cards in your opponent's capital. So the first one gets to pop off. Once per turn, your turn. Once per turn, lose 2 vitality. Add 1 card add 1 of your opponent's foundations to the top of the deck. Add 1 foundation from the discard pile to their staging area. Committed. Okay, so you just get to mess about with your opponent's stage, replacing a threat with something less threatening, but also securing their next check. I guess if they've been building a lot of attacks face down, you can kind of mess about with them a little bit. It takes a lot of tracking D. Just because if they block that first attack, everything kind of gets shut down. Shadow Man. Once per turn, after you play a flash attack, add one other flash attack from your card pool to your momentum. Okay, so you need to be playing flashes. Discard momentum after an attack is played. Your opponent destroys one foundation. If the destroyed foundation was difficulty 1 or less, this attack is 3 damage. Okay. So, as long as you have momentum, you can force your opponent to keep blocking foundations. However, if they block face downs, they can give themselves damage. The trade-off is really weird there, but I think it's still strong enough to go at least C. Mainly because if you play 2 flashes, you get to stick 1 into momentum. Plant Man 720. Once per turn, look at the top 3 cards of your deck and discard 2 of them. So you get to secure your next check. If your non-throw attack deals damage, gain vitality equal to your momentum. Your attack gets +1 speed for each card in your momentum. Oh, interesting. And it's not great. I'm going to put it into F because it has to be non-throw. You do get to secure your first check, but you're not able to guarantee the attack actually doing something. Napalm Man. I imagine we're going to see a lot of these. We're going to see a lot of these cards when we see the next. When we see the next. Oh, this one, man. When we see the next Mega Man. Bit more caffeine. If your attack is not blocked, your opponent loses 2 vitality, and your opponent may discard 1 card. Yeah, we saw this one before. Discard 1 card, add 1 attack card from your card pool to your hand once per turn. So essentially you get to blow up your opponent's hand. Absolutely. So I love Napalm. I think I've got Napalm Man 2 somewhere. I've always, in my early months and days of playing the game, I had an aversion to 5-handers. But I think Napalm could be a lot of fun. Yeah, so that's Platinum. Platinum's a good reprint set. I have a box of it here. I'm planning on taking it to Spain for the next community. I plan to take a lot of retro products to Spain. I think they love their retro product out there. Let's move on to Bebop. Now, Bebop is one I'm very excited to take a look into. Not too many characters compared to the last few sets, but really excited to see what we've got in here. And also because that means we're getting ever closer to getting to MHA, where I can start blitzing through characters. We've been going 5 hours, and I'm starting to see towards the end, because once we hit MHA, my God, I can speed up. I've done those tier lists before. Jet 629. Also, because there's no one chatting in chat, I'm not getting distracted, so I can just keep going. Which is sad. I do like having people to chat to. I'll respond to Anna later. Remove 2 attack cards from your discard pile. After your non-multiple attack is played, it gets +2 or -2 to all its key. You've missed Platinum champ cards. But yeah, thanks for being here, Blake. But we're at Bebop now. This one might be up your alley in terms of playability. I know you like Mei Hatsume. Remove 2 attack cards from your discard pile. After a non-multiple card is played, it gets +2 or -2 to all its keyword ratings printed on it. So you remove 2 attack cards from your discard pile, and your Breaker 2 becomes a Breaker 4. And it's after a non-multiple card is played. So this works on foundations, assets, backups. Your powerful 4 becomes powerful 6. That's decent. Also, the fact that I can remove 2 to make my opponents less. Really cool. Discard 2 top 2 cards of your deck. Your attack gets +2 damage. I mean, just from... it takes a bit of setup and you need an attack heavy deck. But I mean, that's really cool. I'm going to put Jet into A minimum, but I could easily be talked into putting Jet into S. Faye, 625. This text box is really low down. E, if the top card of your discard pile has no block, add it to your momentum. If it has a 1 or 2 block, this attack gets +2 or -2 damage. If it's a +3 block, this attack gets +2 or -2 speed. If it's a 4 block or higher, add 1 asset or tech attack from your discard pile to your hand. Oh! That's pretty cool. So it's kind of doing Rodan things, but depending on what you're doing. So you can take less damage, you can reduce speed to make things more blockable, depending on what you're checking. If it has no block modifier, you just get to add it to your momentum and then go, okay, next attack, I'll try again. That's pretty decent. I'm going to put it into C though. It's very RNG conditional. We've got a 2-for-1 with Edward and Ein. Before the game begins, search your deck for up to 3 copies of Edward and Ein and attach them to this card, then shuffle your deck. So you start off with a 57 card deck. Really cool. Good for efficiency. Your turn. Add 1 attached character from your staging area to your hand. Your opponent discards 1 card. If the discarded card was not an attack card, draw a card or commit one of your opponent's foundations. Okay. That's really cool. It is still a 6 difficulty character. So if it was a bit cheaper, that'd be really broken. But being able to add it back to your hand, and then you need a way to kind of cheat these characters out. And Gauge is a thing. So if you can find a way of putting it back in your deck, if you could, I like this. I like this a lot. Just be able to discard and get your opponent's hand size down, and going, if you don't discard attacks, if you don't promise to stop hitting me, then I'm going to draw cards or commit your resources. B. Asmovi and Katarina, remove 1 foundation from your discard pile from the game. Ready 1 foundation that shares a name with the removed foundation. Okay, so you can do yours. Yeah, from your discard, you see, okay, you remove 1 and you ready 1 similar. Good for plotting well spoken, I guess. Commit 1 foundation, name a card. Your punch or weapon attack gets +1 damage for each copy of the card named in your remove from game pile. Okay, so it doesn't matter, you're not really looking to ready. This would be really cool with foundations. You can have multiple, more than like 4 copies of if they exist. That's really decent, but not good. Twinkle Murdoch again. I see the art, and I feel Mike's presence over me. Twinkle Murdoch. You cannot play safe attacks. Simple as, you cannot play safe attacks. Deck building restriction right there. Commit your opponent adds the top 2 cards of their deck to their momentum. Interesting. Your attack gets +1 speed and +1 damage for every 2 cards in your opponent's momentum. Not playable while committed. Once per game, reveal your hand. After your opponent plays an ability on a non-character card, cancels effects. So the more momentum they take, the bigger your attacks get. You can force your opponents to take momentum by committing in your opponent's turn, and then just spending your turn popping off there, and then once per turn I can show you my hand to say your ability does nothing. I can feel the hatred, but I'm going to put Twinkle Murdoch into A. I feel like she should be S, but giving my opponent momentum when they have the utilities to spend it can feel really bad. Vicious, the Stargate character, which I have behind me, I believe. Lose 2 vitality. Your opponent must flip one of their foundations. Lose 1 vitality. This attack gets +1 damage, +2 damage, and if it's not blocked, draw a card. A 631. Very solid. And just lose 2 vitality. You flip, so you lose a resource. Lose 1 vitality for 2 damage, and go. You need to block this. I'm drawing more cards. Yeah, you can go into A as well. Hello, Twinkle Murdoch, you're back. You can join in A. Spike, twice per turn. After this attack resolves, discard it from your card pool. Really solid ability, especially on air. Clearing cards gives lots of a powerful ability. Commit, your attack gets multiple 1. If it's a tech attack, you may add 1 card from your staging area to your momentum, allowing you to utilize the multiple ability. It's good synergy on face. So let's put this Spike into C with Faye. Spike, flip 1 foundation. This attack gets +2 or -2 speed. If you have more face down foundations than your opponent, this attack gets +1. This attack gets +1 or -1 damage. B. I know that there's some silly things you can do with this, but putting everything face down seems really bad. But I'm sure, again, people will shout me. Mad Perot. If you have 4 copies of Mad Perot in your staging area, your attacks are unblockable. Discard the top 4 cards of your deck. This attack is +2 speed. If this attack speed is 6 or greater, it gets -2 damage. So you put this on your opponent, and you just hope to get. Oh, that is such a janky mechanic that you want to get all 4 copies of this out so your attacks are unblockable. I kind of love it. You want gauge, you want to do silly things, and then you just go, yeah, I'll give you your attack +2 speed, but I'm going to reduce its damage by 2 as well. You go into D. That's terrible, but absolutely hilarious that you can just give everything unblockable. It's such a janky mechanic to get there, though. Mortal Kombat. Goro. Unfortunately, my Goro supporter is currently streaming Dead by Daylight, I believe. So, yeah. Face down foundations count as 2 foundations when passing checks. Flip 1 foundation, shuffle your hand into your deck, add up to 4 cards from your discard pile to your hand. This ability cannot be cancelled. Discard the top 4 cards of your deck. Your attack gets +4 damage. So, you just get to cherry pick your hand every single turn if you have foundations to be flipped. Absolutely solid ability there. Getting to pick and choose. However, you are giving information to your opponent. You're letting them know what you're picking up, what you're going to be playing. Yes, you can pick up stuff that draws cards and catch your opponent off guard, but the majority of your hand is going to be made aware to your opponent, and you can see how deep they expect to go in this turn. As well as on top of that, if they pick up defensive pieces, what defensive pieces they pick. It's a glass cannon, but it's a glass cannon with 40 health that doesn't give a fuck. As much as I might shit on it, it goes into S. Goro got banned, unbanned, banned, unbanned, restricted, banned. It deserves it. They deserve it. Goro is an absolute monster. Aaron Black, 627. Add 2 cards. Add up to 2 printed low cards from your card pool to your momentum. If this attack deals damage, commit one of your opponent's foundations. Ooh, interesting. So, yeah, if you play 2 low attacks, you get to add them to your momentum. No real utilization of that on face, but after a low attack deals damage, commit one of your opponent's foundations. If they play a low as well, you're 627, so you've got a little bit of health to play with. Solid C. Amac. Destroy one foundation after you check a character card. Your opponent destroys one of their non-character cards. Oh, okay, cool. Discard one character card, draw a card. This tag is plus damage for each resource symbol discarded character card shared with your character. For each resource symbol, the discarded card shared with your resource character. So there's no minimum of one there. So you got to get kind of lucky. It's fun, especially if you're just looking to blow up your opponent's board by going, cool, I'll play foundations and maybe I'll get one or two, especially going second. If you can go foundation, check a 6, cool, blow up a non-character card. I think that's really funny, but I'm going to put them into C. Primarily just because you're not always going to share resources with your opponent. You're basically looking at just a foundation destruction deck. And that's not even that consistent. It's very RNG heavy. Devourer. 7/17. Enhance your attack gets +1 damage for each printed 4 damage attack in your card pool. So 1, 2, it's a progressive. Once per turn, your next check gets +X. X equals the number of attack cards in both card pools, and you gain X vitality. I'll put that as a B. I'm not the biggest fan of progressive attack, but that once... Ooh, was that once per turn or once per game? Because that might actually... OBS, can you just chill? OBS is freaking out and trying to make me move stuff around. Once per turn, yeah. I'll put a B once per turn that you gain X. You can gain XL and give you an X check +X. Casey Cage, 6/27. Enhance your non-throw attack gets +1 speed, +1 damage for each non-attack card preceding it in the card pool. It's another one of these. Once per turn, add one card. Once per turn, add one card from your staging area to. Add one card from your staging area to the beginning of your card pool. Reveal the top 3 cards of your deck. You may add one foundation, reveal this way to your staging area, and then the remaining cards back into the top of your deck in any order. Okay. I'm not a big fan of taking a card from my staging area and putting it into my card pool because I then have to play a progressive. But it doesn't have to be ready, which means I can play it late in the turn defensively and offensively. I get to replace it with a ready foundation, and I get to secure my next checks or see what I'm going to draw. And if I do it as my first enhance, I can give all my attacks +1 speed or +1 damage. C. Quan Chi. Twice per turn, remove one character from your discard pile. For the rest of this enhanced step, your starting character gains all enhanced abilities printed on the removed card. Once per enhanced step, after your opponent plays an enhanced ability on the stack, it gets +1 or -1 damage. The second ability doesn't matter here. The second ability is really cool, but it's once per enhanced step to just give you +1 or -1 damage. But yeah, the ability to just remove any character. Now, this has gone downhill since AOT. Don't get me wrong. The AOT characters not having difficulty on them outside of a few reprints is really it makes it a lot harder for it to keep up now, but it's not in Hero 2. This is a retro card, and retro has access to all these S tier cards that we've seen before. And this was before that you were locked into having to play cards on your symbol. So removing a character from my discard pile, and then for the rest of this enhanced step, having access to all these characters' abilities is very powerful. Quan Chi goes into S. For anyone who is an established player, they knew I was going to do that. Hey, I may put some disrespect on some established characters because I don't know them. I know Quan Chi. I've heard the stories of Quan Chi. Liu Kang, 6/26. Twice per turn, after you play a combo ability, your opponent adds the top card of the deck to their card pool face down. Cool. Commit. Discard top X cards of your deck. Add one combo card. Discard away to your hand. X equals the number of cards in your opponent's card pool. Interesting. So you can do that. I guess it depends when you want to play it, because you're only really going to get 3-4 max before you start to hit the point of diminishing return. Guess you get 5-6 if you use it twice per turn, but you need the combos to pop off. I'm not too sure on that. That's a mini of that one, so let's get rid of that. There we go. Shinnok, 628. Your abilities cannot be cancelled by card effects. Oof. Does that include Seal? I guess Seal is just erasing them, not cancelling them. Answer my own question. Response: lose 2 vitality. After your opponent plays an ability that draws any number of cards, destroy one of their foundations or commit their character. Okay. So just response, commit your character for 2 seems really powerful. You lose 2 vitality, your attack gets +2 speed. If you're at desperation, draw 2 cards and discard 1 card. And this can put you at desperation. If you're at 15 health, you pay the cost first. The attack gets 2 speed. You draw 2 cards, you discard a card. That's really cool. They can't be cancelled. And you get to commit your opponent's character if they play any ability that lets them draw any number of cards. You can destroy one of their foundations or commit their character. I'm down for that. But I'm going to put her into A because A's looking quite lonely. For anyone that's just lurking, I'm just going to put that in the chat. Takeda. I'm going to be honest, I've heard of this character. I've heard good things about this character in terms of how disgusting they are. Never read this character, and if I have, I've forgotten it. So let's make some enemies. Commit. You may play 1 combo ability that you've already played this enhanced step. Okay. Decent. Once per turn, add 1 card from your discard pile to the top of your deck. Securing your check on defense and offense. Discard the top card of your deck. Your attack gains all combo abilities on the discarded card. Never mind, you're not securing your check, you're just being a dick. What? Discard the top. So you get to tutor your discard for any combo ability. You get to attach that combo ability to a card that already has a combo on there. Because if you attach combo abilities to a card without the combo keyword, it hasn't got the combo keyword to trigger it, so it has to be a combo to play the combo again. And I assume the reason people love him is because there's some really broken combo ability on these symbols that if you play it twice in the same enhanced step, it kind of creates a singularity and breaks the game. If not, I'm maybe misunderstanding what's going on. But anyway. Let's pop that into S because that's nuts. Looks like YouTube had a bit of a dip there. Something just went wrong and part of my internet has just severely died. Weird. this is all being recorded separately, so hopefully it catches up. I might end the. Oh, I can't end the dual stream. That's annoying. Okay, well, for people that are about, I apologize for the shakiness of the stream at this minute. I'll keep moving on. Hopefully, YouTube catches up. But I'll keep going because we're getting very close. Oh, fuck. 6 hours. I've been going 6 hours. Okay, well, again, for everyone here, I appreciate it, and hopefully YouTube catches up. Sub-Zero. Your stun attack gets +2 damage if it's blocked. Your opponent discards a card. That's a basic E on Void and Order, which have great stun. Your attack, flip one foundation, seal one of your opponent's assets or foundations. Your opponent seal one of your opponent's asset or foundations and commit it. I don't know why you need to seal and commit it, but I guess there are tenacious abilities that you could be worried about. Still fairly decent. Plus damage to all your stun and force your opponent to discard if they block. Really powerful. This is a really good starter character. I'm going to put Sub-Zero into an A because you're already kind of punishing your opponent for blocking by stunning everything down. And then if they do try to block it, it's costing them 2 cards to block. Scorpion, 628, lose 2 vitality. If this attack is blocked, your opponent loses 2 vitality. Your opponent loses 12. Lose 1 health. This attack is +2 or -2 speed. If you're at desperation, this attack gets 6 damage. I have lost badly to a lot of Scorpions in the past. Suri has a really cool Scorpion deck that he went toe-to-toe with my Dabby deck with. Essentially turn-2ing me a lot. Only through misplays did I have a chance. And I imagine the more he plays Scorpion, the more that's going to walk away. This isn't a character that wants to attack turn 1, so it isn't really affected by the new rules. Because they want to have a few foundations up, they want to have their engine going, and then they want to get to like 5 health and just decimate you. Reptile. Your mid attack gets +1 damage if your next mid attack gets +2 damage. Interesting. Your high low attack gets -1. This high low attack gets -1 damage. The next high low attack this time gets -2 damage. Reveal 2 mid attacks from your hand. Your opponent discards a card on every attack. So you're just playing all mids, which on Void, Water, and Earth has some good vitality, especially on Void. And then if your opponent's playing anything other than that, you're going, cool. How do you like -3 to all of your attacks? Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah, I'm actually gonna put Reptile in A. That's really cool. Yes, it's the easiest thing to block, but you're basically going, my first mid attack has +1. They're gonna leave it alone because the next one's got +3 and the one after that's got +3. And if you keep revealing the mid attacks, you get to keep making them discard. And with the amount of draw power that exists on mid, especially in Void, with things like Rejuvenating Smash, you just get to keep messing them over. So if you're looking for another good Barrier Shield Rejuvenating Smash deck, Scorpion's got your back. You're taking half damage on the block, but you're going to be doing some very silly things. I'm down for that. Raiden. One of my favourite Christopher Lambert roles. Each attack on this card is only playable. Each ability on this card is only playable once per turn. Destroy 1 foundation. Your opponent must play a non-attack card as the next turn or for the next form this turn or pass. Okay. That's really powerful on face. Destroy one foundation. Add the top card of your deck to your momentum. If you have 6 of your foundations ready, 3 of them. Nah, just all that benefit of just cool. So if you get debuilt down, a 3v3 character Raiden would just be so cool. Because you can keep some assets or backups around, and you can drop in and just go, cool, I have 6 of your foundations, already 3 of them for the defense, let's go. That is so very cool. Raiden can go into B, into A. Just the ability to airy smile your opponent every single turn and build it towards something you get to do. And since you're having pseudo 9 foundations, okay. Quan Chi 1, remove one character remove one character card from your discard pile for the rest of this enhanced step. Your stand character has all this. Yeah, we saw this before. Get an S. This is only Quan Chi 1, which... What's the difference between Quan Chi 1 and Quan Chi 2? He's limited to twice per turn. And once his abilities were limited, that is all. That is all. He was nerfed and was still absolutely broken. Nope. In you go. Get an S. Does the exact same as the first one, and just without limits. Melina, each ability on this character can be used once per turn. I'm seeing a trend in Mortal Kombat. For as much as we complain we're getting new stuff all the time, one thing I will tell you I've discovered going through every single character in this game, that's not a new thing. Every single set has its theme or thematic aspect to it. It's all doing something different. It's not always introducing a new keyword mechanic. It's a different way to play the game. And I love adding new things, but I think this is a better way to do it. I think the Critical Role Mortal Kombat thing of having characters that are limited to once per turn rather than adding a new keyword for it is very cool. But we're not here to rant about the game. I can do that on the podcast. Lose 2 vitality. This attack gets +2 -2 speed. Your next check to play a card gets +2. That once per turn. Gotta remember that. It gives away once per turn. Lose 3 vitality. After your attack is played for 6 I lose 6 vitality. You lose 2 cards from your hand. There's a lot of free draw, so not as good, but I'm down for that. Desperation R. After your opponent plays an attack, it gains flash. A. I didn't see a single ability on there I didn't like. Yes, it cost me 5 vitality, but you discard a card and you get -2 speed, and my check to block gets +2. Oh, and on top of that, Desperation R, you get flash. You don't get to do what you wanted to do with cards. Yeah, no, say less. Kung Jin. Once per game, draw 2 cards, add the top 2 cards of your deck to your momentum. As a form, so you get to become an 8-hander for 1 turn and get some momentum. E, discard the top 2 cards of your deck. This attack gets +X speed. X equals 4 minus the lowest print modifier of the cards discarded due to this cost. So if you get 0, you get... Yeah, if you get 0, you just get 4 damage. Not the best. The once per game seems fun if you can utilize it, but there are going to be discarding top 2 cards. You're going to be seeing 1 or 2 damage maximum, losing 1 or 2 speed maximum. There's foundations that do that for less. D. Kotal Khan. 630. Lose 2 vitality. Your attack with a printed damage of 3 or less, god damn it, gets 2 damage. Your next attack gets +2 damage. Okay, so another one of these. Once per turn, after your non-powerful attack is played, it gains throw. After it resolves, add it to its opponent's owner's momentum face up. Desperation, lose to E, your attack gets +2 damage. So that's a dangerous desperation. So it's a stringer. It's an absolute stringer. Your printed attack with 3 less becomes a 5 print. It becomes 5 damage, but your next one gets 2. So your next one becomes a 7. That's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of cool. Being able to utilize this with Igris from the Shadow Monarch, because I have soul level in the brain. Dropping this down here, going cool. This is a printed 3 damage attack. It goes up to 5. It's printed 4. It's a 4 damage attack. Now, man, rewind. On order. Let's play this with 41. Let's play this with Patrick Babies. I lose 2 health. It gets 3. It goes to 3 damage. However, my next one gets an additional +2 on top of this if I utilize 3 damage attacks. So it's spending it forward and forward and forward. Kind of cool, but there are 5 damage attacks that do this similar thing quite easily. D tier. Lose 1 vitality. Kitana. Lose 1 vitality. Your ranged or weapon attack gets +2 speed, +1 damage. Not bad for 1 health. Once per turn, lose X vitality. Discard your opponent's attack with printed X difficulty. Oh, that can get dangerous these days. Desperation. Name a card type. If your opponent attempts to block with this with an attack, block this attack with the named card type, the block modifier gets +2. I mean, that's pretty interesting. I mean, discarding 3 vitality to just get rid of an attack once per turn. But if I'm facing down a Colossal Thermal Blast, I'm not losing 13 to start. I mean, I guess I could if I was scared I wasn't going to be able to block it. Kitana seems really, really sketchy. That first enhance does a lot. Good desperation. I'm going to put Kitana into B. And I'm waiting on Mike to come back from whatever he's doing to shout at me. Johnny Cage. 530, very expensive sunglasses. After you take damage, add 1 foundation from your discard pile to your staging area committed. Sure. Commit 1 foundation. This attack gets +X or -X damage. X equals the printed difficulty of the committed foundation. There we go. Oh, it's got Earth as well, which has access to the Byakugo and these other foundations. It's got Good, which means it has access to the new 4 diff foundations from the King of Fighters. Just be able to commit, take less damage, take 1 or 2 damage, and keep building your stage. Absolutely solid strategy. And then being able to add that onto your own attacks. Johnny Cage can go into A or B. A or B. A. It's just the symbols for damage reduction for me sell it. Jackie Briggs, last one on the list I've got here. 5 hand size, 33 health. At the start, after your opponent combat phase begins, draw 3 cards and discard down to your hand size. So a fake 5-hander. Your non-throw tech attack gains powerful 6. You may discard 1 card from your hand in addition to paying power. So non-throw is great. It doesn't give speed, but the fact that you can play your entire hand, then draw 3 cards, especially as you're discarding cards that are powerful, easily puts this into A. This is Deku. This is Deku 5, but better because I think that one would be quite Deku 4, Deku 5. Too many Dekus. As that one requires a charge, whereas this one is tech, and techs have a lot of speed behind them. So that's Mortal Kombat. No Fs in Mortal Kombat. Okay, now we're getting to sets I've opened. Apart from Platinum, I haven't opened any of these apart from 1 or 2 Red Horizons where I'm able to find them. So we're getting into Street Fighter versus Dark Souls. So Street Fighter vs. Dark Souls, this is a very ambitious crossover. I would love to know how this kind of crossover came to be about. But let's get into it. So we have Ken, 721. Remove the top 2 cards of your deck. Your printed 4 difficulty attack gets +1 speed and +3 damage for each attack you remove this way. Remove the top 2 cards of your deck. If this attack shares a name with a removed attack, draw 2 cards. Oh, I think this is one that Miles Tyner wrecked my face with. So for every attack you get +1 speed, +3 damage. So you can get +2, +6. Low health characters cannot survive this. And this is just free. So you build a big enough deck and you can just string out. This is absolutely solid. And I think Ken deserves minimum of A. Jeddah. This attack gets +1 speed or +1 damage for each of your opponent's momentum. Destroy 1 foundation. After you block an attack, your opponent adds 1 of their foundations to their momentum. So you're giving them momentum, but from the stage, but you're having to go down a foundation as well. And then enhance once per turn. If your opponent has 0 momentum, they add a ready foundation from the momentum to their... they add 1 of their ready foundations to the momentum, and you get to draw a card. So immediately you get to debuild them, you get to draw cards, so you get to become a bit of a fake 7-hander, and that's once per turn. So if they try spending the momentum, if you try getting rid of it, you get to just keep adding it more in there, and the more momentum they get, the worse it gets for them. Not the biggest fan of it. I'm going to put in C, but I'm a big fan of being silly like that. Especially seeing as, again, this is when you could attack first turn, so they weren't going to have any momentum, and you were going to be able to just add 1 to the momentum and go, cool, all your attacks are going to get -1 damage, and if you spend it, I'm just going to give you -1 and draw cards. Gil, 527. Okay, this better be good. Twice per turn, after your opponent plays a card, draw a card. Damn. This is face-up attack gets +X speed or -X speed. X equals 5 minus the number of printed keywords on this attack. If this attack speed was increased or decreased by 3 or greater, due to this effect, gain 2 vitality. Gil, what are you doing? So not only do you have 7 cards in your hand, because whenever your opponent plays a card, you draw a card, so you just get to draw cards going second. So you start off with 8 cards in your opening hand. But any attack gets -X speed, 5 minus the number of printed keywords on this attack. So if they launch an attack that has no printed keywords, they lose 5 speed and you gain 2 health. The absolute audacity of Gil. The absolute audacity of Gil. What? Going second with Gil feels like a hate crime. That is just not a hate. I mean, yeah, feels really bad. If your opponent playing Gil going second, you're kind of like, oh cool, I'm in danger. Chun-Li, 627. Commit 1 foundation. Your punch, kick, or fear attack is +3 speed. You may add it to your staging area face down during the end turn. I think we saw this one already. Once per turn, add 1 face down foundation to your momentum attack is +2 or -3 speed. So you get to keep adding this to you commit a foundation to replace it at the end of turn, meaning that you can be a bit more aggressive and not worry about too much about having to play foundations because your attacks turn into foundations, as well as getting +3 speed, making them harder to deal with. And then you can add a face down foundation to your momentum to give an attack +2 or -2 damage, giving you good DR on face. That's a solid A. Akuma. Flip 1 foundation in your card pool. After your opponent makes a check to play a non-foundation, it gets -2. That's just for flipping, and it doesn't say once per turn. Flip 1 card in your card pool. After your opponent makes a check to play a non-foundation, it gets -2. Failing this check will not end the combat phase. So yeah, they block, they check. You're gonna have to check better than that. Your attack, add the top card of your deck to your card pool, face up or face down. Your attack gets +1 for each face down card in your card pool and stun 1. So you're stunning 1, making it harder to block. And then if they add it face up, yes, not going to get the damage, but they're going to give you -2 to your check. And the more they play, the more you're going to be taking. Absolutely nasty. This isn't the big bad Akuma I'm worried about, but still a very nasty one in its own right. I'm going to put this as an A. Elena. Elena's a 534. After your turn begins, you may add the top card of your deck to your staging area face down. So you're always going to be building 1 foundation at the beginning of your turn, including your first turn. Remove the top card of your deck. Your attack gets +X speed. X equals the printed block modifier of the removed card. It doesn't do anything to your opponents. Your attack gets +1 damage for each resource symbol it shares with your character. I mean, I like the constant build. I think that's... I like the constant build. I think the constant build is really cool. But... not a fan of that. D. If it wasn't for the constant build, it'd be F. Response. After an attack is blocked, draw 1 card. After an attack is blocked, okay. Twice per turn, commit 1 foundation. This attack gets +1 or -1 damage for each of its keywords. A. I'm a big fan of keyword hate. Possibly B, because it's only twice per turn. You commit a foundation, and against things like shopping list and patchwork babies, this absolutely decimates. Again, but against some attacks that don't have any keywords, only have 1 or 2, you're in a bit of a pinch. I prefer this on midnight with speed, especially as you're trying to block to draw more cards. Yeah, I've taught myself out of A. Donovan goes into B, but that's a lot of fun that you can just go, okay, I'm going to block it, and if I can't block it, I'm just going to reduce its keyword. I'm just going to reduce its damage based on keywords. Thank you, Third World Gamings. You are definitely in there. I'll be sure to give this a draw soon. Got 2 more to go. Morgan on the Darkstalker side. Once per turn, lose 3 vitality after your opponent makes a check to play a card not as a block. That check gets -3. Failing that check does not end the combat phase. Do you see what I mean? I've got a video coming up soon about Mark Tyner that says he shouldn't end turns. And every other character I've seen here at response speed just says doesn't end turn. And I feel vindicated. Discard the top card of your deck. If the discarded card is a block card, which nowadays... Oh, actually, no, we've got a lot of non-block cards nowadays. This attack gets +X or -X speed. X equals the difference between the printed control and the printed block modifier. Interesting. So, if it's a 3-5, you lose 2. If it's a 3-3, that's risky. If you get an attack that's a +3 block modifier and a free check. I don't know about that. I do not know about that. That's a risky bean. And a 628. I do like the losing 3 health to check hack. Will bump it up to at least a C, but it could have gone higher with the other ones. And no, I'm second D. You are check hacking, which I do love, but that is so RNG based for getting the speed. Lord Raptor 2. Your cards with Flash Game Breaker 2. Offensively they are, defensively they do good stuff. Once per turn, after a flash attack is played, your opponent destroys 1 committed foundation. Response: remove 2 cards from your discard pile after you play an attack, gets +2 speed, +2 damage. Okay, damn. Yeah, no, that's absolutely solid. So all your flash attacks have Breaker 2, and then once per turn, if you play a flash attack, and with things like cheerleader and things like that, you can force your opponent to play flash attack so you can force them to block more committed foundations. And then you remove 2 cards from your discard pile to give 2 speed to damage, forcing cards to have breaker until you'll be committed. Great synergy on face. I'm going to put that in S. I'm going to put it in A. If it wasn't committed foundation, S. But if you only have 1 attack in hand, you kind of have to pass turn, and you're 719, you're very susceptible to being killed. Last card is Lilith. 626. 5 check. Your printed 3 damage attack, of course, gets +1 speed, +1 damage for each other card in your card pool, playable or committed. Commit 1 foundation. After an attack is played, seal it. Your next check to play a card gets +3. If it's your attack, draw. Oh, if it's your attack, draw a card. So, on my opponent's turn, I can just seal their card, give my next check to block +3, which is very powerful, and then in my turn, I get to draw a card after sealing one of my cards, which could be very cool. And then, of course, I can still give it +X. C. Oh. Okay, that's Street Fighters versus Darkstalkers. We haven't had an F in a while. I think I'm just F intolerant at this point. Okay. Well, I can see. The thing is, I can see the MHA stuff now. I can see it, and it's giving me energy. I still got a few more to get to it, especially as some of these sets are absolutely cheap. Why does 7 Cross have so many characters? Jesus. Anyway, Soul Calibur 6. Your weapon, Mitsurugi. Your weapon attack gains stun 1. Your stun attack gets +3 damage. These are both for 5 checks, and once per turn, it's so close, exactly, Blake. If your attack damages at least double its printed damage, change its zone to low, and your opponent discard. Ooh. So if your attack is at least double its printed attack, which you can do with the 3 damage, you can change its zone to low and force your opponent to discard a card. I think this is really cool. I'm getting quite hungry. The main issue with Blake is I'm getting quite hungry because it's like 8 o'clock. I don't know how much, if I'm going to be able to get done in time for food. It's fine. I can just eat like a pig tomorrow. Solid B for Mitsurugi. The abilities, the 5 checks that synergize well. If you play stun attacks, you don't need to worry about it too much. Maxi, discard momentum, ready 1 foundation in your stage that has not been ready this turn. Your attack is +1 speed, +3 damage. Ooh. Twice per turn, add 1 foundation from your card pool to your card pool face up. Add the top card you get to your momentum. So you're debuilding to get momentum, but you're getting a lot of speed and a lot of damage. You're readying up foundations as well. So it's a very aggressive 7-hand sizer, but yeah, it's a lot of cost. C. Jesus, Killick. That is a terrible font for the name. 533. Each of these abilities are only playable once per turn. Response: reveal 1 attack from your hand. After your safe or weapon attack resolves, add it to your hand. So you essentially a 6-hand sizer. E. If you have 5 or fewer foundations, your next card gets -2 difficulty. Oh, that's cool with the response. And if you have 3 or fewer foundations, your next card gets -3 difficulty. Okay, so I like this. It's utilizing the low building power of the 5-hander and kind of going, cool, you want to be aggressive in your first turn? That's fine. I can give one of my checks -5. I'm more than defensive enough. I'm going to put that in B. Once you get set up, you don't need to worry about it. But at the same time, you can just blow up your board down. I think that's really cool. Ivy, 630. Twice per turn, lose 1 vitality. Reveal the top card of your deck. You may remove it. You may remove the reveal card. If you do, Add the top card of your discard pile to the top of your deck so you can essentially secure your next check twice per turn, which is really good. Twice per turn, after an attack with 2 or fewer printed keywords deals damage, gain 2 vitality, you may draw a card. Ooh, I like that. As long as one of those keywords is throw, you can really pop off with Ivy there. Goro. Your attack gets +1 speed and +1 damage. Your next attack gets +1 speed, +1 damage. 629, this is decent started. Once per turn, if this attack's printed damage is 4 or less, you may discard 1 card from your hand in addition to momentum to pay for its multiple cost. So it says printed damage, which is cool. The E is clearly designed for multiple because you just get to give +2 to all your multiples. And then you can discard a card in addition to pay for its multiple cost. If it's multiple 1, you just get to discard a card. That's really solid. It synergizes on face. You just need multiple attacks to pop it off. As well. E, your attack. Your opponent discards the top 3 cards of their deck. If no attacks were discarded, they may this way draw a card. Your opponent discards 5, and your opponent discards 5 cards from the top of the deck. So they discard 3. If no attacks were discarded, they discard 5, and you draw a card. Cool. Commit 1 foundation. Your opponent discards the top 3 cards of the deck. If all of those cards share the same control, this attack is +6 or -6 damage. What? This is a 631 that's playing a very cool RNG game. It's Mill. You know I love Mill. Mill automatically puts it quite high up. And then I'm going to just slide this into A. If it wasn't as RNG dependent, I would easily put this into S. That's such a cool synergistic. But you have to get, you have to get all of them having the same check value, which is not always guaranteed, especially with 3 cards. It's very unlikely. It's something you kind of need to set up. Oh, Jesus. Zazamuel. Once per turn, this attack gets -3. Once per turn, this attack gets -5 speed. Cool. This attack is +X damage, and X equals the difference between this attack's speed and its printed speed. Okay. So if you can pump up the speed, you can do some silly things. However, also, if you just if it gets 0 speed and you go cool -5 speed, because speed can go into negative, and it's a throw attack. That's really cool. After your opponent's blocked attack resolves, play a reversal from your discard pile. As a reversal, remove the played attack after it resolves or leaves the card pool. Okay. And that's just a response. Oh. That's just a response. No matter what. You just get to keep hitting them with reversals. So, although you're a 5-hander on face, one of their attacks is getting -5 speed. And as long as you have a reversal in the discard, you're going to hit them. I love that. B, just because that second enhance can get a bit flaky if you don't get any kind of if you don't get speed hated or have a way to add speed, it can get a bit flaky on damage. But being able to reversal everything your opponent plays is really nice. Yoshimitsu. Your next printed high attack gets +3 damage. Your next printed mid attack gets +3 speed. So you put your opponent on edge. If you check a 5, going which one am I going to do? Once per turn, after you make a check, that check gets +2. If the check card was a weapon, draw 2 cards. Okay. That's not an attack, so as long as you check a weapon, you get to draw 2 cards. That's cool going second. That's cool going second because you can essentially become 8-hander. And if you check a 5, you get to just catch your opponent off guard. Why Soul Calibur full of A's? Why are these characters so cool? Zangetsu. Twice per turn, after an attack is blocked, you may play one attack with a printed difficulty of 3, no check required, as though after this attack resolves, you may not play reversal attacks. Ah, shucks! They knew what I was going to ask. Twice per turn, this attack gains stun 1. So there's not many attacks of a printed 3 difficulty. Oh, 3 damage. Oh, no. Actually, no. 3 damage is good. Just being able to play 2 of them. That, with no check required, so you essentially, you play an attack, it gets blocked, you play your next, you play a 3 different attack for free. If it gets blocked, you play another one for free. If it doesn't get blocked, you play one on a 5 or 6. It gets blocked, you play another one for free. I can see why they didn't want this to have a reversal. It doesn't have much defensive ability. Twice per turn, your attacks get stun 1. It's not great. I'm going to put it in D. C, because playing 2 things for free is really cool. However, that is a hell of a restriction to put on it. I've been tagged in something. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know the people in London were picking up that game. Okay. Taki. Taki is a 628. If this is the only attack in its owner's card pool, it gets +3 and -3 speed. Ooh, that's cool. Some Nagant stuff. Once per turn, after a blocked attack resolves, discard all cards from both players' card pool and draw a card. Cheeky little top E, let you do it twice. Nice. And you can play reversals and then just kind of pop them out. And if this is the only attack in their owner's card pool, so if you block with Foundation, play reversal, you get to give it +3 speed. If it's blocked, you go cool. Let's remove all cards from the card pool, and let's do it again. Taki, really cool there. B. I could be convinced to put it higher though, but there's no one here to convince me, so it's all good. I'm so alone. Sophita. Check a 4. After an attack is blocked, commit one of your rival's foundations. E. This attack gets +2 master speed. If it deals less than its printed damage, commit one of your opponent's foundations. D. You still need to take damage to do it. You are committing your opponent out, but there's other characters that feel like doing better. Siegfried, 627. After you block with a foundation card, add it to After you block with a foundation card, add it to your staging area. So you just build everything you block. Cool. Why is this not banned? It may be. E4. After an attack, this attack is +2 or -2, +3 or -2 damage. Its damage cannot receive any more bonuses or negatives. Your opponent may flip one foundation to cancel this effect. Okay, so you're basically trying to get your opponent to play things face down, and you're trying to block with all the foundations in the world. Solid B, and the B is because of how much you're building. B is for building. Nightmare. Your face attacks with printed damage equal to double its speed get +2 damage. Once per turn, after your block attack resolves, add it to your hand. E. After your attack is blocked, your opponent discards the top 3 cards of their deck. Your opponent loses 1 vitality for each attack you discard this way. This is disgusting. Works with throws, and I did not understand how many attacks there were with double damage with double damage to their speed. Yeah, with double damage equal to their printed speed that I just wasn't aware of. It's so dumb, and there's so many like 4 speed, 8 damage cards that also have very silly effects. Adam Brown almost decimated me as Nightmare, and honestly probably should have won the Glasgow Regional Retro event. I got very lucky he made a misplay in game 1, or else both games would have gone to him, and I managed to look out. I'm putting Nightmare into S because big damage attacks that you get to play multiple times, and anytime they block you can burn up to 3. Feeds into some characters, but that is just absolutely nasty. Okay, we've got 7th crop. We got. Ooh, we're close. We're close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more to go, and some of these are 1 or 2 character sets. So 7th cross. So Flynn ended up running into a ladder that had been moved around. Okay, so this is going to hopefully not be as long of one as I hope, but let's find out. So each of these characters in 7th Cross, characters have counterparts. So this is going to be a very weird list. DGNet 721. Commit 1 foundation, your attack gets EX, X. X equals the number of characters in your staging area. This is a character stacker. This is where Gage made its debut. First form, discard momentum. Look at the top X cards of your deck. Replace them in any order. X equals the number of characters in your staging area. So you get to essentially figure out what's going to happen, what you're going to check, what you're going to draw. How you get to plan your turn in meticulous detail if your opponent doesn't interfere with it. That's really cool. I guess we should judge these as a pair. DGNet. Oh, this is exactly. Well, this. Oh, that's DGNet 1. That's DGNet 2. DGNet 2. Before the beginning of the game, search your deck for 1 copy of. Okay, I guess these are. I guess they can be worked together. Just be able to plan your entire turn. Well, even check your next check. At least puts into A, and the more characters you can add for Gage, the more you get to check. So the longer the game goes on, the stronger you get. DGNet 2 721. You get to add a spell circle to your momentum. Spell circle is an action that does silly things. I cannot quite remember what it does. I'm not going to look it up because I want to power through. Opponent's turn. If you have at least 1 momentum, look at the top card of your deck. You may discard it, so you get momentum from the start of the game, so you're always going to be able to see what your next check is going to be. Discard momentum. After your opponent plays a card as a form, discard it. Your opponent may lose X vitality to add the discarded card from the discard pile to the hand. X equals the number of characters in your stage. So immediately you're burning them for 1, and as you gauge and as you do more, you're going to keep burning them for more. And the later the game goes on, the more impactful that discarding of momentum, especially since it's not once per turn, and the more momentum you can get, the more powerful it's going to be. Honestly, the fact it starts with this, and the fact you can keep peaking, and if you can get more momentum, and with the check hacking symbols, I think that one's an S. just spending momentum to constantly burn your opponent and go, if you want this, it's going to cost you, is really powerful. Selinka. This card counts as 2 characters in your staging area for card effects. Cool. Remove 2 cards from your discard pile. If your attack deals damage, your opponent destroys 1 foundation and loses vitality equal to its printed block modifier. If it has no block modifier, add the top card of your deck to your momentum. Okay. So, you move 2 attack cards from your discard pile. If my attack deals damage, you have to destroy 1 foundation and lose vitality equal to the printed block modifier of the attack. That's really cool. If not, you get momentum. Again, that's kind of solid. Selinka 1, the non-monstrous form, 629, enhance once per turn. Add 1 card from your hand to your staging area face down. Your non-throw attacks get +1 damage for each character in your staging area. Once per turn, discard 1 momentum until the start of your next turn. Your attacks get +2 speed, and your opponent's attacks get -2 speed. So, every turn, you spend a momentum, which if you have the second one out, you can get momentum. And then all of your attacks get +2 speed, and all your opponent's attacks get -2 speed. That's really good. This is a bit of a banger of a set. Again, you need the momentum to pop it off. Once per turn, add 1 card from your hand to your staging area face down. Your non-throw attack, that's once per turn you can get damage for every character in your stage. B for that one. Oh, where's my lip? Let's crack another can. Okay. Zalot. Commit 1 foundation, your attack gets +1 to its multiple rating for each character in your staging area. E4. This attack gets +X speed, +X damage equal to its printed multiple rating. So you're essentially getting to give one of your attacks big damage, big speed, and you're able to increase its multiple rating. And this one by itself would possibly go in B, but this next one, Exalt 1, you may discard cards from the top of your deck as if they were momentum to pay for multiple cost. So essentially you're double milling for momentum with the new way momentum works. The damage from your multiple copies is changed to 1, and the damage cannot be modified by any other card effect. So you're always dealing 1. But there are, and your multiple cards don't count towards progressive. So there are some cheeky things you can do with that, with on-hit effects and other things like that. But this one, just playing multiples and be able to have uncheckable, unalterable attacks. Yes, they can only deal 1 damage and they cannot be modified, but you're still hitting a lot. And if you can then pop in cards that care about how many face downs you have in your card pool and things like that, they can do serious work. I mean, that's an easy A. Tonolos. Total 720, breaker 1. Your opponent's next check gets -1 for each character card in your card pool. Response: after a character enters or leaves your staging area, your opponent flips 1 of their foundations. So this can end your turn. This is a character you can play. It has breaker 1, very rare to see on characters. But going, yes, okay, I have one character in my capital in my stage. Cool. -1 to your next check, which can end your turn. Add that onto breakers, very powerful. But this is one you attach onto the other tower house, and you get to go cool, -2, -3, -4, maximum -8. And this is a check that ends your turn. Also, this E is not limited to once or twice per turn. It just keeps going. And then if you spend a character, if you add a character to, you're forcing your opponent to flip. This is a very cool card. I'm going to put it into B just because it doesn't increase its own check, but just forcing your opponent to constantly playing with -1 is very cool. Now, Tower House 1, before the start of the game, switch your deck and add a copy of Tower House 1. And add 3 copies of Tower House 1 from your to your stage area, then shuffle your deck. So you start off with 3 in place. If you can attach the second one, that's -5 on face. E, add 1 card from your staging area to your card pool. This tag is +4 damage. Once per turn, your gauge attack gains throw. So the idea is you use the Tower House 1s to go get Tower House 2s. And you can still go, and then gauge just really starts to pop off doing silly things. I think this is really powerful. The check hacking that you get with Tower House 2 through gauge, I'm putting Tower House in a 2. Yeah, I'm putting Tower House in S. I hate how much that deck can be oppressive. The only time I've ever beaten it was through pure luck. And even then, that's so powerful. Taisei. Taisei is another one that I have grown to hate. A 5 hand size, 8 health character. I got very lucky in some retro events. I was just able to deal damage before they were able to get set up. This card cannot be sealed by effects. Choose 1 copy of Taisei 2. Choose 1 copy of Taisei 2 in your staging area to become your starting character. Then remove 1 copy of Taisei 1 from your starting area before you reduce to below 1 health of vitality. That vitality cannot cancel that vitality loss and return to maximum vitality. This ability cannot be cancelled by card effects playable while committed. Your gauge tag is +1 speed, +1 damage for each copy of Taisei 1 in your remove from game pile. So by itself, not great. But the fact it keeps you alive goes into S because you pair it with Taisei 1. Before the start of the game, search your deck for 1 copy of Taisei 2, add it to your staging area, then shuffle your deck. Once per turn, your non-throw attack gains gauge. Your next gauge attack ignores progressive difficulties. So, you're essentially just looking to this is a 2 health, 8 hand size character. If it would die, it turns into Taisei 2 and lives. And then essentially is Ghidorah, but with more heads. I will keep searching out heads as long as it can through gauge. You can catch him off more guys, but I hate Taisei so much. I'm gonna move Taisei to A just because you have got the RNG set up. If you can on your first attacking turn knock them into Taisei 2, then knock them out again, utilizing some big attacks, you can catch them really off guard and get them before they set up. But once they set up, once they get that engine going, you are not killing them. Reamless. Add Reamless 2, Reamless 1. I don't know why these are in the wrong order, but let's all. Reamless 1. After you play a character card, draw a card. Add 1 character card from your card pool to your staging area. Your attack gets +2 damage. So this is why it's got 3 difficulty. It's not the best, but it does some silly things, especially if you attach Reamless 2. Add 1 card from your staging area to your hand. This attack is +2 speed. After a character is added to your staging area, Ready 1 Foundation has not been ready. This combat phase. So Reamless is really cool. Reamless 2, really cool. You add a character to your hand. You then get 2 speed. You play that character, comes in, you get to Ready Foundations. Great synergy, B. Remus one, I'm not as sold on. After playing character, draw a card, so you do get to increase your hand size, being a free check as well. But you get to add one from your card pool to your staging area for +2 damage. So essentially, they want you to play the characters in between attacks. You're adding progressive difficulty, but you are drawing cards. I guess I put them both in B. Not a bad way to do it. Oh, what is this, man? That's almost through the 7th cross. Jeffrey 2. After a character card enters your staging area, freeze one of your opponent's committed foundations. Rude. Once per turn, your opponent commits one foundation for... What? Your opponent commits one foundation for each character in your staging area. Okay, so you're immediately getting one, and if you have more, you can get multiple.
Do you want any food ordering?
Yes, please.
What would you like?
Whatever. Quite late. Because I had 700 and odd to go. I ended before I got to halfway, Connor. I know you went away and streamed. I got the notification that you went away and streamed. I went to check to make sure you weren't streaming me making bad choices. Also, Connor, I'm doing a giveaway for the Deaf Regionals playmat. All you gotta do is put the word Deaf in chat and you can be entered in for a chance to win it. Simple as. As well as a assortment of promos from my big pile promos. But yeah, Jeffrey 2, I mean, the progressive committal and then also just being able to freeze the foundations as they enter your staging area. Some kind of cool synergy. But yeah, just being able to commit up to 8 cards in your opponent's card pool definitely has to go in A. Jeffrey 1. After an attack is played, response once per turn. After attack is played, it gains flash. If you have no cards in your hand, you may reduce its damage to 0. Oh. It should have done my own list. See, you are going to be catching up. You have more thoughts about retro cards than I do. Commit one card in your opponent's staging area with a printed difficulty X or less. X equals the number of cards. Okay, so this is the Jeffrey that's now busted, right? This is the Jeffrey that goes into S because every character printed since AOT 1 doesn't have a printed difficulty, so can immediately be committed by this first form. This is the big Jeffrey that goes into S tier because he just goes ha ha ha. Any character after 2024 just gets committed. Of course, not including reprints. That's pretty cool. That's actually sick. Just be able to go, yeah, cool. First form, turn off your character. Oh, glad that's not in Hero 2. This is the one cut. This is the one. Yeah, cool. Eugenia. Eugenia 2, the one hand size, one health character, can be your starting character. I like this. Your attack. Remove one character card from your staging area. Choose one enhanced ability printed on the attack in either player's card pool. Your attack gains that enhance. I'm sorry, what? That's so bad now that we've got rid of blitzes. This is only going to get worse. This seems so cool. Before the block step of your attack, return it to its printed speed and damage. You may change the zone of this attack to any other zone. Okay, that kind of slaps. That one hand size and one health hurt it a lot, but I know it's meant to be paired up with this one here. Just Cool. Yeah, you did all that work to get my speed down. Yeah, it's printed speed and damage, and it's also now low. And also, yeah, it has this yeah, I get this enhance for removing a character. Yeah, I'm gonna put that into A. That just just be able to copy true 100% go. Here's a true 100%. Here's a faster attack. That's also a true 100%. Absolutely madness. 720 for check. Remove the top card of your opponent's discard. You may play one enhanced ability printed on the removed card. Remove the top card of your opponent's discard pile. You may play one enhanced ability printed on the removed card, paying no cost. If your Genie 2 was removed from the game during this enhanced step, your next check is +2. Why have I not been playing this? You can copy any, no matter what the enhanced ability is you remove, you get it. So if it's a keyword, you still get it. If it's a foundation, you just get to use foundation abilities, asset abilities. What if it's a commit ability? Do you commit attacks? What happens if you commit an attack? How is this not a rules nightmare? Get an S and stop trying to break my brain. I've been doing this for 6.5 hours. How do you commit an attack? Can you commit an attack? That's what I don't know. Can you commit an attack? From this, what happens if I commit an attack? That's what I want to know. It's good to... You can commit attacks, you can commit momentum, you can commit foundations. So unless we can start committing cards in our hand, discard and remove, I think that's everywhere you can commit cards from. That's so nuts, especially because the new rules have called to standard. If an attack deals damage, you're meant to rotate it to indicate. But if you commit an attack, does that get me? Oh. I'm moving on because this is just gonna hurt. This is gonna break my brain. Champ Promos 5. This is the last ones that were printed before the new ones. So we should see Mike Hardiman 2. Tim Keefe 2. After you make a check to play a card with a higher printed difficulty than the last card in your card pool, it gets +2. No. So what I'm saying is, Connor. So this one says, remove the top card of your opponent's discard. You may play one enhanced ability printed on the removed card, paying no cost. So what if the foundation said commit? It wasn't a cost, but it just said blah blah blah. Commit this foundation. Or commit this card. Blah blah blah. Commit this card. If it was part of the ability to commit the card, would you commit the attack? You aren't paying any cost, so you don't have to commit as part of cost. But if one of the enhancers on there was like blah 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 blah, commit this card, would it have to commit? Or under do as much as you can, do you just ignore it? Anyway, Tim Keefe, let's go back to Tim Keefe. Champ Cards 5, so this is the last ones that were printed before we got the new run, which is where we had so many over last year. Okay, yeah, do as much as you can. I forgot they said don't pay costs. 720, the bane of Cameron's existence. In response, after you make a check to play a card with a higher printed difficulty than the last card you played, that card gets +2. So if you go foundation attack, you get +2 to your check. Interesting. This could be a cool City Rampage deck, I think. If you go like 5-6, 5-6, 5-6. But yeah, guess this is cool for foundations because if you go like on a 2, on a 1, on a 1, on a 0, on a 1, you get +2. This slaps. Is Tim Keefe 2 playable in Retro? Twice per turn, seal one of your opponent's foundations. I'm going to say no. But that's really cool. Check hacking alone. The fact that you can essentially always pop up. Cards broken. Can mind what the errata is. What's the errata? Tim Keefe got an errata. Two universities.cards, not any other websites that are saved in my hyperlinks. Tim Keefe. Oh, he's just been limited to twice per turn. Still nuts. I'm okay with that. No. Tim Keefe. He is retro legal. Let's go. Okay. I need to get a Tim Keefe. Cause all this stream has done is made me want to play more retro. I wonder if like the UK guys would be interested in doing like a Mega Man spotlight event where we all just spin a wheel, get a random Mega Man character, build a spotlight deck from like the things and play it on TTS. I think that'd be wild. I think Murray would just kill us all with Dr. Wily, but it'd be wild. Mike Hardiman 2. 720. Commit. Your attack gets +2 speed, plus X speed, plus X damage. X equals the number of foundations added to your stage's combat phase. Once per turn, remove one foundation. Discard the top 4 cards of your deck. Add one foundation. Discard this way to your stage. Okay, that's only once per turn. So unless you're being cheeky or playing reversals, it's not that good. I feel like this got nerfed hard and was meant to be more along the lines of the once per turn E was just an E kind of thing. Oh, there's Kevin Burbrick too. So he's Kevin Burbrick. Mike Hammond 2 can go into C tier, as into cry, or as as Connor pointed out, it can go to C tier for Cowboy and Andy tier. Kevin Burbrick 2, 719. Commit. After your opponent makes a check, it gets -X. X equals the number of assets in your staging area. Failing this check does not end the combat phase. First form. Add a card from your hand to your staging area face down. If you have 2 or more assets, add 2 cards. If you have 2 or more assets, add the top 2 cards of your deck to your stage. What? How did Mike get that? How did Mike Hanneman 2 get nerfed that hard? When first form you get 2 found. Kevin Broberg 2 plays that once per turn for Mike Hardiman better than Mike Hardiman, and that sucks. So you commit to give your opponent's check minus as response speed, and if you have 2 or more assets, which given the symbols you're going to be able to cheat out assets, especially Void. Void is so good at cheating out assets at the minute. Then you just get to build the top 2 cards of your deck face down. A for that. Probably because you're very squishy and you're not as like defensive as Tim Keefe. Garrett Brett 5. 5 hand size, 28 health, 2 symbol character. Before it was cool. Garrett Brett was doing 2 symbol characters before it was cool. After you play your first card of the turn, add the top card of your deck to your hand. If your opponent has more cards in the staging area than you, you may add 1 asset or foundation from your hand to your staging area. Cool. So you're a fake 5-hander. Because after you play your first card this turn, and if you're going second, you just get to build an asset. Okay. Commit. Your attack gets +2 speed or +1 damage for every 10 cards in your opponent's discard pile. If it's blocked, ready your character. Okay. Not the best Garrett Brett, but I mean, the free build seems really good as a 5-hander. And just being able to really pop off. Yeah, Garrett Brett 5 goes into A. Barrett Bryant. 628. First dance, choose one attack card in your opponent's card pool. If your attack was played as reversal, discard it and play the top card of your deck as a face-down copy of the chosen attack with resource symbol of your choice, because of symbol chaining. Once per responsible turn, destroy one foundation after a keyword ability is played. Cancel its effect. So get rid of multiple, get rid of breaker, get rid of echo, get rid of frenzy, get rid of shift. No, shift that isn't played. But yeah. Interesting. I don't know, because there's a lot on Death. There is a lot of cheap reversals that you can discard to play as copies of the attacks that were played. Because you choose one card in your opponent's card pool, and all of your 3-cost, 2-cost reversals become a copy of that card. Skull Barrier is very powerful, but it's a very low impact attack outside of its like ability, or if you can give it stats. But being able to go block Skull Barrier, play Skull Barrier, kick it, play the top card of my deck face down as your attack. That's quite impactful. You destroy foundations to use the ability. D tier, because I'm not putting him in F, because the ability to copy your opponent's cards is very cool, but it's predicated on your opponent playing good cards. If your opponent in retro played the Rumbling or Thermal Blast and you block it and you go, let's see if you like it, and you reiterate, you put that attack back on them, that's really cool. But that's the fringe, that's the outlier abilities. I think it's very cool, but it's too dependent on what your opponent's playing. Tim Key 3, 627. This attack with greater speed and damage gets -3 speed or +3 damage. After your attack is blocked, choose 2 of your opponent's foundations. They cannot be committed to a pass check first this turn. So you want to play reversals, you want to play cards in your opponent's turn, and just go, yeah, you're playing with 2 foundations that don't do anything. They can be paid for cost, but yeah. And then you kind of need your opponent to have speed or damage greater than its attack. Yeah, if they can get the damage higher than the speed immediately, it's kind of more for you. C tier with Mike. I think that's fair. See, Connor, Barrett's at the bottom, so you got to be happy. But I don't feel comfortable putting something in F that I would play. I would play this Barrett just because I want to see how these cheap reversals could be played into these more higher impactful cards. If that makes sense. Probably doesn't. But yeah, so now we move on to Yu Yu Hakusho, which are being... That's kind of indicative of my current feelings of the series, really. My Yu Yu Hakusho stuff is being covered up by Critical Role. But you play Pish cards. Look, if I want to put him into D, if you want to put him into F, we have a system in place. I had to go back and move a character that I put in last stream because someone used this system. The system is in place, Connor. You can bribe me to change it. That's fine. I'm happy to put him in D. If you want it changed, well, as the saying goes, put your money where your mouth is. Let's get on to Yu Yu Hakusho. And Jesus, why is it Kuwabara? Goddamn Kuwabara. I really hope we get the Demon King tournament arc just so he's not in it. I really don't like Kuwabara. 5 handsets 32 health. Commit 1 foundation before the damage step of an attack. Return to its printed damage. Enhance once per turn. After your attack resolves, add it to your staging area face down. Desperation E, once per turn, add 1 foundation from your staging area to your hand. Oh! It's Kirishima. Right? Apart from the top response, this is just Kirishima. Once you get to Desperation, once per turn you can pick up a perfect block, you can pick up attacks, you become a 6-hander for 32. Once per turn after your attack after your attack resolves, so on reversals as well. If that was food, that was really fast. Well, it's my fault for baiting you into doing it. There you go. And the funny part is, this is going to be part of the Yu Yu video, and it's going to be really weird. I think this is decent character of Kuwabara. Kuwabara does take it down a little bit. So let's. I'm going to check him into C. Oh, I got food. Yay! Oh, bugger. Oh. Thank you, dear.
Just open it so you don't have to worry about the sound.
You got anything interesting planned for you?
Overwatch.
Oh. Good luck.
Oh, good. Can't wait.
Kurt got banned for being gatekept character. Also, MHA got split. I know I should put him higher. The C doesn't reflect the character card. It reflects the character. Where Kuwabara belongs to me, where I'm putting him, because I don't like the character. Oh. Right, I'm going to eat my burger, and then I'm going to carry on, and hopefully my chips don't get too cold. Robin asked what I wanted. I was like, just anything. And I was craving a burger and didn't ask for a burger. Fair enough. We're so close to MHA. Okay. I'm going to have to remember to cut that when I cut everything up. Just that, not going to remember. Never show this to Murray. Why? Does he like Kuwabara? Kurama, twice per turn after you block with a reversal attack that you could normally play, you may play it as a reversal after the block attack resolves. Okay, so it turns any reversal you block with into a block reversal. Whoops. Well, I mean, I got some in the right position then, but yeah. I'm not a fan of Casey Cage. I'm going to keep this in because people will go back and watch it. They want them. Check a 5. After your reversal attack deals damage, it does not count towards progressive for the difficulty of the rest of the turn. Oh, okay. So you play a block, you attack with the block. If the block deals damage, it doesn't count towards progressive, making your next reversal and your next block easier. Well, fuck yeah. I'm going to put Kurama into A just because we haven't got reversals anymore. I'm getting Mike didn't show my other message. I saw that's where Goa goes. Don't show this to Miri, and you got Cassie right, but I didn't see the other message. I don't know why they're not showing up. Taylor, some of these are hard to read. 627. You may look at either player's momentum at any time while his character is ready. You may play cards from your momentum as though they're in your hand. You may not play cards from your momentum that share a name with cards that you've already played. That's really cool. Discard the top 2 cards of your deck. Your attack gets +2 speed. If it deals damage, your opponent reveals 1 random card from hand. Oh, that's so cool though. Because with the random momentum generation we have on Chaos, you can add random cards to your momentum, and you can still look at your momentum regardless. Being able to look at your opponent's momentum is really cool. But being able to play foundations from your momentum, being able to play something like Vast Hybrid, chuck it in your momentum, then play it again is really cool. I think Hihei goes in B. Well, let's see if I can make lose friends and alienate people. Byakugo, Big Cat. 5 hand size, 38 health. Once per turn, if you have 30 or more cards in your discard pile, add 1 card from your discard pile to the top of your deck. Discard top 3 cards of your deck. This attack this attack gains damage. Discard top 3 cards of your deck. Your attack gets a damage bonus equal to the highest printed difficulty foundation in your stage. Discard the top 3 cards of your deck. Your opponent flips 1 foundation. And oh yeah, if you've got 30 more cards in your discard, you add 1 to the top of your deck. He's a chunky boy that can take a beating, and thanks to MHA has an unblockable attack. Once you get late into the game, it's a fake 5-hander and can get some serious damage. Yeah, 8-8 easy. Botan was done so dirty. 6 hand size, 25 health. Your attack. Your opponent discards a card at random and draws a card. Twice per turn after your attack deals damage, gain 2 vitality, and your opponent loses 2 vitality. Now, I mean, Botan in the anime is absolutely solid. I don't feel this incorporates who Botan is in any way. So I have lost to her, but that was Miri doing really well and doing some really cool stuff with her. You get to burn your opponent for twice when your attack deals, and every attack you get to kind of mess about your opponent. Her kit's really strong, but we're not considering kits, so she goes to C. As much as I hate it, because I would love to have her higher, she goes to C. Pre-release promo art puts her to B, but I couldn't find that. Yusuke Yomeshi. Once per turn, the next card you attempt to play gets -1 difficulty and -1 to its block modifier for each resource symbol it shares with your character. Remove 1 card from your discard pile with the word spirit in its name. This attack gets +2 and -2 damage. Cool. Solid B. He's a 7/7 hander. Suzuku. This is one of the gauges. After you block with a card named Suzuku, add it to your staging area and gain 3 vitality. Your gauge attack gets +X speed and +X damage. X equals the number of characters in your staging area. First enhance, discard 3 cards. Discard 3 characters, sorry. This attack gets +7 speed, +7 damage, which is very thematic for the character. Being able to keep searching things up with gauge is really cool. And if you block with a Suzuki, you get to add it. Just take a little bit of setup. You are 7-hander. B. Rando. 6/30. Once per turn, remove 1 attack card from your opponent's discard pile from the game. Play 1 card from your hand into your card pool face down as a copy of the attack with 1 resource symbol of your choice, paying all costs. Discard 1 momentum. Your attacks get +1 speed, +1 damage for the rest of the turn. If your opponent is at desperation, your checks get +1 as well. So making your opponent look like they're in desperation, great for Rando. Rando's Spirit Gun letting you copy 2 cards from your opponent's discard. Really well statted. I really like Rando. I'm going to put Rando as an A, and I'm really sad we didn't get him. I'm really sad we did not get him in the Dark Tournament. Both in the anime, manga, and in the as part of the reprints. I think Rando coming back would have been absolutely wild. Welcome to MHA demo. These are not legal. These don't really count. So we're going to do this very quickly. Katsuki Bakugo. 6/28. After your fury attack is blocked, discard it from your card pool. Destroy one foundation, your attack gets +2 damage. We're going to see this again. Katsuki Bakugo did not get the love and deserved it did not get the love and respect it deserved in standard. Solid A tier character. You cheat progressive and you can get a lot of damage. Each ability on this card is only playable once per turn. Ooh, that was changed from the demo. I know, but so is Byakugo. Byakugo is also from before the Dark Tournament arc. He's one of the Heavenly Saints. So he got reprinted. Got you there. I swear that this name change enhance name a zone. If your opponent's next attack is from that zone, it gets -10 damage. That's a big change from the demo to what we saw in the deck. But it's only once per turn. You have to kind of guess where they're coming from with it. And discard your card, discard your hand, your punch gets +10 damage. D tier. Actually, F. Fuck it. You get an F, Midoriya. You need to know where the next attack's going to be to get the damage off, which isn't always going to work. And your once per game, and your once per turn to just discard your hand leaves you completely defenseless. At least it's not once per game, which would be. But I'm putting you in F because that. I guess it's good for a demo because you just get to kind of pop off, but no. Right, we'll be back to you, MHA, very soon. Soul Calibur 6, Libra Souls. Cervantes. Destroy one foundation, your attack. If your attack is blocked, your opponent loses 2 vitality playable while committed. Once per turn, after your block attack, after you block an attack, your attacks get +3 damage until the end of your next turn. Okay, so if you can block, your next ones are coming in, your attacks next turn are coming stronger, forcing your opponent to block. And every time they block, you can block up a foundation to make them lose 2 vitality. On symbols like death, which can have good foundation recycling. That's really solid. I'm going to put in A, but I could see B. Cassandra, once per turn after you check an asset, add it to your stage committed. Check a 4. Your attack gets a speed bonus equal to its printed block modifier. What? So if you check an asset, you get to build it both offensively and defensively. So yeah, I knew about Cassandra because of Bishop. But that E, especially seeing as you can force more checks with that second E to find the asset. S. Absolutely, Cassandra was into S. As well, twice per turn, discard 1 card. After you make a check, that check gets +2. Only playable if your opponent has 3 or more face-down foundations. E, flip 1 foundation. If your attack is blocked, your opponent flips 1 foundation. If your attack is not blocked, draw a card. Oh, okay. So you can twice per turn discard a card to increase your check, but you need to set that up. B. Astaroth. Lose 2 vitality. Your attack gets +3 damage. If your attack is completely blocked, flip 1 opponent foundation. If your attack is partially blocked, your opponent flips 1 foundation. Okay. So if you get to flip, you get to flip if it's a complete block. If it's a partial block, they get to flip. Once per turn, lose 3 vitality. If your attack is not blocked, add 1 printed 5 attack from your discard pile to your hand. Wow, this is a 633. Jesus. Yes, I'm still here. We're getting close. We're getting close to the point where I'm just going to be able to blitz through. I can see it on the list. MHA itself is not a small set. This is my punishment for hitting 1,000 subscribers. Steven sets it up. Punished if you're blocked, punished if you don't block, and if you can't block, absolutely punished. S tier. Astaroth is nuts. Amy, if you have 2 more characters in your staging area, you may change your attack to any other zone. Okay, we've got a Gauger. If you have 4 more characters in your staging area, you may change the attack. You may change the zone attack to any other zone. Twice per turn, gain 1 vitality. Your next attack gets -X difficulty, +X damage. X equals the number of characters in your C. It's cute, and if you can get it working, it's really cool. But if you're not able to get characters down, oof. Oh, hell no. Hell no. Am I redoing it after 1.5k? I think at 2k, I might do like a deck challenge, like gameplay challenge, because that'd be really interesting. But I think the next big one would be 3k. Where going up in 2ks after that, like 3k, 5k for like the big multi-day long hour stuff. I think 2k is cool, but not as impactful as like 1k, which gets me the monetization, and 3k, which would get me like higher on the board. 2k is a good middle ground, and it might be like an event or a tournament or something in between. It'd still be a hell of an achievement, especially for like how small Universes is. Like even 1k, No, I'm not doing a foundation tier list. Maxi. Once per turn, if you have 2 or more foundations in your card pool, add the top card of your deck to your momentum. Okay. Good on defense for blocking and not too bad with some attacks that we know of. Twice per turn, add 1 foundation to your card pool. You add 1 foundation that has not been ready in combat phase. Your attack gets +1 speed, +3 damage. Yes. Not a fan of that. D. Voldo, once per turn, remove 1 card from your hand. Your opponent chooses 1 attack card in your discard pile. Add the chosen. Okay, your opponent just gets to give you your worst attack. I guess even your worst attack can be an absolute pain to some people, but they still attack they can feel like the most confident dealing with. After the combat phase begins, your opponent chooses 1 attack card in your discard pile. For the rest of this turn, you may play that card. You may play cards that share that name. After you play cards that share a name with that chosen card, your opponent discards 1 card. Oh, that's funky, but so that's so RNG dependent. Voldo goes into F, but I really want to see someone really pop off with that. There's that one time you got 3 of 1 card and they pick it, you go, let's go. Tierra 719 Desperation response at the start of combat phase, draw a card. Oh, that's both players' turns. Nice. Once per turn, after you play a combo ability, add 1 of your opponent's foundations to their momentum. Again, both players' turns. Yeah, that's solid B. Just because if you get to 9, you just get to draw more, you just get to kind of live forever. I think there was a discussion in the main Discord about what I should do at 2. I think Nick Reagan suggested making an 80 card deck, and then every time I win a game with it, I get to take a card out, and like every time someone donates money or becomes a member, they get to add a card in, so it kind of like becomes a subathon kind of thing, which I think would be really cool because it means I have to still win 20 games to get out, and I have to build a deck that can kind of survive around that. Talima. Destroy 1 foundation. Your next check to play a card gets +1 playable while committed. Interesting. After a multiple copy of your attack resolves, add it to your hand and add 1 of your cards from your hand. Oh, cool. So when it was momentum, that cat was really cool because you essentially got to do it, but you couldn't look, so you had to kind of guess what you were getting. Now we can look, and now it's come from the top of our deck as well, which means we can be a bit more situational with it. I think this has got stronger than the new rules. A solid B. Xiongmina. Once per turn, add 1 asset from your discard pile to your staging area. Only playable if your opponent has more committed foundations than ready. Okay. Once per turn, your attack gets +3 speed and stun free. If it's blocked, add it to your hand. Okay. So you're 531, and that's pretty decent. But yeah, I mean, be able to add assets from your discard pile to the staging area. C. When it's all his foundation, not when it's all his foundations and you add cards from the side deck back to. No, not when all his foundations let you add cards from your discard back to the deck. Okay, no, that's fair. So you got to choose which one he got to play. And then if you played it, you discarded a card because it was the only one in there. Okay. Raphael. 626 once per turn. After an attack is blocked, ready free foundation or ready to cover face. After an attack is blocked, commit one foundation, change the zone of this attack to any other zone. Okay. Fuck you. It's bad, but it's funny. Commit foundation, change the zone. Block, ready, free up. Go, cool, do it again. Commit foundation, change my zone. Yeah, it's cool. It's going to see, but it's not as good as I could see other cards being. Mitsurugi, once per turn after you play a combo ability, add the top 2 cards of your deck to your staging area face down. Committed. Woo! Discard one card. Your attack gets +3 damage and gains stun 1, and you may add 1 card from your staging area to your hand. You're 532. That lets me discard a card and let me just pick up any of my cards that are committed or uncommitted. And thanks to my combo ability, I get to just pick up anything. Okay, and the cost is to discard a card, which means I can discard a card to pick up a perfect block. No, you can go into B. That seems decent for defensive and offensive capability. 635. 635. Remove 2 attack cards from your discard pile. After your attack is blocked, your opponent loses 2 vitality. Desperation E. If your attack is not blocked, your opponent loses 4 vitality. Where's the downside to being a 635? What? I guess there are 6 hand size 35-ish health characters that do a lot more. But you're able to burn your opponent for 2. You're playing a more attack heavy deck, I guess. And once you get to half 17 health, you just get to play a bunch of fast attacks and go get wrecked. Hey, nice. Hey, that just kind of sits there going, I'm going to set up a board, wait till I get to 17 health, and then pop off. I don't think you're in yet, Pab. Yeah, Pab, I'm going to draw it soon, but I'm giving away a Regionals Def playmat. All you've got to do is essentially say the word Def and you'll be entered into it. So you can be able to, I'm going to draw it probably when I get to MHA. You got them in Halloween. Ooh, that's cool. Okay, 2020 DLC. There is a shit ton. What the fuck is this? I thought I was close. I thought I was close to the end. I could see the MHA and then the 2020 DLC. Fuck me. Yes, Young Mina. I feel like I've seen this before, but okay. Twice per turn, your opponent commits 1 foundation. If that foundation is face down, add it to their card pool. So you say commit a face up or get wrecked. Form commit, add 1 weapon card from your play 1 weapon card from your discard pile. So defensively, you get to be a 6-hander. DLC out of nowhere. I'm doing it in order according to UVS Ultra. I know it's an inferior product to Universities.cards, but it was what I had on hand when I was doing it. I just went off the order that's in there. Sue me. So form commit, but if you form commit to become a 6-hander to play weapon card from your discard pile, you don't get to enhance. That's really bad. D. I swear I've done all these. Let's see. Astaroth. After you commit one or more foundations to pass a check to play attack, it gets plus X damage. X equals the total printed difficulty of the foundation committed. That's pretty cool. So if you check poorly, you just get a butt ton of damage. But if you got a bunch of face downs, it does nothing. 537 down. Response after your attack deals its printed damage or greater. Ready one foundation has not been ready this combat. Yeah, combat phase. Form once per turn. Your next check to play attack gets plus X. X equals X plus difficulty. If it deals damage, flip one of your opponent's foundations with what's X? Once per turn, your next check gets X difficulty. If it deals damage, flip one of your opponent's cards with X or less difficulty. What's X? It doesn't explain to me what X is. Once per turn, your next attack gets gets plus X difficulty. If it deals damage, flip one foundation in your opponent's card. Flip one of your opponent's foundations with X or less difficulty. Do I just choose a number? I am so confused. Because usually it tells you what X is. But here it's not telling you anything. X equals the total. Yeah, see, here it tells you what X is. Here it doesn't. So what is X? Astaroth, you seem really cool and you do a lot. You're going to go in A, but that may go up or down depending on what X is. If you just get to choose, you get to choose. Okay. I'm going to keep you in A because that hurt my head. This guy card, Van Helsing. A bit different than the Van Helsings I know from other media, but I'm not complaining. This guy had one card. I did read the response. Yes, I know what the synergy is, Connor. That you give an attack a bunch of difficulty, then commit a bunch of foundations to give it a load of damage. I understand that. I'm just confused as to how you choose what X is, because usually X is defined by the ability. Discard one card, changes on its attack to any of its own. It gets +1 damage for each weapon card in the card pool. Playable or committed. Commit, draw X cards. X equals this attack. See, X equals this attack's stun rating. If the form said choose, like, you may increase your card's difficulty by X. Rather than this card gets X difficulty. It doesn't explain. It's like you can increase the opponent's difficulty by X. X can be any number you want. That's fine. Oh, it just needs a little bit more explaining that you're the one choosing. Yeah, X is what you choose. That's what I assumed. But it's, reading the card didn't explain the card. How did you get up to S? How did you get to S? Did you possess my mouse? I mean, committing to draw 1, 2, 3 cards. Really cool. Discarding cards to change zone. It seems really cool. I'll probably put Van Helsing in A. I think that's really cool. You get to commit to draw cards, and then you can discard cards, and on these symbols, discarding cards is pretty cool. The Dark One. Now, is it the Dark One that got an errata, or was it their kit that got an errata? I will come back to that. I know cards make more sense if I see their kit, but then that's a lot more work. The Dark One, 632, enhance, remove one card from your discard pile. If you removed a card with a printed control of 2 or less, ready your character playable or committed. Response: after you commit this card, both players lose 1 vitality, playable while committed. So, you commit it to pass check, you commit it for an ability, and then you burn each player for 1, and then you remove 1 card from your discard pile with printed control of 2 or less, to ready it back up, and you keep doing it. I've played against the Dark One. It won the first Worlds that had retro in the new era of universes, but apparently that was also because it was played with the cards as written, and there's some cards in the Dark One's deck that has undergone erratas. It's got cool synergy. You get to keep winning up. You get rewarded for playing good checks. But on face, B. With kit, S. With errated kit, A. Sky Mathers. 719 response: after your opponent discards 1 or more momentum, this attack gets +2 or -2 speed. Enhance your attack. Once per turn, discard 1 card from your opponent's card pool. Add the top card of your deck to your momentum. Oh, your attack, you see. Oh, your attack. Once per turn, you get to discard something they played. So you get momentum, but they get less progressive difficulty, but you can get speed by spending that momentum. That's fairly synergistic. But still going to put you in B because it requires momentum and mess about. You're on about runs a 1 check? Or you're on about the Dark One? Because yeah, the Dark One does run a 1 check very well. Belle. Why does Belle look like Batgirl, Batwoman? Is it Batgirl, Batwoman? Whichever one is Commissioner Gordon's child. Response: once per turn, after your weapon attack is blocked, flip 1 of your opponent's foundations. Your next card gets -X difficulty. X equals number of opponents face down foundations. Interesting. Give me 1 second. Because that's just. Then enhance, flip 2 foundations. Your normal enhances can be played this enhanced step. So the Dark did the Dark One get an errata, or was it his kit that got an errata? I'm pretty sure it was the Dark One. I'm pretty sure it was the kit, but I'm not too sure. Flip two foundations just end the enhanced step seems really cool. And after your weapon attack is blocked, you get to flip 1 foundation. And with all the flip costs, Belle seems really decent, but I guess you can turn off a lot of what the set of retro wants to do. Put in B. These DLC are really cool. I wish we could get hold of them. 629. Enhance your attack. Discard 1 card from your opponent's card pool. Build top card of your deck face down. Okay. So you're playing progressive, but you're getting to build up your own. Response after you discard 1 momentum, paying the cost for multiple, your opponent adds 1 card from the top of their deck to their card pool for each momentum discard this way. Oh shit! So you discard the momentum to pay multiple free. You then add 3 cards to your opponent's card pool, and then for each of your attacks, you get to discard the face down from their card pool and build in That's a little bit wacky. I like that. I really like that. Why are you being so weird? There we go. Okay. I really like that. I'm going to put that into. You need momentum search is going to be. If there was a way to cheat momentum more consistently, sure. If there was a way to utilize multiple, or if we was going to see more multiple, yeah. Tell him if you have more face down foundations than your opponent, add one card from your discard pile. Add one card from your discard pile to your momentum. Playable while committed. Commit. Build all face down foundations from your card pool. Commit. Okay. Help Out Implement was a card that in his kit that got fixed because there wasn't a limit to help. Yes, I know. So you can kind of sit there burning you. You're a C, but you're a funny C. I've started to slow down. This is not good. Raphael, flip one foundation. The next card you attempt to play this turn as a. If the next card you attempt is a copy of a card in your card pool, it ignores progressive difficulty. Interesting. That you can keep doing that. So if you've got multiple cards in your card pool, turn for the rest of this enhanced step. After your opponent passes on, enhance your attack gets +1 speed. Okay, so if you want an attack to hit or you want your opponent to waste resources on this attack, you pop off with Raphael. That's really cool. Inferno 535. Once per game, remove your hand from the game. Your opponent adds 5 attacks from your discard pile to your hand. This card cannot be cancelled. Sure. That's decent. Discard top 3 card of your deck. Remove 1 card from your discard pile. Your attack gets damage equal to the printed control of the removed card. So not only do you make your attacks really hard to deal with, not only is this art absolutely beautiful, but you get to essentially sculpt the 5 cards you will eventually get from the first form. That's really decent. Yeah, A. You also have that one. Do you just have all the Infernos, Pab? Semantis 720. Response once per turn. Name 1 keyword ability. After an attack is played, it loses the named ability. If your attack loses a keyword this way, it gains powerful X. X equals the number of printed keywords on it. Okay. Interesting. Enhance. Add 1 card from your hand to your momentum. Your opponent may destroy 1 foundation to cancel this effect. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so your opponent can destroy foundations to stop you, but you can really kind of pop off. I didn't know Halloween promos were a thing. Is that just like Halloween promos for playing? Or were they like actual Universe's Halloween promos? B. When 535, once per turn form, ready all cards in your stage. If you have 3 or fewer characters in your staging area, your combat phase ends. If you have 4 or more characters in your staging area, your opponent commits all foundations playable while committed. I'm sorry, what? How many when characters are there? I've not seen any of us. Response: commit after your opponent. Commit after your opponent makes a check. That check gets -X. X equals the number of characters in your staging area. Failing the check does not end the combat phase. Cool. So I think just when you're done, once you've done your building, you can just go cool. I'll ready everything in my staging area and pass over to you. And then when you get that elusive 4th character down, you go, I'm going to ready everything, you're going to commit everything, and you're going to get punched. I mean, just having everything ready having everything ready defensively lets you just use so much resources. Being able to just going form, ready, everything. You can utilize commit draws, commit speed bonuses, commit stun givers, and then just go, cool, yeah, I'm gonna form, ready everything, and then say get wrecked. Yeah, S. Absolute S for when. That's nuts. Julia, 719. After you remove one or more cards from the game during the enhanced step, this attack gets +1 on -1 speed. Response, a 4 cost. After a keyword ability is played, draw one card, remove one card from draw one card, remove one card from your hand from the game. So you play a stun ability and you get to get 1 damage or get +1 on -1 speed. I'm glad the Rona was beating me up during this time. Fair. You get to loot, you get to remove cards, and some cards enjoy getting removed. We've got all here, so things like the Rodan. Oh god, my brain is going. You got the Rodan Foundation that likes to be removed. Yeah, lets you draw, so that's really powerful. Yeah, Julia seems decent with some good synergies on face. I put her into B just because you're basing a lot on RNG and you need keyword abilities to pop off to do it. Gren, 630, enhanced forecheck, name a card. Your attack gets +X damage for X equals the number of copies of that card in your staging area +1. So if you named character and you have 4, you get 5 damage, or if you name a foundation, yeah, cool. Response, twice per turn. Remove 1 card from your discard pile. After you make a check, that check gets +1 for each copy of the removed card in your staging area. That's decent. Especially twice per turn when you can do it defensively. Yeah, that's an A. Oh, there's Mike. 720. Response, after 1 or more foundations are added to your staging area during attack, it gets +1 speed and +1 damage, or gets -1 speed and -1 damage. Twice per turn, destroy 1 foundation, build the top card of your deck, face down. Why couldn't Mike do this? What? This is just what Mike Hardiman 2 wanted to do, but with less steps. Still, I mean, it's not amazing, but for its symbols, it does cool stuff. I mean, a lot of stuff is based on block, so partial blocking can do some good things. I'm going to put Andy into C just because it makes me mad. Striker, I barely know her. 629, that is a realistic heart on that card. Response, after an opponent discards 1 or more momentum, your opponent loses 1 vitality for each momentum discarded. Okay. This can do some damage to some of those cards that like spend momentum. Commit your opponent discards momentum for each attack in your card pool. Add 1 range attack from your card pool to your hand. Okay, Striker. But it is their design. They could have given Cowboy Andy other abilities. I like Striker. Striker lets me burn my opponent's momentum out their hand, and if they want to use their own ability, they're going to get burned for each one they do, and it kills. Yep, you can go into 6. You weren't here for. I had to do a quick censorship. Who approved the Eva alt art, Connor? The promo like alternate art Eva. It came up as like, nope, that's gotta go. That's ridiculous. Who put that on cardboard? Shiva. Sorry, the leotard of Shiva reminded me of it. Shiva, 4 hand size, 40 health. At the start of combat phase, your opponent adds the top 3 cards of their deck to the card pool face down. Okay, this is banned for a reason. Discard 1 card, choose 1 card in your opponent's card pool. It it does not clear from the card pool during the end phase. Oh my god, and that works in their turn as well. Your attack, discard one card from your opponent's card pool, draw one card, your opponent's attack gets +4 damage. Because they didn't play test anything during releasing COVID. Okay. The story behind Eva is really funny. Oh, cool. So during my turn, I get to play my attack, discard a card from their card because they got 3, get 4 damage and draw a card. Then during their turn, they play a card. I discard a card that I can't block with, and then choose a card in their card pool, and it doesn't clear. So they don't get momentum. If they try to break a block, if they try to play around breaker, they don't get their foundation. They just get nothing. It just becomes draw fodder for Shiva. What? Yeah, S. She was an S. That's absolutely nasty. I can see why TMNT is the lowest ranked forehander. Card pool. Okay, noob Cybots. Card pool. Flip. After an attack is played, it gains +X or -X damage. X equals its printed damage. But this needs to be in the card pool for that. Okay, yeah. Enhance. Add one character from your staging area to your card pool. Commit and freeze one foundation in your opponent's strategy. Okay, so this is a character stacker, and you just keep adding these to your card pool. Not a fan. Yeah, you get to essentially double its printed damage, but not a fan of that. F tier. Nightwolf. Enhance. If your attack is blocked, your next attack gets +X damage. X equals the block modifier of your opponent blocks +1. Response once per turn. After you make a check, commit and freeze any number of foundations. That check gets +2 for each foundation committed and frozen this way. Okay. Noob has an errata to noob only. Oh, I guess he was a bit more powerful than I gave him credit for. Nightwolf seems really good though. Commit and freeze foundation. So if you're going in for the kill, you can do some really cool stuff. And you don't really need your foundations if your opponent's blocking. You only got one cat. You had to buy 4 kits to have a new Cybot. What in the FOMO? I'm gonna put Nightwolf into A because I think that's pretty cool. And if you want, you can just do one big swing. M Bison. After you fail a check, ready this character or remove the top card of your opponent's deck. Discard pile. Playable while committed. Oh, it's Joker. Enhance. Your attack check is 6. Your opponent loses 1 vitality. Oh, it's worse Joker. Oh, how is M Bison a worse Joker? How is Joker's better than this, right? And has similar symbols. Because Joker, if you fail a check, you get to remove either player's top card. And the enhance to check is 6 is draw a card, discard a card, and lose the health. Yeah, knowing the stackers, that's a bit of a dick move. Yeah, that's right. I mean, they did add character stackers, so you had to buy 2, but I think that was like the last one they did. Bison, your worst Joker, so you got to F. I'm sorry. Ibuki 720 response. After your attack deals 3 or less damage, your next attack ignores progressive difficulty. 0 is less damage, but I guess that's the deal damage. Response, discard a card after you play a combo ability, draw a card, you get to cycle. Put Bison in S tier and watch Adam join your call out of nowhere to complain. I mean, I already put Nightmare in S tier for him. He doesn't get to. Hold on. I'll move Bison to S tier, and then you can screenshot it and send it to. There you go. So now you get to screenshot it, send it to Adam, and then we'll see if he shows up. And I'll quickly try and get it for the rest, so he doesn't know what happened. So that's Bison in that. Okay, I'm going to move him out now. Ibuki. After you deals 3 less damage, your next one ignores progressive difficulty, and discard a card after you play a combo ability. It's cute. See. Sea Viper. After your combo phase begins, real top card of your deck, you may discard 1 card and draw 1 card. Decent. You get to just you get to show what your opponent is, but it doesn't mean they can handle it. Enhance. Your EX or stun gets +1 damage for each of your opponent's committed foundation. Okay, yes, stun. And enhance. Your charge attack gets stun too. Okay, yeah, no, that's an A. You get to either secure your first check or get an attack off the top. You once per turn get to pump something into stun, and all of your charge attack gets stun too on symbols that have some very cool charge attacks. That's an A. Akuma. A 7 hand size Akuma feels wrong. He's a beefy boy. Discard 1 card, your attack gets +X damage. X equals the difficulty of the discarded card. Your opponent's next check to play a card gets -1. Failing that check does not. And the combat phase, yeah. Response: after your opponent fails a check to play a card, flip one of their foundations. Ooh. Committal choice does bump it up in my opinion. C. Voldo. 719 once per turn. After an attack is played, change its zone to any other zone. If you change its zone to mid, your opponent discards a card. Sure. That's both players' turns because it's after an attack is played. Remove 4 foundations from your discard pile. Your next check to play a card gets +1. This enhanced ability may be played any number of times during the enhanced step. A. Just because discarding 2 cards in a cycle and just being able to just go, yeah, I don't care about my discard, let's go. That seems really fun. Tira, your attack, commit 1 foundation, gain 1 vitality, and your opponent lose 1 vitality. Nice little prick. After you play a combo ability, ready this character and your opponent commits 1 foundation, playable or committed. I guess this was kind of meant to be back when you could commit this as though it was a foundation, but you can't, so you have to find another way to commit it, which makes it really bad now. D, just because if you can find a way to keep committing your character, which I'm sure on those symbols there's a really fun way to do it, but I'm too lazy to figure out how to do that. Okay, so that's DLC. Now we get on to possibly the biggest and hardest tier list since the Legacy 107. I've been spoiled by this. It seems like it's going to be an absolute beast of a list, and I'm really hoping that it doesn't take me too long. But let's get into it. Combat Ash. Form once per turn, discard 1 card, build an asset from your discard pile. When committing cards to past checks, you may commit assets as if they were foundations. Combat Ash was banned before he ever saw play. S tier. Why Combat Ash gets his own category? I don't know, but it feels thematic that Combat Ash gets his whole own category for himself. Character was banned before I ever saw play, and 100% deserves S tier. Not limited to 1 asset per check like Mimic. just form, discard a card, build an asset from your discard pile, and then you can use assets as if they were foundations. Absolute beast. Would still be an S tier if released today. Yep, but I don't know why Combat Ash got his own section, but he did. And yep, cool. There you go, Combat Ash. Again, that's going to be a very short section video. Out of all the tier lists, this is the one that's going to get the least amount of views because everyone knows it's an S. We have Red Horizon Starter. I think there's a hidden card in there for Princess P, who is a character that was never released. I have got the hidden characters there. I didn't know if I was going to put the... I have got the hidden characters. I haven't added them to this list. But I have got the hidden characters and the Warhammer stuff. Depending... I didn't want to add them because I didn't know how long this is going to go. And I mean, we're already approaching 8 hours. But I swear I will get to them because I told Steven I do every character. I did try to get staff characters as well, but they told me no. But Reese... Critical Foundation, after your punch attack deals damage, draw a card, and discard one card. Your turn, discard one card, discard one punch card from your capital. I've been forced to move this up before, so I'm going to put him into A because that's where I think I put him before. I've done these ones before, I swear. Your attacks with no, blocks don't get break. Your attacks with printed blank text box get power 3 response. After you play an attack with a printed blank zone against stun 1 or break 1, you may add 1 card from your hand to your momentum. Break 1's pretty cool, but yeah, you can go into C. P apparently has an ultra entry, but no idea how to get to it. Yeah, I mean, I got it from the archivist of Ultra. Like I said, I have, if I go to 1K, recordings, 1K, legacy promos, penny arcades, not legal cards. I have P. I can do Princess and the P. I got it right here. See. Like I said, I did the research. So, Princess P 718. Reveal top 4 cards of your deck and replace them in any order. After an action card is played, draw 1 card and discard 1 card. I mean, be able to essentially know what actions you're going to be playing, but you also have to take into account your opponent's actions and be able to just secure your next checks, know what you're going to be drawing. Very powerful. Kind of on pod. Most busted character. I mean, there was one we did not so long ago that was kind of similar. I don't think she's overly busted. Just because you have to reveal so your opponent also knows what you're going to be checking, so knows how to plan their defense. But yeah, for the sake that she never got printed. Lynching OTK machine. Let's put her in S, and there you go. She never got printed. She never got a day in the sun. Knowledge is power, and she gives you a lot of knowledge and great ways to draw cards. S tier for Princess P. Now, let's get to it. Let's clear the sleep from my eyes. And let's move on to My Hero Academia Set 1. Released October 2021 in America. Released March 2022 for NA, for everyone outside of NA. And when we argued that means we should get to keep it a year longer than for rotation, we were told, haha, that's not how it works. Tokiyami is a aggressive machine. Won multiple nationals. Was an absolute beast to deal with for the entire time he was in the set. Even in Retro and Hero 2, he absolutely pops off with City Rampage. Tokiyami goes into S tier. we're just starting off with S's. Eraserhead, absolute fun denial. Having a 1 mid-breaker block that is recyclable. Having the ability to turn off your opponent's characters, ensuring you can block by decreasing speed and taking cards out of your hand to replace it with more breaker blocks. Absolutely solid. The biggest issue was people forgot to play with the arrays out. Some people forgot to get it back out and they got punished for it. S tier, my god. Kirishima 1. Once per turn, build the top card of your deck face down. Once per turn, add a foundation from your stage to your hand. This attack gets +2 or -2 damage. Now, this used to be a lot stronger and was immediately banned after what was being 6 of the top 8 at the first NA event. Got nerfed into the ground. This 5 hand size 29 health could not keep up with what was going on. Kirishima, you deserve to be up here, and pre-errata you were, but post-errata you're down here. Denki Cat, I'm going to go very quickly for these ones because there's an absolute fuck ton, including DLCs, promos. So I'm not going to spend as long, and plus I don't need to. The majority of people playing were around for these. Denki Kaminari, 720 response once per game. After you play a charge attack, after your charge attack deals damage, add all cards from your card pool to your momentum. This ability cannot be cancelled. If your charge or stun attack deals damage, is blocked, commit 1 round foundation. This had so many cool utilities, and it was primarily used to just pump up a massive EX or powerful attack. It was used to one-shot Shane Duckworth's staff card, which if anyone has played that is an absolute beast. I'm not going to put him in S because he is very shaky and doesn't have much in terms of defense, but is really cool. All Might 1, 5 hand size, 30 health. Once per turn, permanently reduce the hand size by 1 to draw 3 cards. You make yourself weaker for temporary strength, very All Might. Enhance, commit your Fury Punch attack against powerful X. X equals number of cards in your hand. So you spent your entire time using these symbols to draw, build a massive hand up, get some momentum, and then you just whack them into the ground with a big attack. It was very All Might themed. I know some people had a lot of fun with All Might, but there were better All Mights you could do it with. All Might 1 goes to C tier. Fight me. Toru Hakagori, still standard legal for another year, and I absolutely love that. The bane of Jiro and Tokiyami and Ojiro 2, these characters that were dominating the meta in the first year of Nationals. I know a lot of people playing Tokiyami, even myself playing Dabi. We had this in our sideboard in case we needed to go into it. Once per turn, after an attack is played, it gets +2 on -2 speed and then gains flash, so you don't get to enhance, you don't get to do any of your fun things. Destroy 1 foundation. After an unblocked attack deals damage, your rival adds 1 ready foundation from their stage to their hand. ID build, UD build, but you also don't get to draw as many cards. But the main thing is, you've got to be careful about what block zones they pick up because they might be looking to block what you're doing. I like Hakagori, not done as much in the meta as I hoped. Gary Surridge did some great things in Chelmsford with her. C tier. Ricardo Sato did not get his day in the sun. Twice per turn, remove a card from your hand. This attack gains stun 1 and draw 1. After you draw 1 or more cards during an enhanced step, this attack is +1 damage. So every card you draw, including its twice per turn, you get to give damage. And on the symbols of all Earth and Order in MHA 1, you could draw a lot of cards. Ricardo Sato did not get their day in the sun, but a very powerful character in my opinion. B tier. Present Mike 628, not Present Mike 2, which we know where he's going. Commit to remove the top card of your rival's deck. from the game if it was not an attack readiness card. So you're looking to remove attacks. Enhance. This attack gets +1 speed for every 3 cards in your opponent's removed from game pile. Playable while committed. So the more you remove, the more speed you could get. Damage was his real outlier, but on Chaos and Fire, there were some really good ways to get damage. And kind of cutting down your opponent's deck. Mill has never really been a thing in the MHA era. But present Mike had some good times. I'll put him in D, although he because he had some synergies in some tables. Midnight, commit, discard any number of cards, draw that number of cards, an actual partial mulligan during your turn or your opponent's turn. Absolutely solid, great way to find answers. And commit 1 foundation. This attack is +1 speed, +1 damage for each keyword playable while committed. This was back when you could commit Midnight for this ability as well, but you were kind of committing her to do the partial mulligan. It was great against 1.3 million Vaults, Dark Shadow Ruin, all these big attacks that were being used to kill and catch you off guard. Midnight said no. Back Alley Haymaker was an absolute threat, but had 4 keywords. So yes, you had to stun 2 to the effect and commit 1 for Midnight, but you reduced that speed by 4. If you hadn't, you were going to be having to block a much higher. Midnight made Back Alley Haymaker a lot less of a threat, and won Worlds for Kevin Broberg. Well, Kevin won Worlds with her, so absolutely deserves S tier. Kurogiri, 719 enhancements per turn. Look at the top card. Look at the bottom card, top and bottom card of your deck. You may add the bottom card to the top of your deck if you want. Response commit. After your rival plays an attack, add it to the bottom of the deck. Choose one attack in your rival's discard and add it to their hand. So again, you get to choose the attack that your opponent is going to be coming at you with, so you're going to choose the attack that's the most easy to handle. The main issue is no real defense on face. This was played at Worlds, so I won't put it at F tier. Although if I put everything that was played at Worlds not in F tier, we could be here quite a while. Really a good defensive character that build a pillar fort, but susceptible to early aggro. D tier. Suasui 2. A decent character in its own right, but overshadowed by Suasui 1. 629. If your attack is not blocked, your next attack gets +2 speed. And if you discard 1 card from your rival's card pool, your ranged attack gets +4 damage. The main issue is if your opponent is blocking and against something that's always getting 4 damage, you are always going to be blocking. You get the damage, but you don't get to hit. You can't if your opponent's not blocking, you're getting the speed, but you're not getting the damage. If they're blocking, you're getting the damage, but you're not getting the speed. So chances are you're playing an end some game where you're almost over committing to try and get value. It's a very skill intensive character but has got very cool abilities. And the one time they don't block, that's when you get to pop off with the speed and damage. Ida 2, 719. Once per turn, discard one card. After the attack is played, draw a card. This attack is +2 speed. If the discarded card was an attack, it's +4 speed. If this attack speed is at least double its printed speed, it gets +2 speed, +2 damage. Solid character, very aggressive. Not too great in terms of defense, because once you get to double printed speed, going -2 isn't always the best. But did have some very cool synergies. C tier. Uraraka Ochako 2. 5 hand size, 33 health. Once per turn, after your non-throw attack deals damage, add it to your hand. Your next check to play a card this turn, your attack this turn gets +2. Commit. This attack gets -3 speed. Enhance on everything. This attack is +2 speed. Now, controversially, I like this card. if you could keep blocking, which is very hard with that +2 speed, that response never went off. But the metal's so aggressive. However, I'm going to put her in A. I just don't think she ever really hit her peak. She's an S-class character that never got to open the door. If I'm sure people will be younger. All Might 2 is the first character I ever played in a major event. I got absolutely wrecked by Alexander Olaxi, former national champion, playing Momo. Playing Kirishima 2. And discard the top 4 cards of your deck. This deck is +2 damage if it's blocked. Your next tag is +2 damage. So again, you're blocking this, so my next one's going to get +2, and I could possibly get more. And enhance discard 1 momentum, draw 1 card. If this attack's not blocked, draw 1 card. Also, you can also use that defensively. So you go, I'll draw a card. I don't need to block this attack. I'll draw another card. Looking for answers, looking for ways around it. Very cool character, but B tier, overshadowed by another All Might. Mount Lady's really cool. She has this. So Mount Lady, add 1 copy of Mount Lady from your discard pile to your stage face up. If you could not play, add 1 momentum instead. You cannot use the abilities of Mount Lady, so you're not really character stacking. Enhance discard 1 momentum. This attack gets +2 damage for each Mount Lady in your stage. So the idea is, if you've not checked or you've got any Mount Ladies in your discard, you build up momentum, which is good for abilities. And if you've got all your Mount Ladies, or if there's no Mount Lady, if you've got all your Mount Ladies, you're getting +8 damage for spending momentum, and that does impact throws. I know Rob, my friend Rob from Southampton, had a very cool Mount Lady deck, and for that alone, B. Mina Ashido. Response once per turn. Discard after you check a card. Discard a card. Once per turn, discard a card. After you check, you may play that as your next farm this turn. No check required. So you can't play anything in your opponent's turn from the once per turn because it has to be a farm. But yeah, this got Thermal Blast banned in Hero 2. Just being able to play it for free. I had a very good run in Patriot Games Regionals where I was playing a One With Nature Recycle Award the Victor deck. I think she's absolutely solid. She did really well in multiple events in her first release, and then she came back for a little bit, but she is only an A. She's very squishy, and her defense requires her to hit or have the right block zones for breaker. If you come across a person that's playing a lot of lows, she kind of folds quite easily. Shoji form. Add 1 attack or foundation for your discard pile to your hand. Lose health equal to its printed difficulty. So if you add a 0, you take 0. But this is a conditional 7-hander. Sorry if I was muted. I was not. I do apologize for that. Commit. This attack gets +2 damage. Your next attack gets +2 damage. So you're stacking damage and you're a fake 7-hander. Shoji did not get the love and respect he deserves. B tier. Oh, this just keeps going. Ojiro 1. Flip 1 foundation, your attack gets +3 damage. If it's blocked, your rival flips 1 foundation. So you're swapping, you need to block this, but you're going to go down resources. Once per game, this attack speed cannot be reduced and it gets +1 speed for each of your rival's face down foundations. This ability cannot be cancelled. So you just get to pop off. This Ojiro didn't really get to do because it took so long to set up. I know Lewis, for my friend Carlos's son Lewis, was playing it at Nationals a couple of years back. Really close, good game. C tier because when you synergized it with the kicks and the speed, really cool. All Might 3, arguably the best All Might we've had. Commit 1 foundation, draw 2 cards, and enhance. Your Fury or Punch attack is +1 speed or +1 damage for each card in your rival's hand. Playable while committed. So, primarily use this for speed. You punish your opponent for holding cards in hand, and if they don't have any cards in hand, you just get to punish them with attacks, and you're essentially a 8-hander because you can use this offensively, defensively to draw more cards. It's very cool, and All Might was just able to knock people out. MHA had some high power attacks, and if you decide to go, I'm not going to hold any cards in hand, hope they haven't got it, All Might can draw 8 cards. All Might has it. S tier. Kamuy Woods 1. This attack, if this attack's blocked, rate this character playable while committed. Commit for the rest of the turn. Your attacks get +1 damage. Your rival's attacks get -1 damage. So if you did it during your turn, you get +1 damage. If you did it in your opponent's turn, they all get -1, and it stacks. So if your opponent blocks your attack, you ready up, and then you commit again, and you get +2, you get +3, you get +4, and same applies the other way. If you block your opponent's first attack, you get -1, you ready up, then they get -2, they get -3, and it gets to the point where their attacks aren't doing anything. Very squishy, not able to get past like the Tokiyami issues. Eraserhead being able to cancel abilities is a bit of a pain because it stops the readying up, it stops the it can stop other aspects. But Kamuy Woods, solid C tier. All Might 7, which is All Might 4. At the start of your turn, you lose 3 health. You are a 7-hand 30 health character, but you always lose 3 health, even if committed. First form, once per game, place a copy of All Might, place 1 copy of All Might, any version, from your hand on top of this character for the rest of this turn. You may use abilities of the All Might for this turn. Enhance, discard 1 All Might card. Your attack gets +3 damage, draw 1 card. So there's a very cool combo with things. There was a very cool 1-punch combo going around where you use the first form to go into All Might 1, use All Might 1 to get powerful 7, and then you just drew a lot of cards. You gave powerful X, and you just whacked them in the face. Mike Hanneman tried this at regionals, didn't have too much luck. It was a very RNG dependent deck. I'm not the biggest fan of All Might 4. I think it's a Quan Chi kind of light. It was very thematic, don't get me wrong, but I'm going to put them into D, and they can go under All Might 1's nuts. You got Ariyama. Now, I know if Pab's still here, they've said they've got a very cool Hero 2 setup for Ariyama, so I'm very interested to hear about that. 627, after you flip 1 or more foundations during your enhanced step, your attack gets +1 speed and +1 damage, playable while committed. Commit, the next card you attempt to play this turn gets -1 difficulty for each face down foundation. So you're able to make a block or make an attack with very little progressive difficulty, and if you can keep flipping foundations, which is what his tight-lipped, manly, passionate guys, what a lot of his foundation bases want to do, you're able to get high speed, high damage attacks that you can then utilize into a minus progressive difficulty. The main issue was it wasn't sustainable. Once your board was flipped, Deadlock was so threatening, you couldn't build into Deadlock, and you often sat there with a face down board of cards you had no synergy with apart from making one of your checks cheaper, but you weren't able to boost the speed or damage, making them easy to deal with. C tier. Asui 1. Asui 1, commit. Your attack gets +2 speed, and you may discard a kick or range attack from your card pool. Flip 1 foundation, ready this card, playable while committed. Played with no progressive. Drew had great draw cards, lots of throw hate. Yeah, I mean, Crow and Frog and other cards got banned because of how they were able to be synergized and utilized with this, as well as Tokiyami. Again, I think this is another one that never really got her time in the sun. JJ absolutely destroyed me with Asuri at Worlds. Technically, my deck destroyed me because apparently I could only draw and check red on my foundations at the bottom. But I digress. Very cool deck. Very powerful in the height of MHA when you had Ice Wall, Ice Storm, Giant Ice Wall, Frigid Heat Wave. Being able to kick all your ranged attacks out and then being able to play Frigid Heat Wave to draw a bunch of cards. Very powerful. Another A tier. Again, I just think she never reached the apex of her power. Tomura Shigaraki 1. This was an absolute gatekeeping nightmare for MHA 1. 6 hand size, 28 health. Once per turn, after your non-throw attack deals damage, your rival loses 5 more health. Utilize your other abilities like Keen Observation, which burnt them for more. And then commit. After you completely block an attack, your rival destroys 1 ready foundation. This was such a nightmare to deal with, and my friend Aaron ran this a lot. I ran into this a lot at Southampton Locals. Both nationals I played against Aaron. Shigaraki was similar to All Might 3, and you had to kind of change the way you played. You had to be very controlling, very observant. You couldn't rush in or risk it. Tomura Shigaraki never made massive waves, but was scary enough locally for me to put him into A. Tenya Ida 1, 6 hand size, 28 health. Once per turn, after an attack is played against +3 or -3 speed, if it's your attack, your rival commits 1 foundation each time they would play a enhance during this enhance step. He can play the Rumbling almost better than anyone. I'm not saying he couldn't. But, again, his buff, his ability to get +1, -1 isn't sustainable. Because he can play one card really well, doesn't mean he can kind of go into the top tier kind of thing. If your entire thing of playing Aoyama is playing the Rumbling, there's counters to it, and that's the kind of issue. There are good ways to unflip now. Don't get me wrong. Oh Jesus, there are good ways to unflip, and there are good ways to make him a bit more sustainable. But not being able to consistently get that +1, +1 speed damage, it makes him a bit of an issue. And with how much ruin there is, I'd say he's more of a liability than he ever was before. Granted, yeah, his synergy with the Rumbling, absolutely beautiful. But yeah, I mean, if you finish your list, I'll happily play some games and we can see how it goes. But there are some very good foundation destruction lists that would even make the Rumbling hard to play for Aoyama, especially with like Shigaraki and stuff. Second ability on Tenya Ida. After your rival plays an attack, you may have the first enhance during the enhance step. This was good for some of his kit. They'll let him draw. Very offensive character. The defensive being able to take the first enhance did pay off a lot, but forcing your opponent to make the decisions if they want to commit. Tenya Ida, unfortunately, goes to Tenya D tier, and I'm sure some people will have issues with that. Shoto Todoroki. Because it had a shit ton of characters in it. It was 280 odd cards, and then it had provisional showdowns, DLCs. It had like provisional promos. It had DLC promos. It had plus ultra promos. It had the quirk pack promos. This thing has a shit ton of cards. I think you forget how many characters are in set 1 MHA. Shoto Todoroki 1, 7, 20 health. Commit 1 foundation. Your attack gets +1 damage for every 2 ranged attacks in your discard pile. With how oppressive ranged was at this time of the game. This was a really cool character. Commit, discard the top 3 cards of your deck. After your rival plays an enhanced ability on a non-character card, cancel it. Cancel was really cool. It's great, and it is now a void thing, but this shows it could be a bit more widespread. And then on top of that, giving props to the 150 card Shoto deck that was played at Worlds 2023. Shoto Todoroki goes to A. Uraka 1. Response: after your charge or high attack resolves, add it to your momentum. Commit: if you have 1 or more momentum, your attack gets +3 speed. You may add momentum to your card pool. So, you may add 1 momentum to your hand. So, again, you're kind of a fake 700 here. You get to commit, give one of your attacks +3 speed, and then pick up your high or charge attack. This was very cool, very powerful. You don't have the defensive aspects of Ochako 2, but you do have the additional card draw, and you haven't got that less health. Without that defensive capability, she was a lot easier to hit, but the commit being able to be played defensively came in quite a lot in some of the games I played. We're able to pick up momentum. Now we can especially look at momentum. And given how many of that momentum had Breaker 1, Breaker 2, or Frigid Heatwave being able to be played to keep drawing lots of cards, she comes into A tier. I mean, if I wanted Connor to give me another $2, I'd put Nomu into F tier. Nomu is a 5 hand size 35 health character. Enhance your non-throw attack gets damage equal to its printed difficulty. Titan attacks are a thing. Yeah, a Smiling Titan that gets an additional 7 damage is nothing to be laughed at. And then commit 1 foundation. Before the damage step of this unblocked attack, reduce its damage to 6. So even if you survive Nomu's onslaught of high damage attacks, you still need to hit it. You still need to hit Nomu unblocked 6 times with 6 damage attacks. The best Nomus knew when to block, knew how to block, and knew that they could kind of goad you into overextending because of how scared you were of the backswing. There has been lots of iterations of Nomu, including Lomu, which was a Nomu that threw all lows, and when that was sussed out, we had Haimu, which was all high Nomus. They didn't win anything, but they made big impact in the meta. Nomu, I can't put it in S. I'm sorry, Connor, I cannot put it in S, but Nomu is a solid A. Momo Yuzuru, destroy 1 foundation, build 1 asset or weapon foundation from your card pool. Face up, this attack gets +2 or -2 speed. Once per turn, remove 1 foundation, add 1 weapon card from your discard pile to your hand. Momo is banned in Retro because she just fundamentally breaks the game. Momo never got the acclamation she deserves. Her attacks, her kit did, but if we take into account on face, building any weapon, foundation, or asset for destroying your foundation these days is very powerful. Being able to get +2 master speed on top of that is very strong. And then removing 1 foundation to add any weapon card to your hand, foundation or attack or asset, and then being able to play it, being able to block with it, and be able to utilize it. Momo was great at destroying committed foundations and building more in. S tier for Momo. I will happily put Momo there. Minoru Minato 1. Minoru Minato 1 is my first character. I always have a soft spot for Minato. I chose him not because I like the character, hate the character, but the abilities seem cool. Lose 1 health, after an attack is blocked, your rival commits 1 foundation. Enhance, if there's a card in your rival's card pool, it gets 2 damage. And Commit, returns attack to printed speed, it can no longer receive speed bonuses. So, for me, when I was starting off in the game, when I was looking for a character, this utilized every aspect of the game that I understood from the demo. I got to understand blocking, utilizing my health as a resource, committing foundations, utilizing the card pool, increasing damage, understanding commit costs and reducing speed. It was a great way for me to learn, and I earned every win that I got with Minota. But F tier. And the main reason I'm going to put him F tier is because I once beat a Momo player playing Minota, and they went, "Nope, you're not going anywhere. We're sitting down. We're playing this again." I refused to end this day losing to a Minota, and then I got absolutely destroyed. So yeah, Jiro Kyoka. Do I even need to? Does Jiro need an introduction? Enhance once per turn. Look at the top 2 cards of both players' decks. You may put them back in any order. The biggest advantage I had ever taken on Jiro was the majority I took on was during webcam. And I got to see the top cards of my deck as well, so I got to plan. When I played against Jiro in real life, it was a lot harder. Opponents were a lot better at bluffing. It became a lot harder to do. After you play a charge attack, it gets +1 damage for each card in your card pool. After you play a weapon attack, it gets +1 speed for every card in your card pool. So the deeper into a turn you go, the more speed, the more damage you get. And she got to utilize a lot of powerful cards. Even some of my favourite cards like Double Jab Pummel came in and got a bunch of damage. And as we're using things like Specialist Sound Waves and clearing cards from the card pool, she was very strong and she gets to go in S. Katsuki Bakugo. We've done this one after your Fury attack, it resolves. If it was blocked, you can clear it from your card pool. Destroy Foundation, your attack gets +2 damage. If you never block, you can die, but they debuild themselves. C tier, he never really got the love he deserves. Zuki Midoriya, non-demo version. Name an attack zone. If your rival's next attack matches that zone, -3 speed. I had a lot of fun with this character when I was learning, but I know that a lot of that was more luck-based than benefit-based. The +10 damage was one I never really used, but utilizing his kit, you were able to pop off a lot. But again, he's not great. He did have regional success, so I can't put him in F. You can join Bakugo in C. And we'll end this with Seiro Hinata. A great one to end him on. Utilizing Aino's kit and Aino utilizing his kit. After your attack is partially blocked, draw 2 cards. Enhance changes on its attack, and once per game, after your attack is completely blocked, reveal your opponent's hand, choose 1 card, and discard it. So the idea behind it was to use cards that was to pick a zone and pump everything into that zone, knowing your opponent was going to run out of resources and would have to partially block, allowing you to draw, because there's no limit. Seiro is a very powerful card that never got to the tournament acclaim it deserves. His kit 100% did, and for that, A tier. Thank fuck. That's the end of MHA 1. And I think that's the end of the biggest slog. There are so many characters in MHA 1. MHA Crimson Rampage is not as big, but this is my list. I think around here I'm getting more fairly accurate. Kirishima should be higher, but we're treating him as though he's errated. I think some people might take issue with A's and S's, but I'm happy with where they are. My Hero Academia Crimson Rampage. Okay. Who's ready for a 1-hour dissertation on why Dabi 1 is the best character in this set? But Izuku Midoriya 2, Enhance discard 1 card. Your punch attack gets +1 speed, +3 damage. Once per turn, commit 1 foundation. After you check a copy of a foundation that's already in play, build it. It doesn't come in committed, so as long as if you're running a fairly consistent deck, that is absolutely solid. I know got some amazing promo versions of this card. I know Ben Lambert was playing it among Worlds and did some serious damage. We had a very close game. B tier. Gran Torino, destroy foundation after your charge, fury, or kick attack is blocked. Build it face down, committed, playable while committed. No, Blake, it hasn't happened yet. I announced it. After that MHA one, I completely forgot that was still winning. I will do it after this set. Gran Torino. So if you pay the 1 for destroy foundation, you don't get to deal the damage because it just gets built in because it's built on block, which is a shame. Enhance, commit, discard 1 card, destroy and face down foundation. Your rival discards 1 card. So you can discard 1 card for your opponent's card, but you're losing the ability for partial blocks or throw blocks to build in committed foundations. I'm not the biggest fan of Gran Torino. Hey Steve, how's the move going? We still got, and luckily we still got the giveaway going. Steve, if you put Def in chat, you'll be entered in to win the Regionals Def playmat. Yeah, I mean, my brain's gonna shut off. I've been going 8.5 hours. Urabami, at the start of your rival's end phase, add 1 card from your card pool to your hand. So you get to be a bit cheeky with your hand size. Remove 3 cards from your discard pile. The next printed attack you play this turn gets -1 difficulty, +1 damage. Now you're not limited to playing exclusively freeze, but it does help. And once per turn, add 1 printed free from your discard pile to your hand, so you do get to be a cheeky 7-hander. She's really cool, and she's still standard playable. C tier, she has lost a lot of her gusto, and she doesn't get World's Weakest Hunter, which makes me sad. Selkie, I have a top 8 Selkie. That I framed everything else, didn't frame my top 8 Selkie. I had a hell of a game against a Selkie player. While this character is committed, all face down cards in your card pool do not count towards progressive. First form, you get to seal a rival foundation, and then response commit after your kick or slam attack deals damage. Flip it, add the top 2 cards of your deck to your momentum. This is really cool, and it did some really cool things with kick cards. It was just there was cards that did the stuff better. C tier. Yeah, I get that. We moved not too long ago. A lot of stress moving. Hopefully it's all going it's going smoothly. Gunhead. 628. First form, discard 1 attack. Add 1 throw attack from your discard pile to your hand. Commit. Your non-throw attack gets +3 damage. Your next throw attack gets -3 difficulty +3 speed. This was such a janky character. I know people have taken it to regionals. I know people have had fun with it at regionals. But you had to discard a card to get the throw, and then you need to have a non-throw and a throw in hand. Sometimes the stars didn't align. Gunhead goes in F tier despite his kit being pretty cool. Aoyama 2, once per turn, add 1 foundation from your card pool to your momentum. Your mid attack gets +3 damage. Enhance, lose 3 health. You lose 1 health, your mid attack gets +1 speed. F tier. Yeah, you needed a foundation in your card pool to do it, and then you could get +1 +3 by adding a foundation to your momentum and then losing a health as well. Not the biggest fan of that. Momo 2, however, I have a soft spot for. First form, build 1 asset or foundation with a keyword from your hand and gain 1 health. So immediately utilizing that 7 hand size ability and going second, very powerful. Once per turn, after you play a weapon card, it gains what are the following: Breaker 1, Flash, Powerful 3, or Stun 2. So in your turn, you could utilize the keyword that helped you out the best. In your opponent's turn, you got to block with a weapon and give it Breaker, which could help you stay alive. Good defensive synergy. There we go. There you go. God damn it. For some reason, it decided not to register that I clicked it. C tier. Kirishima 2. Twice per turn, destroy 1 foundation. I do believe that's now once per turn. Destroy 1 foundation. Build the top card of your deck face down. Draw 1 card. This attack gets +2 damage. Response commit after your rival's not blocked attack. After your rival's attack is not blocked, it deals half damage rounded down, which is very important. So you can take 1 less damage from that, and yeah, just even got hit quite hard in the errata, but even after the errata, still topped event, still did really well. B tier. Denki Kaminari 2, you cannot spend momentum to pay for keyword abilities. Once per turn, add the top card of your deck to your momentum. Enhance your turn, discard your entire momentum. This charge attack, if this is a charge that your rival commits 1 foundation for each momentum, discard this way to pay for this cost. So there were other ways you could spend momentum. You just couldn't spend it for keyword abilities. So that was a good bit of synergy. But overall, not strong. F tier for Denki. He was a lot of fun, don't get me wrong. But he was not... It was so clunky and everything kind of had to go right and go wrong for your opponent. Snipe, after your rival's combat phase begins, ready 1 foundation, so you get to start off with more resources. Enhance your attack. Discard the top card of your rival's deck. This is if the discarded card was a attack, your rival loses 2 health. If your ranged attack is completely blocked, your rival loses 1 health. So you got to kind of burn through your opponent's health total. I saw some very cool snipe lists in my time. Again, I think this is one that just never really got to shine because the meta was so aggressive. I think snipe, if the meta had ever slowed down for him, B tier. Cementos, 5 hand size, 31 health. Your hand size gets 1 bigger for every 3 face down foundation you have. Enhance, flip 1 foundation, ready a foundation, so you get that defensive synergy, and your attack gets +1 damage for every 2 foundations you have in your stage. So you put this with some throws, got really big, and there were some players who could get to 6 hand size before they got to their next turn. If they were going second and you attack them, they'd be like, I'm going to flip everything. It really put pressure on how you were going to play. Cementos goes to A. Oh my god, why is there so many characters at the beginning of these games? Oh, because these are a bunch of professionals and quote packs and bullshit as well. Ectoplasm. Once per turn, you could remove a copy of Ectoplasm from your stage, and this attack is considered completely blocked. And enhance, once per turn, destroy 1 foundation, add a copy of this attack from your discard pile to your hand. So essentially, Ectoplasm likes to clone things. Did some really cool things, but nothing really major. D tier. Fourth kind. 5 hand size, 34 health. But if this is the 4th card you were trying to play, it got -4 difficulty, and if it was an attack, it got 4 damage. This allows you to play high risk foundation. You could go on a 2, on a 3, on a 3, on a 3, on a 4, and immediately get -4 to difficulty, or on a 5, get -4 difficulty. You are able to play your high cost foundations as your 4th card easily. Once per game, if your rival has 6 or more foundations, they commit 4 of them. So if you ever went to 6, you either need to go to 5, then to 10, or you need to really kind of play around when that once per game was coming. That could be the win or loss. And commit after you block with an attack, add it to your hand. So if you had an attack in hand, you could block with it, pull it back, and essentially be a pseudo 6 hand size, but you let your opponent know what attacks you were holding. You also allowed your opponent to kind of go, I need to get that out of their hand, so they could overextend, they could apply pressure, in the hopes that as a 5-hander, you wouldn't see another one. Fourth kind, really cool, top forward, a fair amount of events, but I'm not comfortable putting him into S. Ingenium, 6 hand size, 28 health character. Your EX or slam attack gets +3 damage once per turn. Once per turn, after an attack is played, it gets +3 and -3 speed. If it was your attack, your rival must commit one. Each time your rival plays an enhance, during that enhanced step, they ready one of your foundations that have not been ready this combat phase. So it's kind of like the opposite of Tenya Ida. It kind of allowed you to keep going deeper and kind of punish them, but not this. It wasn't as good of a punish as what Ida got, and Ingenium did see some very decent play, so I'm going to put him to C, but nowhere near as much as he would have done if it had been the same as Ida where he's committing. Tetsu, discard 1 card from your hand, your attack gets 4 damage, as a 5 hands 32 health. Once per turn, if you have 0 cards in hand, reduce this attack's damage to 1. So, as long as you have no cards in hand, you reduce the attack damage to 1, then you can start drawing cards. Then you can start pulling these attack cards into your hand. And then, response, after you take damage from an unblocked attack, add 1 card from your stage to your hand. So you can debuild your stage, play around Deadlock, and add more cards to your hand. If you've got face down attacks in there, you can pick them up, or you can pick up Omni blocks or Breaker blocks that can be used to help out. Really cool card, but B tier. Tenya Ida 3. After playing EX ability, add the top card of your deck to momentum, allowing you to boost up more EX abilities. Once per turn, ready 1 foundation with a printed difficulty 1 or less. He was alright, but he never really did anything. Present Mike 2. Enhance your attack. Discard top 4 cards of your rival's deck. Your attack gets 1 damage each attack discarded this way. Response once per game. After your rival plays an attack or action, discard it from their card pool and cancel its effects. That once per game was really powerful. But your 7/17 hand size character that only has that 1 defensive out on face. Yes, you're milling your opponent for damage, but you can't always guarantee you're going to get the kill. And sometimes you can leave yourself wide open. Present Mike 2 is an F. I've played against a couple. I never really felt like I struggled against them, even if they were doing silly things. Monoma. Hate the character. This card's really cool though. Once per game, after your attack deals damage, you may copy all printed rival characters' abilities thanks to the errata. This ability cannot be cancelled, and your attack gains a keyword of your choice. If it gains taunt, it gets 1 damage. So, if you copy Midnight and things like that, you give it the additional keywords, but it allowed you to access really cool things like Momo, or if you're going with like Eren with needing the Fury or Titan keyword, if you want with Bakugo who needs Fury, you were able to utilize keywords to your advantage, and if you couldn't, you just got additional damage. Monoma had to be errated because there were some silly things they could do if they went up against Reiner from Origins of Power. But very conditional, but only as powerful as the deck it was playing against. C tier for Monoma. I'm sure Squire's going to hit me for that. Minato 2. Once per turn, your rival adds a foundation from the stage to their card pool. They then get to build the top card of the deck face down. If it's their turn, discard momentum, reduces attack speed to 0, draw a card. A fake 5-hander once you got momentum, and there was great ways to get momentum. Debuilding your opponent added progressive difficulty to them on offense or defense, even if they did get 1 back on their offense. But Minato was an A. It did enough, and it was annoying enough that it deserves A. Shiozaka Ibara. 7 hand size. This attack gets -1 damage. Your next attack this turn gets +3 damage. Again, this attack's not the issue. The next one is. Essentially, you get to give +2 to everything after your first. And once per turn, your next low attack ignores progressive difficulty. So you're able to kind of pop off, get to the point where your opponent isn't going to be able to do anything, and then drop a massive low attack that they weren't going to be able to handle. C tier. She's still legal, and I hope to see some cool strings from her. Shinzo. First form, name an attack zone that. First form, name an attack zone. Attacks of that zone get +2 speed. You're showcasing to your opponent where all your attacks are going to go. They know what attack zones block zones need to hold. Once per turn, after your rival's attack resolves, reveal 1 random card in their hand. They must play that as their next form or discard it. So it doesn't end the turn. It is an absolute nightmare but sometimes you just hit what they wanted to play. D tier, he had really cool synergies with All Might stuff and kicks, but sometimes the abilities just didn't matter. Toga 1, 7 health, 7 hand size, 20 health character. Lose 1 health. Your attack gets +1 speed. If it's blocked, your rival loses 1 health. Your next attack gets +1 speed. This cannot reduce your rival's health below 1. Twice per turn, after your rival loses health, gain 1 health, draw 1 card, and discard a card. So, if your opponent didn't block, they lost life. You got to gain a health, draw a card, discard a card. If you blocked, they lost a health. You get to gain a health, draw a card, discard a card. This was nuts. Aggro Toga was an absolute nightmare to deal with, especially with alleyway ambush. Toga 1 is an S tier. I feel like the only thing that kind of stopped her was card erratas and changes. She was an absolute beast. Settle 2, your attack, discard 1 card from your rival's card pool. Your attack gets +3 speed and draw a card. Only good if they block. And twice per turn, commit 1 foundation. Your rival commits 1 foundation. Good way of getting rid of your opponent's resources early, but you have to go down 1. But essentially, if you could get +3 speed, but if your opponent's never blocked, if you didn't have attacks that were threatening enough, you just kind of sat there going down in resources. Zero 2 is an F. Tokiyami 2, 627. Discard 1 card from your card pool. Add 1 ally card from your discard pile to your card pool. Playable while committed. Never really figured out what that was meant to be doing. Commit ready 2 ally foundations that have not been ready this turn. I never really understood what this was meant to do. It seemed really cool. It seemed kind of janky, but unfortunately, yeah, he's going into F. Sorry, Dark Shadow. Endeavor 1. Your non-throw attack gets +1 damage for every 6 cards in your discard pile. You're a self-mill deck. Commit after you're dealt 5 or more damage. Add 1 attack from your discard pile to your hand. So essentially, you said to your opponent, keep your damage low, or you're going to feed me cards I get to throw back at you. Very cool. 6 fairy health character. I think this is the first time anyone from MHA had seen such high health on a 6-hander, because I think All Might 3 was like 28. But Endeavor, really cool. Didn't really do as many waves. B tier. Dabby 1. 3 abilities. Enhance once per game. Remove 10 foundations from your discard. Your attack gets +8 damage and throw, unless your rival destroys all their ready foundations. Their ability to destroy foundations is the only thing that kind of stopped this becoming meta relevant. Being able to cancel that once per game so easily and having to get your opponent in a position where it really mattered was key. If your opponent committed out, that once per game was dead. First Enhance, your next attack gets +3 damage. And First Enhance, this attack gets +1 speed, +1 damage. Again, threatening bigger damage later down the line. A great way to use Twisting as an Inferno. But your first attack was always the least impactful and kind of one your opponent never wanted to look at. Dagon, overlooked in the meta, but did top many events. Topped UK Nationals, topped the August Provisional Showdown that was webcam. They went 4-1 in the Swiss of Worlds in 2022. Ended up coming 32nd at Worlds, which is a shame. Got 9th in using forecheck attacks in 2024. So it was still being played. Has had some great synergies with a lot of cards, and there was some synergies that weren't just going until afterwards. For just how many events Dabi topped alone, deserves to go into A tier. If you can top 2 major events and go 4-1 in Swiss in Worlds, you deserve A tier. I mean, if anyone wants to argue with that, I want to know where their logic is that should be lower based on that. Stain. Your weapon attack gets +1 speed. If it deals damage, your rival loses 1 health. Solid ability. And commit. After your rival makes a check, that check gets -3. Fail and check doesn't end the combat phase. Only playable if your rival is taking damage this turn. This was a very cool thematic card. I know it's one of Levi's favourite cards as well. But I'm not the biggest fan. Having to commit damage before I can utilise my commit. There's characters that now give -3 for nothing and get rewarded for it if they pass the check. And +1 speed to your weapons. D tier. If you could get it going, but it could spend the entire game trying to hit and just not being able to utilize that check ability. Once per turn, show to Todoroki 2. Once per turn, your attack gets +2 speed, +2 damage. Once per turn, your ranged attack gets stunned 2. Once per turn, both players add 1 momentum to their hand. Now, that third enhance is the only thing that lets me down. But there were ways to make your opponent spend momentum. If your opponent didn't have momentum, you got to utilize that ability for free. And the other ones just being, you can only use this ability once. Do kind of suck, but it's understandable. This is one of Liam Chauner's former EU champion favourite cards. Didn't really make a splash in the standings, but strong abilities, C tier. If it wasn't for the fact that you were feeding your opponent attacks or ways to deal with you, especially now we can look at momentum, it would be higher. Ochako Oraka 3. After your combat phase begins, reel your momentum. Add 1 high or charge attack to your hand, so you need to become a 7-hander. And after an attack is blocked, draw 1 card, discard 1 card. Your next check gets +1. This never saw play. I wanted to play this so badly, but I never felt comfortable enough in the meta, and I never had a position of being able to go to locals regularly to make this work. The health total is awkward. The ability is really awkward. But being able to use Electric Jolt every single turn seems really cool. On paper, she seems really powerful. But she just never got played. And for that, she goes into D. I will not put her in F because her kit is broken. And I know I said I wouldn't consider kit, but I feel like she should have seen more play. Mina Ashido 2. Face down cards in your capital do not count towards progressive. Response: after your punch or ranged attack deals damage, your rival loses 1 health for each face down card in your capital. This was nuts. This did some silly things. The main issue was she didn't do them consistently enough. Big sad on that aspect. C tier. Okay, I've still got a lot to go through, but I've only got 2 of these left. Mei Hatsume. You start off with 4 copies of babies removed. First form, you get to build one in, and babies let you draw cards. Flip 1 foundation, your check or weapon attack gets +1 damage for each asset in your stage. So your assets essentially got more and more damage. Mina doesn't get to go into S. She just never had the kind of impact. Mei Hatsumi goes to B. She was the fake 5-hander from the start, and she was absolutely solid. She just never really got there. Katsuki Bako, destroy 1 foundation, your fear attack gets +2 speed and +2 to its powerful rating. 1% after you play a combo ability, your rival flips 2 foundations. He never did anything. I don't think I know a single player who even played him. F tier, you flipping 2 foundations for combo is cool. Increasing powerful rating is fine, but it compared to the other Bakugo, he was just completely overshadowed. His kit did better in other characters than it did in himself. Okay. Message for a drink because my throat's going. Message for a drink. Let's go. Okay. I'll draw the winner. Oh, I can just push a button. Let's go. So while it's picking the winner, let's. Who did it pick? Promos 2022. This is a 2-card set. Carl KT Dune. Okay. If you hear Cal, reach out to me on Facebook, Discord, YouTube, X, whatever social media thing you think is the best, and I'll sort out getting this to you. Promos. Promo 2022. So I put Sword Might here as opposed to All Might 7 in League of Villains because I prefer the Sword Might art. Swords and arrows enhance your weapon or ranged attack gets +2 speed. This was printed in many different forms. There's Sword Might, there's Fantasy. This is Fantasy Might. There's All Might 7. There's a bunch of different ways to get this card. Once per turn, after you attack, deal 6 or more damage, draw 2 cards, and battle tactics. After you block the third or more attacks, block for the third or more times this turn, commit your rival's character. I really like this character because this came in. Oh, that's it. It came in Sword Might, All Might, and Ball Might. I really like this character. I thought they were really cool. Ball Might was in my sideboard for regionals because I thought it was good against Jiro. But I guess it didn't come up. I think I did change once on stream into it. I don't think it's S tier. It's definitely B tier. It's very situational. Again, it's another card I don't think ever really saw its day in the sun. Okay. Oh my god, I can see the end. Let's go. Heroes Clash. Heroes Clash, Shoji. If anyone mind, this is such a long bit of text. You add counters to the card. The counters allow you to do things such as look at the top card and discard it. Get speed or damage. Get speed, increase or reduce speed, increase damage, or take no damage from a blocked attack. Allow you to have duplicate, and you got counters every single turn. Never really saw play, and it's a real shame. But D tier, there were some fun things that were done casually with it, but apart from that, not much. Ojiro 2 was the menace of the early 2022, late 2022, early 2023 meta. +1 speed and +1 damage for each printed attack zone in your card pool, equating to a 3/3 on cards like Texas Smash, which were able to go into double-digit damage. And then once per turn, add one attack from your card pool to your hand. Only playable if you have 3 different cards onto your hand. So sometimes they missed, but sometimes they just got to smack you for 22 in a row. If this was still the case, S tier, but it was errated into a commit cost to add it back to your hand, and that is an absolute travesty. So you couldn't utilize the +3/+3 and also pick up a card. B tier, it still does things, but nowhere near as much. Koji Koda is one that I'm going to get some upset for. Commit, draw 1 card for each ally in action in your card pool. Commit 1 foundation. Choose an ally card in your card pool. It does not count towards progressive difficulty for the rest of the turn. This was a lot more powerful than people ever gave it credit for. In Hero 2, it's been making some waves with ally cards and on the rise. Koji Koda is a very powerful card. It just was so clunky, it required so many reps, it required so much control and thought. It wasn't the most viable for a 7 or 8 round Swiss. Because you remember, like, these cards came out when we were still hitting 100 people turning up for our events. So we were still playing longer tournaments. It isn't like it is now where we're barely breaking 60 to 70. The first few events we had over 100 people. Patriot almost had to kick everybody else out so we could have the event. Koji goes into A. Eraserhead. This deck is +1 speed for each card in your card pool. If it's completely blocked, draw a card. Such a cool ability. This was one of the star decks. Response: after your rival plays an attack, choose 1 ability on that card. It loses those abilities for the rest of the turn. So you commit, you just turn off one of the abilities on the attack, and each of your attacks gets faster, and if they get completely blocked, you get to draw more cards. Absolutely solid card. B tier. I knew some locals that were able to do some in Southampton that were able to do some silly things with Eraserhead 2. Endeavour 2, Squire might be upset on me for this, but lose 1 health, your attack gets +2 speed or +2 damage. Lose 2 health once per turn, this attack gets -4 speed. And lose 2 health, your rival's attack gets -4 damage. You're 31 health, 6 hand size up, which is really solid, but you're burning through a lot of your own health to increase your attacks or decrease your opponents. And sometimes it left you in a vulnerable position. I didn't like it at all. C tier. Again, Squire, if you ever watch this, I apologize. Recovery Girl wasn't fun. Recovery Girl wasn't healthy. And I'm really glad she has been errated into the ground. In her heyday, I'd put her an S. A good player with a Recovery Girl could sit there for hours and not take and walk away with taking no damage. Post errata, C. Maybe even less, D. All Might 5. Once per turn, after you play a card with Smash in its name, draw a card. Flip 1 foundation, your Fury Punch attack gets +2 speed or +2 damage. And Deadlock First Form. Your attacks with Smash in the name get stunned 2 for the rest of the game. So this was great Deadlock hate on face. But you were trapped into playing a dying format. Once rotation was introduced and we knew we were going to be losing all the Smash cards from MHA 1, you just kind of lost everything. Thank you. The Flip Foundation for +2 speed, +2 damage was good, but like Aoyama, wasn't sustainable because you weren't destroying foundations, and deadlock threats were absolutely real, such as what you see here. So, Smash Mite, as cool as he is, goes into D tier. Tiger, I love Tiger. 5 hand sides, 33 health. If your attack deals damage, draw a card. Once per turn, switch his attack speed and damage, including your opponent's turn, and twice per enhanced step. After an effect would modify the speed of damage of your attack, it gets +1 damage. So, if your opponent wants to decrease it, you gain 1. Very cool. I'm a big Tiger fan. I know other people are big Tiger fans. Tiger gets to go into B, the king he is. Ragdoll, at the start of the game, search your deck for a card, add it to your hand. Once per turn, reveal 2 cards from your hand. This attack gets if they have the same name, this attack gets +4 or -4 speed. Flip 1 foundation, look at the top card of your deck. Ragdoll goes into S tier. Ragdoll goes into S tier for getting Twisting Azure Inferno banned in Retro. Because you were able to just form Go Get a card, you could play Twisting Azure Inferno and then a bunch of foundations that drew a bunch of actions that drew cards that drew cards and removed themselves from the card pool, so you're able to just put Twisting Azure Inferno to this massive height of damage, and then you eventually had 2 cards of the same name you have, so you made it unblockable, and you just one-shot any opponent turn 1 going second. It was as simple as that. Ragdoll got Twisting Azure Inferno banned, and I'm sure other characters would have been able to do it. But no, Ragdoll goes to S tier just for that alone. For getting my baby banned in Retro, you go into there. Pixie Bomb, once per turn, both players add the top card of their stage to their momentum. Enhance, commit, this ally attack gets +2 damage and stun 1. Discard momentum, after an ally attack deals damage, raid this card playable while committed. So you get to debuild your opponent and utilize that to kind of use Pixie Bomb to raid this card. She's okay, but no, out of all 4, she's one of the weakest in my opinions. Mandalay, name an attack zone. If the next attack played is in that zone, it gets +2 or -2 damage. Very reminiscent of Izuku Midoriya 1, but in your turn, you get to get additional damage. On top of that, after you play a foundation, if the next card you try to play is an attack, it gets -2 difficulty. Staff Strike Mandalay was nuts. I one-shotted a Tokoyami with Staff Strike Mandalay in a Star Provisional. She is an absolute beast. A tier. She utilized Staff Strike and other foundation utilization very well. And like I said, she just got to you just got to pop off with choosing zones, getting additional damage, and then utilizing building in foundations, cycling of foundations. Absolutely love her. Now we move on to the Principle of UA. 6 hand size, 26 health. Response, after your rival draws a card, you get to draw a card. Doesn't matter who triggers that effect. If you make your opponent draw, you still get to draw. With how many simultaneous draws effects there were in the game at this time, such a cool card. Once per game, look at your opponent's hand, and once per turn, discard a card, add a card from your discard pile to your hand with the same matching difficulty. So you could swap an attack into a different attack. You could swap a foundation into a better foundation. You could swap a block into a stronger block, or even swap a block zone you don't have into a block zone you need. And swap a block zone you don't need into a block zone you need. Nezu was very cool. Didn't get the acclamation you love, but B tier for the Bear Mouse Principle. Death Arms, we saw Death Arms. Sasquatch, your attack with printed difficulty 5 or greater gets +1 speed, +1 damage, and destroy one foundation during your rival's ready step. Commit 2 of their foundations. did have regional success, and like I said with Dabby, if they have regional success, if they do well and are on the meta consideration list, they go into A. Def Arms gets put into A. Backdraft, I don't think anyone ever played Backdraft seriously. Commit 1 Foundation, it gets -2 speed. If it's a fire attack, it gets -3 speed instead. Your turn, discard 3 cards from your rival's card pool. Your attack gets 5 speed, 5 damage. Like I said, I don't think anyone ever played this seriously. But Backdraft, drop into F. Taro Hakagori 2, however. This is the one that's still legal, not the first one. I'm an idiot. Your rival's block modifier gets +1 gets +1, and then an additional +1 for every 4 foundations. So 8 foundations, that block modifier gets +3. Commit after your rival plays an attack, add it back to their hand, and then I get to look at the top card of their deck, and I may discard it. So I can almost ruin their check, as well as making my cards harder to deal with. Such a cool card. I know Steve loves this card, and this is the one that Gary had good luck with in Chelmsford. This is a solid character, A tier. Tomo Shigaraki 2, however, commit 1 foundation after your non-4 attack deals damage, add the top card of your deck to your momentum, discard 1 momentum, remove 1 card from your card pool. Had cool synergy, was cool if you got to deal damage, but was a 7/19 with no real way to protect itself. F tier. 13, response after your rival plays a non-character ability that modifies the speed of damage, cancel it, and once per turn destroy 1 foundation. After your rival plays an ability as a form, discard it from their card pool. Again, really cool, would have been really good against Godzilla. 13, never really got to pop off, so D. Stain 2, form, once per turn your next weapon gets +3 speed. After it resolves, remove it from the game and draw a card, so you get to increase your hand size. And once per turn, after your weapon attack deals damage, commit and freeze 1 rival foundation. Never saw play. Never as good as other people. Well, never as good as the other Stain. That Stain was still barely playable. Ricardo Sato 2, again similar to Ricardo Sato. This one saw a lot more notoriety. This was a 5 hand size, 29 health, but had first form, draw 2 cards, at the end phase discard 2 cards. So if you can play all your cards, you didn't need to discard. Enhance, this attack gets +2 damage, only playable if you've drawn 2 or more cards this turn. So as long as you first form, you get to put 2 damage on all of your attacks, and there were some very silly things you could do with his attacks, as well as drawing cards from it. A tier. Weird to see Pixie. Is it Pixie Bob in the S tier? Being the only S tier. Ragdoll. Weird to see Ragdoll being the only S tier up there. I imagine that's gonna come with some hate. But sure. That's Heroes Clash out the way. We have now made it into the last 3 years. Let's go. The first of our 2023 cards. League of Villains, MHA. A hefty list, but luckily, once we get past Jetburn, it becomes a lot smaller because there's a lot less characters printed. I hope. Kurogiri 2. 5 hand size, but as a form, you can remove the top card of your discard pile, and you can remove the top card of your discard pile to remove an attack, and you get to play that attack this turn with +3 speed. And commit. Before the block step, you may try to block with a card from your discard pile and remove it after it leaves your card pool. So essentially, you're a 7 hand size ish, but in terms of your early game, you're 5 hand size. But once you get set up, you get into the mid to late game, you're a lot stronger, but Still C tier. Toga 2. Once per turn, look at your momentum, unflip one of them. So this is just unflip momentum now, which is very powerful for some of the cards like Rushing Stab. If this is your first attack of the turn, it gets 2 speed. A lot better with some of the later Toga stuff. And twice per turn, after you flip 1 or more momentum, ready 1 foundation that has not been ready this combat phase. So there's a lot of momentum flipping in Toga's kit. I had a lot of fun playing them at the HLC. Toga 2 goes into B for me. Dabi 2 had some major impacts when he first joined the game. He did really well in webcam events, he did really well in TTS events. He never really impacted in person or made like official events. Your turn, remove the top 3 cards of your deck. Your attack gets +3 damage. Once per turn, after you remove an action card from your once per turn, your turn, remove an action card from your hand. Add an action card that has 2 more symbols with your character from your discard pile to your hand. So with attunement and like the single symbol characters, this got a lot worse. Now we've got more multi-symbol characters. This could see more play in Hero 2. And this was great because it could trigger Twisting Azure Inferno almost immediately. It allowed you to pick up actions. There was a lot of synergy in how this worked. With the changes to Infinity, teamwork and things got changed. So you weren't quite able to do as much with Dabi. But I think with the TMNT removal updates and things like that, Dabi 2 could have some serious legs in Hero 2. B tier. All Might 6. This is the starter one that came with Alpha 1. Discard the top card of your deck. If this punch or damage attack gets +X, X equals the block modifier of the removed card. Once per turn, remove 1 momentum. Add the top card of your discard pile to your hand. And then commit. After you block an attack, draw 2 cards and discard 1 card. So, great use of synergies. You get rewarded for your block modifiers. But this All Might never really saw play. Especially given like there was other cards that were more aggressive. D. All for One, however, I love this card the moment it dropped. His kit has seen play in lots of different characters. A 627, but it gets +1 damage to your non-4 attack for every 3 foundation in your stage, maximum of 5. You commit and discard momentum. If the attack is blocked, it deals no damage. And at the start of each combat phase, you add a card from your momentum to your hand, and then you may add a card from your hand to your momentum. So you get a free kind of almost review going second, but it's more storage of your quirk, of your attack, until you need it on the turns where you can attack. I've had a lot of fun playing Alpha 1. I've seen other people have a lot of fun playing Alpha 1. And Alpha 1 to me, not as strong as I really want it to be, but goes into C tier. Show Tutorial Rookie 3. Discard 1 character card from your stage. Commit and freeze 1 rival foundation. Once per turn, this attack gets +X or -X damage. X equals the number of rival committed foundation, maximum 5. The strongest of these, in my opinion. And even then, he's only a C. Katsuki Bakugo 3. Discard 1 Katsuki Bakugo card from your hand. This attack gets +2 damage. You may remove 1 Fury attack from your card pool. Flip 3 foundations. Once per turn, draw 2 cards. Only playable if you have less cards in your hand than your rival. As a 719, very unlikely. Especially given that you have to flip 3 foundations for that. Very unlikely to pop off. D. Izuku Midoriya 3. Your kick or punch attack gets +1 damage for each character in your stage. Once per turn after you play a kick or punch, it gains Breaker 2 or Stun 2 if it does not have those keywords already. Oh, there's the Mega Man thing I was on about. And once per game, draw 1 card for each character in your stage. So there's no real way to interact with characters. This was fairly decent, but took so much setup. The biggest thing people liked about it was the once per turn Breaker 2 or Stun 2. And even then, it was so clunky to play. And then Eraserhead 3, 529. Eraserhead cards get -3 difficulty to play. Your attack gets +1 speed for each non-attack card in your card pool. If this is the second time you've played this ability, your next attack ignores progressive. Response: after you play a character card, draw 2 cards and seal one Rival Foundation. I had to read that very carefully because I forgot what this card did. It never saw play. D tier. Magni, I wanted Magni to be so good. I wanted Magni to be so playable. The quirk in the show is so unique and cool. The translation, unfortunately, not as much. If your attack damage is even, it gets +1/+1. If this attack damage is odd, it gets -1/-1. Once per turn, commit 1 foundation. After you completely block a rival attack, it does not clear during the end phase. So you're able to add progressive to your opponent's turns and -1/-1 if they got an odd damaged attack. Not the strongest, unfortunate F tier. I know people had tried to play Magni, but it just wasn't viable. Innsmouth, 629, discard 1 card. After you play a range and slam attack, it gets +3 damage, and you're out as the top card of the deck to their card pool. With some of the cards that we have in the meta at the time, this was actually fairly powerful. Once per turn, discard 1 card from your rival's card pool, commit 1 Rival Foundation. Had to be done in your turn, but ideally people kind of just wanted to more keep stuffing our opponent's card pool. Make it a hard to block and have that free damage coming through. C tier. Mr. Compress, 627. Commit after you block an attack, add it to your momentum, and then form lose 1 health, reveal 1 momentum, which we now can look at. If it's not a copy of a card you've already played this turn, you may play it as your next form. So you get to increase your hand size by adding momentum, and after you block an attack, you get to add that block to your momentum. So you get to kind of put something away in the marble for later. Very cool. Mr. Compress goes into A, however, because Mr. Compress is able to machine gun opponents the moment they go into deadlock. That form is not once per turn, so as long as you have more health than your opponent, they go into deadlock. You play Blue Flame. You play the Blue Flame card from Jetburn that says deadlock. If you lose life to pay an ability, your opponent burns 1, and you just machine gun them to 0 ridiculously quickly. A tier machine gun combo. Twice, RIP twice. If this is the second copy of an attack you place, then it's +2/+2. Commit, discard 1 character card from your stage. Before the block step of your attack, of your rival's attack, reduce its damage to 2. So lots of 2 thematic for twice. There were cards that allowed you to pick up attacks or do other things like that, but most of the time he was very clunky, not great in sealed. You had to be running 4 of attacks, and even then you had to filter and dig to try and pop off that 2/2. And even then, reducing the attack damage to 2 sometimes didn't matter. He was okay, but he's not F tier. Tomo Shigaraki 3, your rivals check. Your rival checks against a 5. If they fail, draw a card. Such a solid ability. Once per turn, after your rival makes a check, it gets -1. Failing that check does not end the combat phase. Any check, that is. That's any check. And your opponent fails it. And that's once per turn, your turn and their turn. And then remove 1 momentum. Your rival's checks get -1 until the start of your next turn. So all of their checks to block and all of their checks in their next turn all get -1. That includes every check you're making them do for 5 to draw a card. Such a very powerful card. For League of Villains, S tier for Tomura. Did really well in official webcam events. Did really well at in-person events. Liam Chona defeated Maimina twice in one event with Tomura. Really solid character and had a really good control playstyle. Spinner, 628, your weapon attack gets +1 speed and +1 damage for the rest of combat. So again, it starts to scale, it starts to compound, so it's +1/+1, +2/+2, +3/+3. And once per turn, build 1 foundation from your hand. This attack gets +2 speed. Now you can give your opponent +2 speed and go, I'll take the hit and get to do additional builds. But it's really solid for stringing out and getting to pop off, especially if you can put some multiple into here. Solid B for Spinner. Muscular, a 5-hand 36 health character that anytime an attack deals damage, you get to put a muscle counter on them. Your non-throw attack gets +1 damage for every muscle character on here. After you take damage from an unblocked attack, build 1 card from your card pool face down. So you want to block, you want to play some things that you can stuff into your card pool. He had foundations that were committed to reduce damage, add them to the card pool, and then you get to build them back in from taking damage from an unblocked attack. Absolutely solid character. Was a regional staple for a lot of people. B tier. Moonfish. If Richard was still part of the podcast, he would have told me Moonfish needs to go very high. Your attack with printed damage 3 or less gets +2 speed. If your rival has 3 or more cards in their hand, your attack gets +1 speed. Your attack gets +1 speed. And once per turn, discard 1 card that dealt 3 or less damage from your card pool. Your rival discards a card. It's okay. It's a 7/18 that has no defensive outputs, and its best attack is a 1 check that gets to play another a low damage card for free. Moonfish deserves to be an F. Richard isn't here to have a go at me. Moonfish deserves to be an F. Okay. Undaunted Raid. Let's go. Whew. I miss my chatters, but it is 11:15. Kendo Rapper, the Showman Foundation. Your check to play and block. You check to play attack or. Your check to play or block with an attack gets +2. Once per turn, discard 1 card after your non-throw attack. In one non-throw punch that deals damage, you play it as from your card pool as your next form. Solid card, did some serious work. A tier. Izuku Midoriya, number 4. Your non-throw attack gets +4. Power 4. You may discard a card from your hand to. You may discard a card in your hand to pay the powerful ability. At the beginning of your rival's combat phase, draw 3 cards, discard down to your hand size. Solid ability A. Fat Gum. You may build Fat Gum 2 characters. I guess that doesn't matter now with the new rules. Character stacking is still power. 5 hand size, 29 health. Commit, reveal the top 4 cards of your deck. Build 1 foundational asset, reveal this way, discard the rest. First form, if you are in deadlock or you have 10 or less health, search all your game zones for Fat Gum 2, build it in, and then build it in. If you search your deck, shuffle it. Fat Gum was a solid B. Kirishima 3, 7 hand size, 20 health. If your Fury or Punch attack is partially blocked, your rival loses 2 health. After you completely block an attack, it deals no damage once per turn. Once per turn, destroy 1 foundation. If an attack is completely blocked, your rival destroys 1 foundation. So, get destruction capabilities here, but not as good as other Kirishimas would be. And people kind of got soured on that. D. Overhaul. Starter deck character that should have never been. Once per turn, build 1 card from your hand face down. Response, flip 1 foundation. After the block step of your attack, it gets +2 damage. If it deals damage, gain 1 health. And then, once per turn, you may play 1 face down card. You may play 1 face down card from your stage face up as your next card this turn, ignoring progressive difficulty, and if it's your rival's turn, you discard a card. Absolutely solid character, utilizing all of its abilities powerfully, getting to choose at the last second outside deflect if you're going to increase the damage, and then also gain health. Overhaul is an S. Mirio, enhance your punch or slam attack gets +2 damage. You may change its zone. Commit discard momentum, reduces attack's damage to 0. Now, you might think this is going to S or with overhaul, but 2 years ago, yes, it would have been. But Mirio fell off. The lack of speed, the fact that people were able to catch onto it, and the fact that there was still these amazing mid block breakers. Like, cool, I'm taking 1 extra damage, but if I block, I can still break them to hell. And Mirio was able to reduce 1 attack's damage, but we have ways around that now. I don't think Mirio is a bigger threat as he used to be, and I think he goes into B, which is a shame. Bubble Girl, I'm jaded on Bubble Girl because the Bubble Girl I won in Southampton never made it to me because the store closed down before they arrived and I never knew what happened to those promos. Once per turn, name a card. Copies of that card get +2 to their block modifier to the end of the turn. So on your turn, you want to name something your opponent's playing. On your turn, you don't want to name anything, but I guess commit 1 foundation, and then you name something in your stage, so you can go commit 1 foundation. This tech is +X or -X. X equals the block modifier. So if you have Hacker Extraordinaire in your stage, you name Hacker, you get +6 speed. It's fun, but D tier for Bubble Girl. She wasn't as good as I wanted her to be, despite how cool she is. Toya, form once per turn, commit 1 foundation, choose 1 attack in your rival's discard pile. As your next form, play that card from top of your deck as a copy of the chosen attack. You still pay the cost. You have to pay everything for it. But I love Toya for this, being able to copy my opponent's attacks completely. Flip 1 foundation, your attack gets +2 speed. If it's a weapon attack, it's +1 damage. Again, really cool character. I just don't think he ever got the love he needed. Toya goes into F. He's only as strong as what your opponent's playing, and because you only get to do it once, you don't get to utilize any of the synergies that most decks are kind of built up with. Tab A, response. After your attack is completely blocked, your rival destroys 1 foundation. Your attack, remove 1 card from your rival's card pool. Your attack is +2 damage. Your rival's check gets -1 to block, and you get to draw a card. I think this is so cool. I really wish Tab A'd seen more play. Yeah, your first attack doesn't get to do anything unless you can card pull stuff them, but I think Tab A is a solid B just for how annoying he can be. Shindemoto, after your attack deals damage, your rival reveals a random card in the hand, and twice per turn, add 1 card from your hand to your card pool face down. Your rival names an attack zone. Unflip the added card and play it as your next form. If it's an attack whose printed zone is not the name zone, it gets -1 difficulty and +3 speed. It's very RNG based. If you can get it to pop off, you get to do a lot of really cool stuff, and it's a lot of fun to play against, so it goes into C. Oh. We're getting there, boys. Riki Katsukumi, 5 hand, 27 health, lose 1 health. If this attack deals damage, gain 2 health. I hate that. Once per turn, reveal the top X cards of your deck. Remove 1 card reveal this way and discard the rest. You may play the removed card as your next card this turn. X equals the total number of health gained this turn. Again, so you don't get to become a fake 5-hander immediately. And you only gain health if your attack deals damage. So you're looking at kind of like a throw package. C tier, it's quirky F. Mimic, pre-errata, Mimic was very powerful. I had a lot of fun with Mimic when I got to play it at Nats. Once per turn, commit. After you check an asset, add 1 attack with a check value of 3 from your discard pile to your hand. Response, after you commit an asset, this attack gets +2 or -1 damage. With the commit cost now, so you can't utilize the additional damage, but you can still commit assets to pass checks. Mimic is still decently strong. I'll put him in A, but not. It would have been S if you could have utilised it on both turns. Lock twice per turn after your non-ranged attack deals damage. Freeze one rival foundation. That rival cannot be readied at all until the start of your next turn, and commit. After your rival combat phase begins, draw one card for each rival committed foundation. You can draw a silly amount of cards in here. Takes a long time to set up. Very controlling. Lots of fun. C tier. Tengai. 6 hand size, 25 health. Once per turn, discard the top 3 cards of your deck. After an attack is played, you may play one non-attack ally card from your discard pile as your next card this turn. So non-attack, so things like Barrier Shield. This is very cool. Just popping up Barrier Shields that haven't played and then they get removed. With the amount of ally cards we now have, this could really pop off a lot more, especially with backups. Once per turn, your turn, if you have played a card from anywhere other than your hand, your rival discards a card. So you punish your opponent to lose a card, and you can play any non-attack ally card from your discard pile as your next form. A lot stronger than I remember it being, especially for its health total, but I still don't think it would do too well events. I put him into C because I'd love to see what he could do. Fat Gum 2, 6 hand size, 10 health. Twice per turn, discard one card, flip and commit one rival foundation. Remove 2 foundations. This tag is +1 speed, +3 damage. It cannot be your starting character. It has great synergy with Fat Gum, but again, cannot be your starting character, so it goes into F. It's a terrible character if you can't use it as your starting character. I think there's not even been that many characters that can even do that. Sasaki Dorodo. Response once per turn. After your rival makes a check, add that check card to their momentum and your rival rechecks. Twice per turn. If this attack is blocked, your rival commits 1 foundation. If your rival has 1 or more momentum, this attack gets +2 or -2 speed. So, if this attack is blocked, your rival commits 1 foundation. If your rival... Oh, yeah. So you're basically saying, I'm going to make it harder to block. If you block, you're going to have to commit a foundation. And utilizing those rechecks to add momentum. Not a big fan of giving my opponent resources, especially in this day and age. So Far Cry from like 2 years ago when this set dropped. D tier for Sasaki. I had some cool stuff with the upside down cards it could play. But no, D tier for Sasaki. Chronostasis, 6 hand size, 27 health. Once per turn, lose 2 health. If your rival has at least 1 card in their card pool, each player has at least 1. If your rival has at least 1 card in the card pool, choose 1 breaker or tech card in your card pool and play it. And then enhance, commit, choose 1 card in each player's card pool. Now, those cards do not leave until the start of the next turn. So you get to essentially be a cheeky 7-hander. You get to block with Chronostasis Trigger or any of these breaker or tech cards, and then get to hit with them again during next turn. Things like Patchwork Babies, kind of solid, but at the same time, not as strong as other people want to be. See, this is one of those characters that people could do quite well locals with if they put the time in. Yu Hojo, Mike kicked my butt with Yu Hojo. First form, draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards. You may play 1 attack from your discard pile that shares 2 more symbols with your character, so drop in some serious throws. If you have 10 or less health, your attacks get +1 speed, +2 damage. Destroy a foundation. This attack gets -2 damage, so you get to keep yourself alive. You're a fake 600, but it has to be an attack, so you take a bit longer to set up. As much as I regret losing to it, I could have drawn, but that's boring, and I don't like Yu Hojo. I think Mike just played it well. D tier. Amajiki, like, at the end phase, you add one attack from your card pool to your momentum face up. Once per turn, this attack gets plus X damage or minus X damage. X equals number of face up momentum you have plus 2. With Roman cancel, this has got much stronger again. And once per game, choose 3 momentum. If they're face up, if they're face up, flip. Choose up to 3 momentum. If they are face up, flip them, unflip them. So you get to flip all your momentum face down, and then flip 3 of them face up, which is really powerful. Allowing you to reutilize abilities. 720 health. I've had such a nightmare taking on this card. Yeah, kick me out of worlds. Top cuts more than once. So S tier. Sir Naitai. Once per turn response, after an attack is completely blocked, seal 1 non-character card in your rival stage or card pool and draw a card. So your fake 7-hander. Your attack, remove the top card of your opponent's deck. Remove the top card of your deck. Remove the top 3 cards of your rival's deck. Remove all non-attacks this way. Your attack gets +1 speed for every 5 cards in your rivals removed from game pile. So you're making your opponent's check worse. And I do like the mill strategy, so I'll put that into C. And then we have our last card, Nejiri Hado, a 7/21. After you play or block with Foundation, gain 2 health. Permanently reduce the maximum health total of this card by 1. This attack is +2 or -1 damage. So you can keep yourself alive, but you are costing yourself health every time you do it. And there's no way to permanently re-increase. I'm not a fan of this card. I know some people tried to play it. I've never seen the appeal. I'm going to put it into F and hope people don't have got me too much. Move on to the Godzilla Day promo. Godzilla -1, the Sasquatch Light. You cannot play cards with a printed difficulty of 4. And your attack gets +2 damage. If it's blocked, your rival flips 1 foundation. I mean, it's a 6-hand 36. This is our first venture into the 6-hand for the massive health totals for 6-hand sizes. Even if the ability wasn't too strong. I think this is a lot of fun. I think this has a lot more potential than people give credit for, but I'm going to stick him in C. And this is the only Godzilla Day promo I'm going to do because the other one is part of the main set. So, moving on from there. Moving on into Jetburn. Oh, I just realised I've got Challenger, and Challenger's got like 20 characters in there. That's going to be fun. Oh, god damn it, so many cards. Okay, we'll get there. Jetburn. Once we get our aim at chain, this drops a lot. Gentle Criminal, 6-hand size, 28 health. After an attack is blocked, your next check gets +X. X equals the printed block modifier of the block. Yeah, if it was a worldwide card, yeah. That's fair. And response, after you play an attack, if its check was modified to play, it's +X speed. X equals the amount it was modified by. So even breakers and stuff count for that, which is really cool. So I'm going to put you into B. You're annoying, but you don't do a lot. Endeavor 3, enhance your attack. Mill 4, your attack gets +2 speed. If you cycled, you get +3 damage. Form, once per turn, add 1 attack from your remove from game pile to your hand. This ability cannot be cancelled. A very solid character. And, I mean, it's 1 world, so, I mean, if it's 1 world, it deserves S, right? Simple as that. We'll see how that sticks if we get to Hange. Dabby 3. I personally love Dabby 3. Your rival makes a check against a 5. If they fail, reveal the top card of your deck. This attack is +1 or -1 speed for each check your rival has made during this attack. After your attack deals damage, your rival loses 1 health. This is a solid character that was overshadowed by Shigaraki 3 and will never be able to get out of that shadow. That response is so much more impactful than people seem to realize, and the damage being linked to this attack is such a shame. I really feel like it got nerfed in testing, so B, but I know deep down that somewhere there's an S version of this. Best Genius is 719. Discard 1 card after your attack is blocked. Add 1 attack from your rival's discard pile to their card pool. Response: after the second attack this turn is played, it gets +2 speed, +2 damage, and if it's a ranged attack, if it is a ranged card in your card pool, draw a card. That's fair. I mean, Endeavor 3 is just solid in its own right. It has really strong abilities. I just wanted to kind of get past that and could summarize Endeavor 3 being good because it won Worlds out of nowhere. Best Genius goes down to D. Not a fan of that. Ochako Uraraka. 4. 6 hands to 20 health. Flip 1 foundation. Your high attack gets +3 speed or +3 damage. Response: after your charger high attack deals damage, ready 1 face down foundation. And once per turn, after you play your second or greater attack this turn, unflip. Ochako is surprisingly strong. Just be able to flip and give everything speed, making, especially free speed, really powerful. And the fact that you get to unflip 1 makes it a lot more sustainable. She gets to go into A. Himakatoga 3. After you play a weapon attack, your rival commits a foundation. If this is the first attack you've played this turn, it gets +3 speed, +2 damage. And once per turn, after your attack deals damage, take a card from your discard, add it to your momentum. Get absolutely solid character, be able to get your momentum. Your first attack being able to be really high pack, very impactful. You are locked into weapons, but every weapon you play gains a stun on play that is very hard to interact with. So again, goes into A. Mirko, if your Fury or if your Fury or Kick attack, if your Fury or Kick attack is the only attack in your card pool, it gets +1 speed, +2 damage. Once per turn, flip 1 card in your card pool. Choose 1 player. That player's next check gets +2 or -2. Failing that check does not end the combat phase. So this was the promo Mirko. Still fairly cool, still very powerful. Not as impactful as Mirko 2 when we get to that. Hopefully. Oh, I don't want to wrap up, but I've got so much more left to go. Decently powerful, but still a D. Didn't really do much in comparison to the second one. Mount Lady 2. After you review 1 or more cards, add a size counter to Mount Lady. Enhance your attack. If you have 3 or more size counters, your attack gets +3 damage. If you have 5 or more size counters, your rival commits a foundation. Remove 10 size counters for your attack to become unblockable. This was really powerful and sealed. Being able to utilize the Lurker's review abilities to keep getting more tokens. Once you hit 3 tokens, everything having 3 damage. Mount Lady definitely gets to go in B. Takes a little bit of setup. Camry Woods. After your review step, after your rival's review step, you may review 1 card and draw 1 card. After you review a card, increase your maximum health by 1 and gain a health, and then enhance once per turn. Add a card from your discard pile to your card pool. It does not count towards progressive difficulty. Absolutely solid card. I felt this was one that could see a lot more power behind it, a lot more very cool. I guess that's fair. I think if I get through this and I get through Challenger, I'll take a break and then come back in with Yu Hakusho Dark Tournament, depending on how long it takes me to get through these ones. But if I can end it here, if I end it after Challenger and come back in for one more with Yu Hakusho Dark Tournament, that will be the final slog, and that would also be standard tier list from that point. The worst part is, if we hadn't been having something delivered, I'd have been able to finish it. I delayed the stream by 2 hours, and I bet I could have finished it if I'd had another 2 hours. God damn it. C tier, I really wish I could have seen what this could have. Inasa, destroy one foundation, refresh one, so you get to ready one that hasn't been readied. Commit one foundation. After an attack is played, it gets plus X or minus X damage. X speed. X equals the difficulty of the committed foundation. I mean, his kit did more work than he kind of did, but still a solid character into C. Edge shot. After you review an attack, your non-attack cards get -1 difficulty and -1 block mod. After you review a non-attack, your attacks get +1 speed, +1 damage until the start of your next turn. Again, we've seen this before. So, Edge shot is solid A tier, and Clinton's done a great job pumping up that counter. Kami is a weird one. I like Kami. Commit, discard one taunt card. Before your block step, reduce this attack's damage to 0, and commit one foundation. So once per turn, commit. After your attack is completely blocked, it's still considered partial blocked. Oh yeah, I forgot Inasa had those silly combinations up to A with you. Kami can jump into C. Kami again had some really cool potential. Asuri 3, 6 hand size, 27 health. Commit, draw a card, your attack gets +1 damage. After attack is blocked, ready this card, and Tenacious ability. Once per turn, discard one card, discard one attack from your card pool. So as long as you can block, you can keep drawing cards, and your attacks are going to keep getting damage. So your opponent also gets punished for blocking you. B tier, again, she's good. She's just kind of doing unfair things in a fair way. Shota Todoroki 4. If this was pre-GTS, if this was pre-Guilty Gear, a lot lower. Once per turn, after you play a ranged attack, seal one rival foundation. After your attack, your attack gets +1 damage, +1 speed, +1 damage, and then your attack gets +1 speed, +1 damage for every 2 sealed rival foundations. There are so many ways to seal now thanks to Guilty Gear Strive on these symbols. Shoto gets put up to a B easily. Ryuku would have been a S tier pre-errata, but now she only deals with attacks. After you play a attack card that has no abilities, draw one card, add one card to your momentum. Enhance, discard one momentum, your attack with no abilities get +4 damage. When this triggered off foundations as well, absolutely disgusting. Now she only triggers off attacks, not as strong B tier. She still gets the job done, but she's not as consistent. 7 hand size, 19 health. Its attack speed is 4 or greater, it gets -2 or seal 1 ready foundation. And then response, after your attack deals damage, gain 3 applause counters. Great way to utilize the alternate win condition. Great way to reduce speed. It's not as survivable as I like. D tier. Katsuki Bakugo 4, 6 hand size, 30 health character. Once per turn, discard one card from your card pool. If it's your turn, discard one card. If it's your turn, you rather discard one card. And after your Fury attack receives a damage penalty, gain +3. So that doesn't include resets, that's only the minuses. 1 multiple regionals. Utilize the casino to its maximum power. Forcing your opponent to discard cards and claim cards from your card pool. Very strong A tier. Izuku Midoriya, Number 5, ready one rival foundation. Your charge, kick, or punch attack is +3 speed, +1 damage. And once per turn, discard a card, draw 1 card for each charge attack in your card pool as a 6/27. A good utility character. Readying up opponent resources can be very risky. Majority of the time you're looking for the face downs. Never made an impact as much as I thought it would. D tier, I guess people just don't like giving their opponent resources, which I can understand. HUD. Mill 1. Your attack gets +X damage. X equals the difficulty of the top card of the card milled. And commit 1 foundation. After you take damage, draw 1 card and commit a rival foundation. Yeah, HUD is solid. HUD has got some solid strength behind it. B tier, I had a lot of trouble against Blake's HUD in Glasgow. Hawks. Hawks is the definition of a good mid-range deck. At the start of your combat phase, add 2 copies of Hawks further from your discard pile to your hand, giving you 2 mid blocks guaranteed. Once per turn, change its attack zone to high. You may switch its speed and damage, making it easier to deal with or deal less damage. And then once per enhanced step, after an attack's speed is modified, it gets +1 or -1 speed. So if you give it +1 speed, it gets -1 speed, and it's going to be hard to deal with. But it's only 1, so going down 1. If you've got multiple ways to speed increase, but Hawks goes into A. For Ryan Levine alone, Ryan Levine has pushed Hawks to his limits, and I had an absolute great game against him in Worlds last year. No F tiers. I probably could have justified a couple of F tiers, but I'm happy with this list the way it is. Okay, I've got 15 minutes. I think Connor's right. I will. Oh my god, there's so many in Challenger. I'm going to do Challenger. I'm going to try and do it as quickly as possible. Then I'm going to sign off, and I'll finish the standard list from there. For Challenger, I put all the current challengers in there, which is probably a mistake. Vash Stampede. Mill 1, your attack gets +2 speed. And commit, discard an attack, draw 3 cards. Very powerful, A tier. Debonair, so your attacks get +2 speed as a static. Once per turn, end the enhanced step. And first farm, if your rival has 8 or more ready foundations, draw a card, or your rival commits 1 foundation. Surprisingly, a lot better than people give it credit for. B tier. Sam Rutherford, Ross also engineer. However, after your non-throw attack deals is played, switch its speed and damage. I don't like that as a response speed, and this attack gets +1 or -1 speed or damage. Again, if you could play that after if you could play that then switch, probably a bit better. But again, at the same time, I guess you can just switch then do that. But not the biggest fan of that. D tier. Winter Mistress of the Winter Constellation. Lose X health. This attack gets after the attack is played, it gets minus or plus X speed, max being 2. After your non-throw attack deals damage, your rival loses 1 health and you gain 1 health for each rival you have. Now, we don't have a multiplayer format at the minute. I feel like this was meant to be the introduction one. D tier for Mistress of the Winter Constellation, which does make me sad. Response, after a player gains health, their next check gets +1. Response, lose 1 health. After an attack is played, it gets -1 speed or it gains stun 1. -1 health for stun 1 is pretty cool, and the fact that you count as a player, C tier. Bournemouth the Bold, acting captain. Enhance, if it's your turn, each player discards 1 card, draws 1 card. If there are 2 or more attacks in a player's card pool, each player commits 1 foundation. Response, after a rival commits 1 or more foundations, this enhanced step, this attack gets +1 or -1 damage. So you're able to give everything -1 damage or give all your attacks +1 damage, but you have to go down in foundations as well. Not as sold on that, but I will put it into B tier. Jamie, once per turn, after you play an attack, add 1 drink counter to this card. Tenacious, your attack gets +1 speed, +1 damage for each drink counter on here. Maximum of 4. If your attack is completely blocked, ready this card. So you are able to essentially keep utilizing the commit abilities. You only get the +1/+1, and you get to maximum 4 as the game goes on. Still solid. I think Jamie is a solid A. I just don't think he sees play. Brad Boimer by the book Ensign. After you play this diplomacy card, each rival commits 1 foundation. Your turn, each player draws a card. I do not like giving my opponent card draw, and diplomacy hasn't seen anything outside. As much as no one's gonna hurt me. F tier. Chun-Li, martial arts master. Once per turn, clear 1 kit card from your card pool. Ready 1 foundation. Your attack gets +2 speed. After your attack is complete block, your rival freezes 1 committed foundation. So that response keeps going, but you only get to. You don't really have ways to commit your opponent outside of the speed. This is a A tier. Sun Jinwoo E-Rank Hunter Shadow Monarch. The Assassin skill tree Shadow. Remove XP and you get the 4 levels. Come at me S tier. The utilization of backups, the damage reduction on face, the ability to draw and utilize Death Rattle and other abilities. Sun Jinwoo is an S tier challenger character. He utilizes so many different ways to play games. So cool. And level 4 just means you win the game. Benimaru. At the moment, Benimaru is a lot higher than he will be because of the ultimate combination combo. You get to add a foundation to your momentum, reducing speed, making things easier to block, and then you get to give your powerful attack +1 to its rating, or give it a card powerful 2, meaning that you can utilize the foundations you got rid of. As long as you can keep rebuilding them, it's a great synergy. As long as you can keep building up in 3v3, it's a great thing because you can build down to 8 and go, okay, I'm now ready for one of us to die. Solid A tier Benimaru. Haidon. This attack is +1 speed. If you have exactly 3 cards in your card pool, your rival reveals their hand and discards all non-attacks revealed this way. After you play your first attack this turn, that does not count towards progressive difficulty. If you have no cards in your hand, or if you only have non-attacks, if you only have attacks in hand, this top ability kind of gets really bad. I know he has this attack that forces you to discard attacks so you can kind of utilize it, but you also need to have 3 cards. You need to be very invested in your turn to do this, because you need to have 3 attacks in your card pool, which as a 6-hander isn't always possible. And after you play your first attack, having it not count towards aggressive is very powerful. B tier for Haidon. Chai Jong In is a Caleb reskin. I think with Guilty Gear Strive, this is a lot more powerful than it was. You discard a spell to pick up a spell with the same difficulty, and if you play actions, you get to burn. You seal if you play it 3 times in a turn, but that does utilize you being able to use it in your opponent's turn as well. Solid C tier for Chaoyang. Mothra 8 hand 21 health. You have to discard a card at your end phase. You commit to get that you reduce speed equal to difficulty, which is very powerful. You can increase speed based on difficulty with the 4 check attacks. That's really powerful. And spend 2 momentum, which you can utilize with things like the Colossus Titan's attacks. Mothra goes into B. I know George has had some great work with her, but I'm not that sold. Rodam, being able to commit and establish what your next checks are going to be, absolutely powerful. And then remove for plus and minus speed based on the top card of your discard's block modifier. Yeah, really strong, and I am down for, and that definitely goes. Rodan definitely belongs in S as well. Metenkun, the fact that you get to build turn 1 any action, asset, or foundation you play into your card pool, utilizing those abilities and getting to play them face up or face down. and then draw more cards if you deal damage. Means you can add a fake 5-hander, but you do need some setup, so you can go into A. Dolores cancels Blitz on face and blows up 3 foundations to ready up, turning attacks off. However, it only gets rid of 1 blitz, kind of like get rid of all the blitz's attacks plays, and your form to reveal the top 2 cards of your deck, and play 1 is very powerful, but can miss as much as it fires. B. Chai-In, your charge and weapon, this is a reskin Levi. I do love Levi 1. Your charge and weapon or weapon attacks get +1 speed, +1 damage, and commit to add a weapon. You can do some very silly things, but she belongs in the C. Oh my god. Luke Sullivan, gym coach. This attack gets +1 or -1 speed. If its speed is 5, it gets +2 or -2 damage. After an attack is completely blocked, look at the top card of your deck. You may discard it. C. I don't think I've seen anyone play it or talk about it, and it's not one I'd even really considered. Beckett Mariner, Archaeologist. This attack gets +1 damage. If your rival has 3 or more face down foundations, it gets +3 damage instead. Once per turn, after your attack deals damage, unflip 1 foundation. Your rival flip 1 rival foundation with a difficulty equal to the unflipped foundation. After your attack deals damage, unflip 1 foundation, flip 1 rival foundation. No, you can join the rest down in detail. Mecha Godzilla Kiru. You may discard 1 card from your hand as though you were spending momentum for EX or powerful abilities on a 5-hander is very dangerous. But after you play a card after you play a printed difficulty 5 or greater, draw a card, means you get to keep filling up. Not a bad solution to the problem. 534, but you get to keep drawing. B tier. Biohazard, however, absolutely menace. Remove top 3 cards of your deck. Your attack gets +2 speed, +2 damage, and after you take damage from an attack, commit 1 rival foundation on a commit cost. Both going to be. Vexalia 629. The first copy you play of Mark Your Prey does not count towards progressive. At the start of your combat phase, add 1 copy of Mark of Prey from your discard pile to your hand. You start the game with 1 in your discard and commit your next ranged and weapon attack. You try to play ignores progressive and gets 3 damage. C tier, it's a lot of work, and you don't always have the range and weapon card. And again, sometimes it doesn't even matter because the damage is there, but you're not getting speed. Not the Brave, however. Irrational Goblin. Twice per turn, add the top card of your discard pile to your hand. Discard a card at random. If you discard a copy of the same card, add it to momentum. Mill 1, if you have less health than your rival, your attack gets +1 damage and gains stun 1. I'm a big fan of Not the Brave's abilities. I'm going to put Not the Brave into A, because I think there's a lot of aggro that players that just don't utilize Not the Brave very well. Fake with a Heart Stations, flip 1 foundation. This attack gets +2 or -2 speed. Commit. After your attack deals damage, add the top card of your discard pile to your hand. So you need to find a way to cheat an attack on there. Being able to flip foundations is not as sustainable, but she's an aggressive character. I think she is quite solid, and the fact that she's tenacious and she keeps getting to do it, at least puts her into B. Nicholas Wolfwood, however, Mill 1, your ranged on weapon attack is +3 damage. Response, discard 1 momentum at the start of your combat phase, draw 2 cards, gain 2 health. Absolute beast of a card. A tier. Shoot E, you're limited to only 12 cards that currently exist for this character, which I'm not happy with on the build for the first division. And sacrifice 1 foundation for a maximum of 5 for +1 damage, no additional speed. Goes into C tier for me. Issa, your turn. Seal 1 foundation off. Seal rival foundation off. Flip 1 sealed rival foundation. So you're able to keep messing about with their stuff with Void and how much seal currently exists. Absolutely solid aspect there. And then after you check to play an ally card, it gets +3 on commit. Issa definitely goes up into the A category. Byuk and Ho will go with Ryu. Your non-weapon attack is +2 damage, and if an attack is completely blocked, draw 2 cards. Draw 3 cards, put 1 back. I think Ryu has got a lot more legs, but doesn't give speed. The damage means you can soak up a lot of damage, but again, I don't quite see how he gets there. Sun Jin Woo Assassin. Sun Jin Woo Assassin isn't fast enough. Simply put, Sun Jin Woo is not fast enough to get to level 6, and even then, a lot of his abilities are still once per turn. If you get to level 6, you get to pop off, but you can't get there fast enough. F tier. No, I'm being too mean there. C tier. Beckett Manor. Your rival mills 1 card. If they mill the foundation, this attack gets +2 damage, otherwise it gets +2 speed. Once per turn, after an attack is blocked, ready 1 foundation. Fairly decent. D tier. Izuku Midori, the move has proven itself more than necessary. The form to flip, the abilities on the back face, the fact that you can reduce damage to 1, the fact you can reduce speed and give flash. Izuku Midori goes to S. Godzilla sometimes just does Godzilla things. Every 5 difficulties that game +3 damage. Spend the momentum for increased checks with how many ways you are to get 3 checks on these symbols. And that first form to destroy all foundations that can catch up on off guard and really hurt them. Godzilla goes into S. He's had enough in my opinion. King Ghidorah would be S if Seal wasn't so predominant at the minute. There's so many ways to seal characters and mess about with them that he's a very good controlling character, but the amount of free seal that exists early, Ghidorah has to go into B. Vaxodan Cunning Thief. Your ranged or weapon attack is +1 speed. It gets +3 speed and -1 for each attack in your card pool, so it gets progressively less the more you play. And the ability to commit 1 foundation to kick a card from your card pool, and burn for each card that has left, and then burn 1 for each card in your card pool, means you can build out, then kick a card from your card pool and burn your opponent for a lot of damage. Solid C tier. Does cute things but can get hurt. Jess Lavore, a 6/31 that has guaranteed access to momentum, turning that momentum into a spell card. Now we've got even more spells with a Guilty Gear. We've got even more spells with Fairy Tail, and having this fire symbol, which we know has to be in Fairy Tail. Jester, for me, is a solid A. And then we have Spike Spiegel, Bounty Hunter, last of the challengers. Oh, just after midnight. Flip 1 foundation. If this attack deals damage, draw a card, which for both players. And your attack gets +1 speed, +1 damage for every 3 face down foundations. So you flip foundation, get to draw cards, allowing you to build more, allowing you to utilize your defense. And then your attack gets stronger for it. Great self synergy. I like Spike, but I don't think he's getting there before he rotates. C tier here. I'm gonna take Connor's advice. My throat's going. It's midnight again. I think if I hadn't started 2 hours late, I would have got there. Because I've just got Yu Yu Hakusho upwards. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I've got 13 sets left to go. A couple of these are just like 2 or 4 characters sets. Big shout out to Blake, Siri, Nick for popping in. This has been really cool. I'm gonna hopefully not leave it as long after the last one. The half term and stuff kind of messed it up. With this last one here, I'm trying to get back and do it as quickly as possible. But we're in the final stretch. Quickly look on UVS Ultra, see how many I actually have left to go. So from Yeah, I've got to take into account I'm not including challenges in here, so it's going to cut it down a fair bit. So characters only, not including. If I take it out, all the challenges, not including the Battle for Humanity ones because they were part of the actual, they were classed as part of the actual decks. That leaves me with we have 177. I've done 500 and odd today. So yeah, if I had the 2 hours, I would have absolutely been able to get there. The main issue with doing it Sunday night is I'm going to be up early Monday to take Flynn to school. I'll have a word with Robin because ideally, I think what a cool thing to do would be is to finish these off, like ending with the UK versus stream of our Godzilla tier list, having Cam join me for the Godzilla tier list kind of thing. With 177 left to go, that shouldn't take me that long. I don't think I'm going to need another 10 hours to get through these. If I start fairly early on Sunday, like 6-7 o'clock ish, I should be able to get there fairly easily. I'll have a word with Robin, see if I can get that swing, but I want to get this done as soon as possible. Primarily just because it's so much work to cut these up, and I've got so much other stuff I want to do. Thanks for being here up until this point, Connor. I'll get, like I said, I'll have a word with Robin. I'll try and get the last bit done as soon as possible, and I'll see you all Sunday for the Godzilla tier list with Cameron. Again, thanks for being here, and thanks for all your support over the last few years. It's meant the absolute world to me that I've been able to get to this level of subscribers. I never thought I actually would. I'm going to go to bed.